Preface and Chapter 1 of Old Time Makers of Medicine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Marcetich, September 2009, Alexandria, Virginia. Old Time Makers of Medicine by James Joseph. Preface. The material for this book was gathered partly for lectures on the history of medicine at Fordham University School of Medicine, and partly for articles on a number of subjects in the Catholic Encyclopedia. Some of it was developed for a series of addresses at commencements of medical schools and before medical societies on the general topic, how old the new is in surgery, medicine, dentistry, and pharmacy. The information thus presented aroused so much interest. The accomplishments of the physicians and surgeons of a period that is usually thought quite sterile in medical science proved, indeed, so astonishing that I was tempted to connect the details for a volume in the Fordham University Press series. There is no pretense to any original investigation in the history of medicine, nor to any extended consultation of original documents. I have had most of the great books that are mentioned in the course of this volume in my hands, and have given as much time to study of them as could be afforded in the midst of a rather busy life, but I owe my information mainly to the distinguished German and French scholars who have in recent years made deep and serious studies of these old makers of medicine, and I have made my acknowledgments to them in the text as opportunity presented itself. There is just one feature of the book that may commend it to present-day readers, and that is that our medieval medical colleagues, when medicine embraced most of science, faced the problems of medicine and surgery and the allied sciences that are now interesting us, in very much the same temper of mind as we do, and very often anticipated our solutions of them, much oftener, indeed, than most of us, unless we have paid special attention to history, have any idea of. The volume does not constitute, then, a contribution to that theme that has interested the last few generations so much, the supposed continuous progress of the race and its marvelous advance, but rather emphasizes that puzzling question, how is it that men make important discoveries and inventions, and then, after a time, forget about them so that they have to be made over again? This is as true in medical science and in medical practice as in every other department of human effort. It does not seem possible that mankind should ever lose sight of the progress in medicine and surgery that has been made in recent years, yet the history of the past would seem to indicate that, in spite of its unlikelihood, it might well come about. Whether this is the lesson of the book or not, I shall leave readers to judge, for it was not intentionally put into it. Our Lady's Day in Harvest, 1911. Chapter 1. Introduction. Under the term old-time medicine, most people probably think at once of Greek medicine, since that developed in what we have called ancient history, and is farthest away from us in date. As a matter of fact, however, much more is known about Greek medical writers than those of any other period except the last century or two. Our histories of medicine discuss Greek medicine at considerable length, and practically all of the great makers of medicine in subsequent generations have been influenced by the Greeks. Greek physicians whose works have come down to us seem nearer to us than the medical writers of any but the last few centuries. As a consequence, we know and appreciate very well as a rule how much Greek medicine accomplished, but in our admiration for the diligent observation and breadth of view of the Greeks, We are sometimes prone to think that most of the intervening generations down to comparatively recent times made very little progress and, indeed, scarcely retained what the Greeks had done. The Romans certainly justify this assumption of non-accomplishment in medicine, but then in everything intellectual Rome was never much better than a weak copy of Greek thought. In science the Romans did nothing at all worth while talking about. All their medicine they borrowed from the Greeks, adding nothing of their own. What food for thought there is in the fact that in spite of all Rome's material greatness and wide empire, her world dominance and vaunted prosperity, we have not a single great original scientific thought from a Roman. Though so much nearer in time, medieval medicine seems much farther away from us than is Greek medicine. Most of us are quite sure that the impression of distance is due to its almost total lack of significance. It is with the idea of showing that the medieval generations, as far as was possible in their conditions, not only preserved the old Greek medicine for us in spite of the most untoward circumstances, but also tried to do whatever they could for its development, and actually did much more than is usually thought. That this story of old-time makers of medicine is written. It represents a period, that of the Middle Ages, that is, or was until recently, probably more misunderstood than any other in human history. The purpose of the book is to show at least the important headlands that lie along the stream of medical thought during the somewhat more than 1,000 years from the fall of the Roman Empire under Augustulus, 476, until the discovery of America. After that comes modern medicine, for with the 16th century the names and achievements of the workers in medicine are familiar: Paracelsus, Vesalius, Columbus, Servetus, Caesalpinus, Eustachius, Varolius, Sylvius, are men whose names are attached to great discoveries with which even those who are without any pretense to knowledge of medical history are not unacquainted. In spite of nearly 4 centuries of distance in time, these men seem very close to us. Their lives will be reserved for a subsequent volume, Our Forefathers in Medicine. It is usually the custom to condemn the Middle Ages for their lack of interest in culture, in education, in literature, in a word, in intellectual accomplishment of any and every kind, but especially in science. There is no doubt about the occurrence of marked decadence in the intellectual life of the first half of this period. This has sometimes been attributed to what has been called the inhibitory effect of Christianity on worldly interests. Religion is said to have occupied people so much with the thoughts of the other world that the beauties and wonders, as well as much of the significance of the world around them were missed. Those who talk thus, however, forget entirely the circumstances which brought about the serious decadence of interest in culture and science at this time. The Roman Empire had been the guardian of letters and education and science. While the Romans were not original in themselves, at least they had shown intense interest in what was accomplished by the Greeks, and their imitation had often risen to heights that made them worthy of consideration for themselves. They were liberal patrons of Greek art and of Greek literature, and did not neglect Greek science and Greek medicine. Galen's influence was due much more to the prominence secured by him as a result of his stay in Rome than would have been possible had he stayed in Asia. There are many other examples of Roman patronage of literature and science that might be mentioned. As we shall see, Rome drained Greece and Asia Minor of their best, and appropriated to herself the genius products of the Spanish peninsula. Rome had a way of absorbing what was best in the provinces for herself. Just as soon as Rome was cut off from intimate relations with the provinces by the inwandering of barbarians, intellectual decadence began. The imperial city itself had never been the source of great intellectual achievement, and the men whom we think of as important contributors to Rome's literature and philosophy were not usually born within the confines of the city. It is surprising to take a list of the names of the Latin writers whom we are accustomed to set down simply as Romans and note their birthplaces. Rome herself gave birth to but a very small percentage of them. Virgil was born at Mantua, Cicero at Arpinum, Horace out of the Sabine farm, the Plinies out of the city, Terence in Africa, Persius up in central Italy somewhere, Livy at Padua, Martial, Quintilian, the Senecas, and Lucan in Spain. When the government of the city ceased to be such as assured opportunity for those from outside who wanted to make their way, decadence came to Roman literature. Large cities have never in history been the fruitful mothers of men who did great things. Genius, and even talent, had always been born out of the cities in which it did its work. It is easy to understand, then, the decadence of the intellectual life that took place as the empire degenerated. For the sake of all that it meant to the Roman Empire to look towards Rome at this time, however, it seemed better to the early Christians to establish the center of their jurisdiction there. Necessarily, then, in all that related to the purely intellectual life, they came under the influences that were at work at Rome at this time. During the first centuries they suffered besides from the persecutions directed against them by the emperors at various times, and these effectually prevented any external manifestations of the intellectual life on the part of the Christians. It took much to overcome this serious handicap, but noteworthy progress was made in spite of obstacles, and by the time of Constantine many important officials of the empire, the educated thinking classes of Rome, had become Christians. After the conversion of the emperor opportunities began to be afforded, but political disturbances consequent upon barbarian influences still further weakened the old civilization until much of the intellectual life of it almost disappeared. Gradually the barbarians, finding the Roman Empire decadent, crept in on it, and though much more of the invasion was peaceful than we have been accustomed to think, the Romans simply disappearing because family life had been destroyed, children had become infrequent, and divorce had become extremely common, it was not long before they replaced the Romans almost entirely. These new peoples had no heritage of culture, no interest in the intellectual life, no traditions of literature or science, and they had to be gradually lifted up out of their barbarism. This was the task that Christianity had to perform. That it succeeded in accomplishing it is one of the marvels of history. The Church's first grave duty was the preservation of the old records of literature and of science. Fortunately, the monasteries accomplished this task, which would have been extremely perilous for the precious treasures involved but for the favorable conditions thus afforded. Libraries up to this time were situated mainly in cities, and were subject to all the vicissitudes of fire and war and other modes of destruction that came to cities in this disturbed period. Monasteries, however, were usually situated in the country, were built very substantially and very simply, and the life in them formed the best possible safeguard against fire, which worked so much havoc in cities. As we shall see, however, not only were the old records preserved, but excerpts from them were collated and discussed and applied by means of direct observation. This led the generations to realize more and more the value of the old Greek medicine and made them take further precautions for its preservation. The decadence of the early Middle Ages was due to the natural shifting of masses of population of this time, while the salvation of scientific and literary traditions was due to the one stable element in all these centuries, the Church. Far from Christianity inhibiting culture, it was the most important factor for its preservation, and it provided the best stimulus and incentive for its renewed development just as soon as the barbarous peoples were brought to a state of mind to appreciate it. Bearing this in mind, it is easier to understand the course of medical traditions through the Middle Ages, and especially in the earlier period, with regard to which our documents are comparatively scanty, and during which the disturbed conditions made medical developments impossible, and anything more than the preservation of the old authors out of the question. The torch of medical illumination lighted at the great Greek fires passes from people to people, never quenched, though often burning low because of unfavorable conditions, but sometimes with new fuel added to its flame by the contributions of genius. The early Christians took it up and kept it lighted, and, with the Jewish physicians, carried it through the troublous times of the end of the Old Order, and then passed it on for a while to the Arabs. Then, when favorable conditions had developed again, Christian schools and scholars gave it the opportunity to burn brightly for several centuries at the end of the Middle Ages. This medieval age is probably the most difficult period of medical history to understand properly, but it is worth while taking the trouble to follow out the thread of medical tradition from the Greeks to the Renaissance medical writers who practically begin modern medicine for us. It is easy to understand that Christianity's influence on medicine, instead of hampering, was most favorable. The founder of Christianity himself had gone about healing the sick, and care for the ailing became a prominent feature of Christian work. One of the evangelists, St. Luke, was a physician. It was the custom a generation ago, and even later, when higher criticism became popular, to impugn the tradition as to St. Luke having been a physician, but this has all been undone, and Harnack's recent book, Luke the Physician, makes it very clear that not only the third Gospel, but also the Acts, could only have been written by a man thoroughly familiar with the Greek medical terms of his time, and who had surely had the advantage of a training in the medical sciences at Alexandria. This makes such an important link in medical traditions that a special chapter has been devoted to it in the appendix. Very early in Christianity, care for the ailing poor was taken up, and hospitals in our modern sense of the term became common in Christian communities. There had been military hospitals before this, and places where those who could afford to pay for service were kept during illness. Our modern city hospital, however, is a Christian institution. Besides, deformed and ailing children were cared for and homes for foundlings were established. Before Christianity, the power of life and death of the parents over their children was recognized, and deformed or ailing children, or those that for some reason were not wanted, were exposed until they died. Christianity put an end to this, and in two classes of institutions, the hospitals and the asylums, abundant opportunity for observation of illness was afforded. Just as soon as Christianity came to be free to establish its institutions publicly, hospitals became very common. The Emperor Julian, usually known as the Apostate, who hoped to re-establish the old Roman Olympian religion, wrote to Orbasius, one of the great physicians of this time, who was also an important official of his household, that these Christians had established everywhere hospitals in which not only their own people, but also those who were not Christians, were received and cared for, and that it would be idle to hope to counteract the influence of Christianity until corresponding institutions could be erected by the government. From the very beginning, or, at least, just as soon as reasonable freedom from persecution gave opportunity for study, Christian interest in the medical sciences began to manifest itself. Nemesius, for instance, a bishop of Edessa in Syria, wrote toward the end of the 4th century a little work in Greek on the nature of man, which is a striking illustration of this. Nemesius was what in modern times would be called a philosopher, that is, a speculative thinker and writer with regard to man's nature, rather than a physical scientist. He was convinced, however, that true philosophy ought to be based on a complete knowledge of man, body and soul, and that the anatomy of his body ought to be a fundamental principle. It is in this little volume that some enthusiastic students have found a description that is to them at least much more than a hint of knowledge of the circulation of the blood. Hyrtl doubts that the passage in question should be made to signify as much as had been suggested, but the occurrence of any even distant reference to such a subject at this time shows that, far from there being neglect of physical scientific questions, men were thinking seriously about them. Just as soon as Christianity brought in a more peaceful state of affairs, and had so influenced the mass of the people that its place in the intellectual life could be felt, there comes a period of cultural development represented in philosophy by the Fathers of the Church, and during which we have a series of important contributors to medical literature. The first of these was Aëtius, whose career and works are treated more fully in the chapter on Great Physicians in Early Christian Times. He was followed by Alexander of Tralles, probably a Christian, for his brother was the architect of Santa Sophia, and by Paul of Ægina, with regard to whom we know only what is contained in his medical writings, but whose contemporaries were nearly all Christians. Their books are valuable to us, partly because they contain quotations from great Greek writers on medicine, not always otherwise available, but also because they were men who evidently knew the subject of medicine broadly and thoroughly, made observations for themselves, and controlled what they learned from the Greek forefathers in medicine by their own experience. Just at the beginning of the Middle Ages, then, under the fostering care of Christianity, there is a period of considerable importance in the history of medical literature. It is one of the best proofs that we have, not only that Christianity did not hamper medical development, but that, directly and indirectly, by the place that it gave to the care of the ailing in life, as well as the encouragement afforded to the intellectual life, it favored medical study and writing. A very interesting chapter in the story of the early Christian physician is to be found in what we know of the existence of women physicians in the 4th and 5th centuries. Theodosia, the mother of Saint Procopius the martyr, was, according to Carptovius, looked upon as an excellent physician in Rome in the early part of the 4th century. She suffered martyrdom under Diocletian. There was also a Nicerata, who practiced at Constantinople under Emperor Arcadius. It is said that to her St. John Chrysostom owed the cure of a serious illness. From the very beginning Christian women acted as nurses, and deaconesses were put in charge of hospitals. Fabiola, at Rome, is the foundress of the first important hospital in that city. The story of these early Christian women physicians has been touched upon in the chapter on Medieval Women Physicians, as an introduction to this interesting feature of Salernitan medical education. During the early Christian centuries, much was owed to the genius and the devotion to medicine of distinguished Jewish physicians. Their sacred and rabbinical writers always concerned themselves closely with medicine, and both the Old Testament and the Talmud must be considered as containing chapters important for the medical history of the periods in which they were written. At all times the Jews have been distinguished for their knowledge of medicine, and all during the Middle Ages they are to be found prominent as physicians. They were among the teachers of the Arabs in the East and of the Moors in Spain. They were probably among the first professors at Salerno as well as at Montpellier. Many prominent rulers and ecclesiastics selected Jewish physicians. Some of these made distinct contributions to medicine, and a number of them deserve a place in any account of medicine in the making during the Middle Ages. One of them, Maimonides, to whom a special chapter is devoted, deserves a place among the great makers of medicine of all time, because of the influence that he exerted on his own and succeeding generations. Any story of the preservation and development of medical teaching and medical practice during the Middle Ages would be decidedly incomplete without due consideration of the work of Jewish physicians. Western medical literature followed Roman literature in other departments, and had only the Greek traditions at second hand. During the disturbance occasioned by the invasion of the barbarians, there was little opportunity for such leisure as would enable men to devote themselves with tranquillity to medical study and writing. Medical traditions were mainly preserved in the monasteries. Cassiodorus, who, after having been imperial prime minister, became a monk, recommended particularly the study of medicine to the monastic brethren. With the foundation of the Benedictines, medicine became one of the favorite studies of the monks, partly for the sake of the health of the brethren themselves, and partly in order that they might be helpful to the villages that so often gathered round their monasteries. There is a well-grounded tradition that at Monte Cassino medical teaching was one of the features of the education provided there by the monks. It is generally conceded that the Benedictines had much to do with the foundation of Salerno. In the convents for women as well as the monasteries for men, serious attention was given to medicine. Women studied medicine and were professors in the medical department of Salerno. Other Italian universities followed the example thus set, and so there is abundant material for the chapter on medieval women physicians. The next phase of medical history in the medieval period brings us to the Arabs. Utterly uninterested in culture, education, or science before the time of Mohammed, with the growth of their political power and the foundation of their capitals, the Arab caliphs took up the patronage of education. They were the rulers of the cities of Asia Minor, in which Greek culture had taken so firm a hold, and captive Greece has always led its captors captive. With the leisure that came for study, Arabians took up the cultivation of the Greek philosophers, especially Aristotle, and soon turned their attention also to the Greek physicians Hippocrates and Galen. For some 400 years, then, they were in the best position to carry on medical traditions. Their teachers were the Christian and Jewish physicians of the cities of Asia Minor, but soon they themselves became distinguished for their attainments and for their medical writings. Interestingly enough, more of their distinguished men flourished in Spain than in Asia Minor. We have suggested an explanation for this in the fact that Spain had been one of the most cultured provinces of the Roman Empire, providing practically all the writers of the Silver Age of Latin literature, and evidently possessing a widely cultured people. It was into this province, not yet utterly decadent from the presence of the northern Goths, that the Moors came and readily built up a magnificent structure of culture and education on what had been the highest development of Roman civilization. The influence of the Arabs on Western civilization, and especially on the development of science in Europe, has been much exaggerated by certain writers. Closely in touch with Greek thought and Greek literature during the 8th, 9th, and 10th centuries, it is easy to understand that the Arabian writers were far ahead of the Christian scholars of Europe of the same period, who were struggling up out of the practical chaos that had been created by the coming of the barbarians, and who, besides, had the chance for whatever Greek learning came to them only through the secondary channels of the Latin writers. Rome had been too occupied with the politics and aggrandizement ever to become cultured. In spite of this heritage from the Greeks, decadence took place among the Arabs, and, as the centuries go on, what they do becomes more and more trivial, and their writing has less significance. Just the opposite happened in Europe. There was noteworthy progressive development until the magnificent climax of the 13th century accomplishment was reached. It is often said that Europe owed much to the Arabs for this, but careful analysis of the factors in that progress shows that very little came from the Arabs that was good, while not a little that was unfortunate in its influence was borrowed from them with the translations of the Greek authors from that language, which constituted the main, indeed often the only, reason why Arabian writers were consulted. With the foundation of the medical school of Salerno in the 10th century, the modern history of medical education may be said to begin, for it had many of the features that distinguish our modern university medical schools. Its professors often came from a distance and had traveled extensively for purposes of study. They attracted patients of high rank from nearly every part of Europe, and these were generous in their patronage of the school. Students came from all over, from Africa and Asia, as well as Europe, and when the abuses of medical practice began to creep in, a series of laws were made creating a standard of medical education and regulating the practice of medicine, that are interesting anticipations of modern movements of the same kind. Finally a law was passed requiring 3 years of preliminary work in logic and philosophy before medicine might be taken up, and then 4 years at medicine, with a subsequent year of practice with a physician before a license to practice for oneself was issued. In addition to this, there was a still more surprising feature in the handing over of the department of women's diseases to women professors, and the consequent opening up of licensure to practice medicine to a great many women in the southern part of Italy. The surprise that all this should have taken place in the south of Italy is lessened by recalling the fact that the lower end of the Italian peninsula had been early colonized by Greeks, that its name in later times was Magna Graecia, and that the stimulus of Greek tradition has always been especially favorable to the development of scientific medicine. Salerno's influence on Bologna is not difficult to trace, and the precious tradition of surgery particularly, which was carried to the northern university, served to initiate a period of surgery lasting nearly 2 centuries, during which we have some of the greatest contributions to this branch of medical science that were ever made. The development of the medical school at Bologna anticipated but a short time that of a series of schools in the North Italian universities. Padua, Piacenza, Pisa, and Vicenza had medical schools in the later Middle Ages, the works of some of whose professors have attracted attention. It was from these North Italian medical schools that the tradition of close observation in medicine and of thoroughly scientific surgery found its way to Paris. Lanfranc was the carrier of surgery, and many French students who went to Italy came back with Italian methods. In the 14th century Guy de Chauliac made the grand tour in Italy, and then came back to write a text-book of surgery that is one of the monuments in this department of medical science. Before his time, Montpellier had attracted attention, but now it came to be looked upon as a recognized center of great medical teaching. The absence of the popes from Italy and the influence of their presence at Avignon made itself felt. While culture and education declined in Italy in the midst of political disturbances, they advanced materially at the south of France. For our generation undoubtedly, the most interesting chapter in the history of medieval medicine is that which tells of the marvelous development of surgery that took place in the 13th and 14th centuries. Considerable space has been devoted to this because it represents not only an important phase of the history of medicine and recalls the names and careers of great makers of medicine, but also because it illustrates exquisitely the possibility of important discoveries in medicine being made, applied successfully for years, and then being lost or completely forgotten, though contained in important medical books that were always available for study. The more we know of this great period in the history of surgery, the more is the surprise at how much was accomplished and how many details of our modern surgery were anticipated. Most of us have had some inkling of the fact that anesthesia is not new, and that at various times in the world's history men have invented methods of producing states of sensibility in which more or less painless operations were possible. Very few of us have realized, however, the perfection to which anesthesia was developed, and the possibility this provided for the great surgeons of the later medieval centuries to do operations in all the great cavities of the body, the skull, the thorax, and the abdomen, quite as they are done in our own time, and apparently with no little degree of success. Of course, any such extensive surgical intervention, even for serious affections, would have been worse than useless under the septic conditions that would surely have prevailed if certain principles of antisepsis were not applied. Until comparatively recent years, we have been quite confident in our assurance that antisepsis and asepsis were entirely modern developments of surgery. More knowledge, however, of the history of surgery has given a serious setback to this self-complacency, and now we know that the later medieval surgeons understood practical antisepsis very well and applied it successfully. They used strong wine as a dressing for their wounds, insisted on keeping them clean, and not allowing any extraneous material of any kind, ointments or the like, to be used on them. As a consequence, they were able to secure excellent results in the healing of wounds, and they were inclined to boast of the fact that their incisions healed by first intention, and that, indeed, the scar left after them was scarcely noticeable. We know that wine would make a good antiseptic dressing, but until we actually read the reports of the results obtained by these old surgeons, we had no idea that it could be used to such excellent purpose. Antisepsis, like anesthesia, was marvelously anticipated by the surgical forefathers of the medieval period. It has always seemed to me that the story of medieval dentistry presented an even better illustration of a great anticipatory development of surgery. This department represents only a small surgical specialty, but one which even at that period was given over to specialists who are called dentatores. Guy de Chauliac's review of the dentistry of his time and the state of the specialty, as pictured by John of Arcoli, is likely to be particularly interesting, because if there is any department of medical practice that we are sure is comparatively recent in origin, it is dentistry. Here, however, we find that practically all our dental manipulations, the filling of teeth, artificial dentures, even orthodontia, were anticipated by the dentists of the Middle Ages. We have only the compressed account of it which is to be found in text books of general surgery, and while in this they give mainly a heritage from the past, yet even this suffices to give us a picture very surprising in its detailed anticipation of much that we have been inclined to think of as quite modern in invention and discovery. Medicine developed much more slowly than surgery, or, rather, lagged behind it, as it seems nearly always prone to do. Surgical problems are simple, and their solution belongs to a great extent to a handicraft. That is, after all, what chirurgy, the old form of our word surgery, means. Medical problems are more complex and involve both art and science, so that solutions of them are often merely temporary and lack finality. During the Middle Ages, however, and especially toward the end of them, the most important branches of medicine, diagnosis and therapeutics, took definite shape on the foundations that lie at the basis of our modern medical science. We hear of percussion for abdominal conditions, and of the most careful study of the pulse and the respiration. There are the charts for the varying color of the urine, and of the tints of the skin. With Nicholas of Cusa there came the definite suggestion of the need of exact methods of diagnosis. A mathematician himself, he wished to introduce mathematical methods into medical diagnosis, and suggested that the pulse should be counted in connection with the water clock, the water that passed being weighed in order to get very definite comparative values for the pulse rate under varying conditions, and also that the specific gravity of fluids from the body should be ascertained in order to get another definite datum in the knowledge of disease. It was long before these suggestions were to bear much fruit, but it is interesting to find them so clearly expressed. At the very end of the Middle Ages came the father of modern pharmaceutical chemistry, Basil Valentine. Already the spirit that was to mean so much for scientific investigation in the Renaissance period was abroad. Valentine, however, owes little to anything except his own investigations, and they were surprisingly successful, considering the circumstances of time and place. His practical suggestions so far as drugs were concerned did not prove to have enduring value, but then this has been a fate shared by many of the masters of medicine. There were many phases of medical practice, however, that he insisted on in his works. He believed that the best agent for the cure of the disease was nature, and that the physician's main business must be to find out how nature worked, and then foster her efforts or endeavor to imitate them. He insisted, also, that personal observation, both of patients and drugs, was more important than book knowledge. Indeed, he has some rather strong expressions with regard to the utter valuelessness of book information in subjects where actual experience and observation are necessary. It gives a conceit of knowledge quite unjustified by what is really known. What is interesting about all these men is that they faced the same problems in medicine that we have to, in much the same temper of mind that we do ourselves, and that, indeed, they succeeded in solving them almost as well as we have done, in spite of all that might be looked for from the accumulation of knowledge ever since. It was very fortunate, for after the time that in the period now known as the Renaissance, after the invention of printing, there were a number of serious, unselfish scholars who devoted themselves to the publication in fine printed editions of the works of these old-time makers of medicine. If the neglect of them that characterized the 18th and early 19th centuries had been the rule at the end of the 15th and during the 16th century, we would almost surely have been without the possibility of ever knowing that so many serious physicians lived and studied and wrote large important tomes during the Middle Ages. For our forefathers of a few generations ago had very little knowledge, and almost less interest, as to the Middle Ages, which they dismissed simply as the Dark Ages, quite sure that nothing worth while could possibly have come out of the Nazareth of that time. What they knew about the people who had lived during the 1,000 years before 1500 only seemed to them to prove the ignorance and the depths of superstition in which they were sunk. That medieval scholars should have written books not only well worth preservation, but containing anticipations of modern knowledge, and, though of course they could not have known that, even significant advances over their own scientific conditions, would have seemed to them quite absurd. Fortunately for us, then, the editions of the early printed books, so many of them monuments of learning and masterpieces of editorial work with regard to medieval masters of medicine, were lying in libraries waiting to be unearthed and restudied during the 19th century. German and French scholars, especially during the last generation, have recovered the knowledge of this 1,000 years of human activity, and we now know and can sympathetically study how the men of these times faced their problems, which were very much those of our own time, in almost precisely the same spirit as we do ours at the present time, and that their solutions of them are always interesting, often thorough and practical, and more frequently than we would like to think possible, resemble our own in many ways. For the possibility of this, we are largely indebted originally to the scholars of the Renaissance. Without their work, that many of our investigators would have been quite unavailing. It is to be hoped, however, that our recovery of this period will not be followed by any further eclipse, though that seems to be almost the rule of human history, but that we shall continue to broaden our sympathetic knowledge of this wonderful medieval period, the study of which has had so many surprises in store for us. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Old-Time Makers of Medicine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Marcetich, September 2009, Alexandria, Virginia. Old-Time Makers of Medicine by James Joseph. Chapter 2. Great Physicians in Early Christian Times. Part 1 of 3. What we know of the life of the founder of Christianity and how much he did for the ailing poor would make us expect that the religion that he established would foster the care and the cure of suffering humanity. As we have outlined in the introduction, the first of the works of Christian service that was organized was the care of the sick. At first a portion of the bishop's house was given over to the shelter of the ailing, and a special order of assistants to the clergy, the deaconesses, took care of them. As Christians became more numerous, special hospitals were founded, and these became public institutions just as soon as freedom from persecution allowed the Christians the liberty to give overt expression to their feelings for the poor. While hospitals of limited capacity for such special purposes as the sheltering of slaves, or of soldiers and health establishments of various kinds for the wealthy had been erected before Christianity, this was the first time that anyone who was ill, no matter what the state of his pecuniary resources, could be sure to find shelter and care. The expression of the Emperor Julian the Apostate that admission to these hospitals was not limited to Christians is the best possible evidence of the liberal charity that inspired them. The ordinary passing student of the history of medicine or of hospital foundation and organization can have no idea of the magnitude of some of these institutions and their importance in the life of the time unless it is specially pointed out. St. Basil, about the middle of the 4th century, erected what was spoken of as a city for the sick before the gates of Caesarea. Gregory of Nazianzen, his friend, says, quote, that well-built and furnished houses stood on both sides of streets, symmetrically laid out about the church, and contained rooms for the sick, and the infirm of every variety were entrusted to the care of doctors and nurses. End quote. There were separate buildings for strangers, for the poor, and for the ailing, and comfortable dwellings for the physicians and nurses. An important portion of the institution was set apart for the care of lepers, which constituted a prominent feature in Basil's work in which he himself took a special interest. Earlier in the same century Helena, the mother of the Emperor Constantine, had built similar institutions around Jerusalem, and during this same century nearly everywhere we have evidence of organization of hospitals and of care for the ailing poor. Not only were hospitals erected, but arrangements were made for the care of the ailing poor in their own homes and for the visitation of them, and for the bringing to places adopted for their care and treatment of such as were found on the street or neglected in their homes. The Church evidently considered itself bound to care for men's bodies as well as their souls, and many of the expressions in common use among Christians refer to this fact. Religion itself was spoken of as a medicine of the soul and the body. Christianity was defined as the religion of healing. The word salvation had a reference to both body and soul. Baptism was spoken of as the bath of the soul, the Holy Eucharist as the elixir of immortal life, and penance as the medicine of the soul. It is not surprising to find, then, that Harnack has found among the texts that illustrate the history of early Christian literature this one, quote, in every community there shall be at least one widow appointed to assist women who are stricken with illness, and this widow shall be trained in her duties, neat and careful in her ways, shall not be self-seeking, must not indulge too freely in wine, in order that she may be able to take up her duties at night as well as by day, and shall consider it her duty to keep the church officials informed of all that seems necessary." End quote. The saving of deformed and ailing infants or children whose parents did not care to have the trouble of rearing them required the establishment by the Christians of another set of institutions, foundling asylums and hospitals for children. Until the coming of Christianity, parents were supposed to have the right of life and death over their children, and no one questioned it. In every country in the world until the coming of Christianity this had always been the case. Besides, there were institutions for the care of the old. These are the classes of mankind who are especially liable to suffer from disease, and the opportunity to study human ailments in such institutions could scarcely help but provide facilities for clinical observation such as had not existed before. Unfortunately the work of Christianity was hampered first by the Roman persecutions, and then later by the invasion of the barbarians, who had to be educated and lifted up to a higher plane of civilization before they could be brought to appreciate the value of medical science, much less contribute to its development. Harnack, whose writings in the higher criticism of Scripture have attracted so much attention in recent years, began his career in the study of Christian antiquities with a monograph on medical features of early Christianity. He mentions altogether some 16 physicians who reached distinction in the earliest days of Christianity. Some of these were priests, some of them bishops, as Theodotus of Laodicea, Eusebius, bishop of Rome, Basilios, bishop of Ancyra, and at least one, Hieracus, was the founder of a religious order. The first Christian physicians came mainly from Syria, as might be expected, for here the old Greek medical traditions were active. Among them must be enumerated Cosmas and Damian, physicians who were martyred in the persecution of Diocletian, and who have been chosen as the patrons of the medical profession. Justinian erected a famous church to them. It became the scene of pilgrimages. Organizations of various kinds since, as the College of St. Combe, and medical societies have been named after them. Some idea of the interest of ecclesiastics in medical affairs may be gathered from a letter of Bishop Theodoret of Cyrus, directed to the prefect of the city, when he was about to leave the place. He wrote, see Pushman, Volume 1, page 494, quote, "When I took up the bishopric of Cyrus, I made every effort to bring in, from all sides, the arts that would be useful to the people. I succeeded in persuading skilled physicians to take up their residence here. Among these is a very pious priest, Peter, who practices medicine with great skill, and is well known for his care for the people. Now that I am about to leave the city, some of those who came at my invitation are preparing also to go. Peter seems resolved to do this. I appeal to your Highness, therefore, in order to commend him to your special care. He handles patients with great skill and brings about many cures." Distinguished Christian writers and scholars, and the fathers of the Church in the early centuries, evidently paid much attention to medicine. Tertullian speaks of medical science as the sister of philosophy, and has many references to the medical doctrines discussed in his time. Lactantius, in his work De Opificio Dei, has much to say with regard to the human body as representing the necessity for design and creation. His teleological arguments have much more force now than they would have had for people generally 20 years ago. We have come back to recognize the place of teleology. Clement of Alexandria was an early Christian temperance advocate who argued that the use of wine was only justified when it did good as a medicine. The problems of embryology and of diseases of childhood interested him as they did many other of the early Christian writers. Aëtius. The first great Christian physician whose works meant much for his own time, and whose writings have become a classic in medicine, was Aëtius Amidenus, that is, Aëtius of Amida, who was born in the town of that name in Mesopotamia, on the upper Tigris, now Diyarbekir, and who flourished about the middle of the 6th century. His medical studies, as he has told us himself, were made at Alexandria. After having attracted attention by his medical learning and skill, he became physician to one of the emperors at Byzantium, very probably Justinian (527 565). He seems to have been succeeded in the special post that was created for him at court by Alexander of Tralles, the second of the great Christian physicians. There is no doubt that Aëtius was a Christian, for he mentions Christian mysteries and appeals to the name of the Saviour and the martyrs. He was evidently a man of wide reading, for he quotes from practically every important medical writer before his time. Indeed, he is most valuable for the history of medicine, because he gives us some idea of the mode of treatment of various subjects by predecessors whose fame we know, but none of whose works have come to us. His official career and the patronage of the emperor, the breadth of his scholarship, and the thoroughly practical character of his teaching show how medical science and medical art were being developed and encouraged at this time. Aëtius's work that is preserved for us is known in medical literature as his 16 books on medical practice. In most of the manuscript it is divided into 4 tetrabibloi, or 4 book parts, each of which consists of 4 sections called logoi in Greek, sermones in Latin. This work embraces all the departments of medicine, and has a considerable portion devoted to surgery, but most of the important operations and the chapters on fractures and dislocations are lacking. Aëtius himself announces that he had prepared a special work on surgery, but this is lost. Doubtless the important chapters that we have noted as lacking in his work would be found in this. He is much richer in pathology than most of the older writers, at least of the Christian era. For instance, Gurlt says that he treats this feature of the subject much more extensively even than Paulus Æginetus, but most of his work is devoted to therapeutics. At times those who read these old books from certain modern standpoints are surprised to find such noteworthy differences between writers on medicine, who are separated sometimes only by a generation, and sometimes by not more than a century, in what regards the comparative amount of space given to pathology, etiology, and therapeutics. Just exactly the same differences exist in our own day, however. We all know that for those who want pathology and etiology, the work of one of our great teachers is to be consulted, while for therapeutics it is better to go to someone else. When we find such differences among the men of the olden time, we are not so apt to look at them with sympathetic discrimination, as we do with regard to our contemporaries. We may even set them down to ignorance rather than specialization of interest. These differences depend on the attitude of mind of the physician, and are largely the result of his own personal equation. They do not reflect in any way either on his judgment or on the special knowledge of his time, but are the index of his special receptivity and teaching habit. Aëtius's first and second books are taken up entirely with drugs. The first book contains a list of drugs arranged according to the Greek alphabet. In the third book, other remedial measures, dietetic, manipulative, and even operative, are suggested. In these are included venesection, the opening of an artery, cupping, leeches, and the like. The fourth and fifth books take up hygiene, special dietetics, and general pathology. In the sixth book, what the Germans call special pathology and therapy begins with the diseases of the head. The first chapter treats of hydrocephalus. In this same book rabies is treated. What Aëtius has consists mainly of quotations from previous authors, many of whom he had evidently read with great care. Concerning those bitten by a rabid dog or those who fear water, Gurlt has quoted the following expression, with regard to which most people will be quite ready to agree with him when he says that it contains a great deal of truth, usually thought to be of much later origin. "When, therefore, any one has been bitten by a rabid dog, the treatment of the wound must be undertaken just as soon as possible, even though the bite should be small and only superficial. One thing is certain, that none of those who are not rightly treated escape the fatal effect. The first thing to do is to make the wound larger, the mouth of it being divided and dilated by the scalpel. Then every portion of it and the surrounding tissues must be firmly pressed upon with definite purpose of causing a large efflux of blood from the part. Then the wound should be deeply cauterized, etc." There are special chapters devoted to eye and ear diseases and to various affections of the face. Under this, the question of tattooing and its removal comes in. It is surprising how much Aëtius has with regard to such nasal affections as polyps and ulcers and bleedings from the nose. In this book, however, he treats only of their medical treatment. What he has to say about affections of the teeth is so interesting that it deserves a paragraph or two by itself. He had much to say with regard to the nervous supply of the mucous membranes of the gums, tongue, and mouth, and taught that the teeth receive nerves through the small hole existing at the end of every root. For children cutting teeth he advised the chewing of hard objects, and thought that the chewing of rather hard materials was good also for the teeth of adults. For fistulas leading to the roots of teeth he suggests various irritant treatments, and, if they do not succeed, recommends the removal of the teeth. He seems to have known much about affections of the gums, and recognizes a benignant and malignant epulis. He thought that one form of epulis was due to inflammation of a chronic character, and suggests that if remedies do not succeed it should be removed. His work is of interest mainly as showing that even at this time, when the desire for information of this kind is usually supposed to have been in abeyance, physicians were gathering information about all sorts even of the minor ailments of mankind, gathering what they had been written about them, commenting on it, adding their own observations, and in general trying to solve the problems as well as they could. Aëtius seems to have had a pretty good idea of diphtheria. He speaks of it in connection with other throat manifestations under the heading of crusty and pestilent ulcers of the tonsils. He divides the anginas generally into 4 kinds. The first consists of inflammation of the fauces with the classic symptoms. The second presents no inflammation of the mouth nor of the fauces, but is complicated by a sense of suffocation, apparently our croup. The third consists of external and internal inflammation of the mouth and throat, extending towards the chin. The fourth is an affection rather of the neck, due to an inflammation of the vertebrae, retropharyngeal abscesses, that may be followed by luxation and is complicated by great difficulty of respiration. All of these have as a common symptom difficulty of swallowing. This is greater in one variety than in another at different times. In certain affections, even "drinks when taken are returned through the nose." Hypertrophy of the tonsils, Aëtius speaks of them as glands, is to be treated by various astringent remedies. but if these fail, the structures should be excised. His description of the excision is rather clear and detailed. The patient should be put in a good full light, and the mouth should be held open and each gland pulled forward by a hook and excised. The operator should be careful, however, only to excise those portions that are beyond the natural size, for if any of the natural substance of the gland is cut into, or if the incision is made beyond the projecting portion of the tonsil, there is grave danger of serious hemorrhage. After excision a mixture of water and vinegar should be kept in the mouth for some time. This should be administered cold in order to prevent the flow of blood. After this, very cold water should be taken. End of Part 1 of 3. Chapter 2 of Old Time Makers of Medicine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Marcetich, September 2009, Alexandria, Virginia. Old Time Makers of Medicine by James Joseph. Chapter 2, Part 2 of 3. In this same book, Chapter L, he treats of foreign bodies in the respiratory and upper digestive tracts. If there is anything in the larynx or the bronchial tubes, the attempt must be made to secure its ejection by the production of coughing or sneezing. If the foreign body can be seen, it should be grasped with a pincers and removed. If it is in the esophagus, Aëtius suggests that the patient should be made to swallow a sponge dipped in grease, or a piece of fat meat, to either of which a string has been attached, in order that the foreign body may be caught and drawn out. If it seems preferable to carry the body on into the stomach, the swallowing of large mouthfuls of fresh bread or other such material is recommended. With regard to goiter, Aëtius has some interesting details. He says that, quote, all tumors occurring in the throat region are called bronchoceles, for every tumor among the ancients was called a cele, and, though the name is common to them, they differ very much from one another. End quote. Some of them are fatty, some of them are pultaceous, some of them are cancerous, and some of them he calls honey tumors, because of a honey-like humor that they contain. Quote, sometimes they are due to a local dilation of the blood vessels, and this is most frequently connected with parturition, apparently being due to the drawing of the breath being prevented or repressed during the most violent pains of the patient. Such local dilation at this point of the veins is incurable, but there are also hard tumors like serous, and malignant tumors, and those of great size. With the exception of these last, all the tumors of this region are easily cured, yielding either to surgery or to remedies. Surgery must be adapted to the special tumor, whether it be honey-like or fatty, or pultaceous. The prognosis of goitrous tumors is much better than might be expected, but evidently Aëtius saw a number of the functional disturbances and enlargements of the thyroid gland, which are so variable in character as apparently to be quite amenable to treatment. Aëtius's treatment of the subject of varicosities is quite complete in its suggestions. Quote, the term varices, end quote, he says, quote, is applied to dilated veins, which occur sometimes in connection with the testes and sometimes in the limbs. Operations on testicular varices patients do not readily consent to. Those on the limbs may be cured in several ways. First, simple section of the skin lying above the dilated vessel is made, and with the hook it is separated from the neighboring tissues and tied. After this, the dilated portion is removed, and pressure applied by means of a bandage. The patient is ordered to remain quiet, but with the legs higher than the head. Some people prefer treatment by means of the cautery." Gurlt, in his History of Surgery, calls attention to the fact that two of our modern methods of treating varicose veins are thus discussed in Aëtius, that by ligation and that by the cautery. The cautery was applied over a space the breadth of a finger at several points along the dilated veins. Aëtius's chapters on obstetrics and gynecology are of special interest, because, while we are prone to think that gynecology particularly is a comparatively modern development of surgery, this surgical authority of the Middle Ages treats it rather exhaustively. His 16th book is for the most part, 111 chapters of it, devoted to these two subjects. He has a number of interesting details in the first 36 chapters with regard to conception, pregnancy, labor, and lactation, which show how practical were the views of the physicians at the time. Gurlt has given us some details of his chapters on diseases of the breast. Aëtius differentiates phagedenic and rodent ulcers and cancer. All of the ordinary forms of phagedenic ulcer yield to treatment, while malignant growths are rendered worse by them. Where ulcers are old, he suggests the removal of their thickened edges by the cautery, for this hastens cure and prevents hemorrhage. With regard to cancer, he quotes from Archigenes and Leonides. He says that these tumors are very frequent in women, and quite rare in men. Even at this time cancer had been observed and recognized in the male breast. He emphasizes the fact that cancerous nodules become prominent and become attached to surrounding tissues. There are two forms, those with ulcer and those without. He describes the enlargement of the veins that follows, the actual varicosities, and the dusky or livid redness of the parts which seem to be soft, but are really very hard. He says that they are often complicated by very painful conditions, and that they cause enlargement of the glands and of the arms. The pain may be spread to the clavicle and the scapula, and he seems to think that it is the pain that causes the enlargement of the glands at a distance. His description of ulcerative cancer of the breast is very striking. He says that it erodes without cause, penetrating ever deeper and deeper, and cannot be stopped until it emits a secretion worse than the poison of wild beasts, copious and abominable to the smell. With these other symptoms pains are present. This form of cancer is especially made worse by drugs and by all manner of manipulation. The paragraph from Leonides quoted by Aëtius gives a description of operation for the cancer of the breast, in which he insists particularly on the extensive removal of tissue and the free use of the cautery. "The cautery is used at first in order to prevent bleeding, but also because it helps to destroy the remains of diseased tissues. When the burning is deep, prognosis is much better. Even in cases where indurated tumors of the breast occur that might be removed without danger of bleeding, it is better to use the cautery freely, though the amputation of such a portion down to the healthy parts may suffice." Aëtius quotes this with approval. Others before Aëtius had suggested the connection between hypertrophy of the clitoris and certain exaggerated manifestations of the sexual instinct, and the development of vicious sexual habits. As might be expected from this first great Christian physician and surgeon, he emphasizes this etiology for certain cases and outlines an operation for it. This operation had been suggested before, but Aëtius goes into it in detail and describes just how the operation should be done. so as to secure complete amputation of the enlarged organ, yet without injury. He warns of the danger of removing more than just the structure itself, because this may give rise to ugly and bothersome scars. After the operation, a sponge wet with astringent wine should be applied, or cold water, especially if there is much tendency to bleeding, and afterwards a sponge with manna or frankincense scattered over it should be bound on. He treats of other pathological conditions of the female genitalia, varicose veins, growths of various kinds, hypertrophy of the portio vaginalis uteri, an operation for which is described, and of various tumors. He describes epithelemia very clearly, enumerates its most frequent locations in their order, lays down its bad prognosis, and hence the necessity for early operation with entire removal of the new growth whenever possible. He feared hemorrhage very much, however, and warns with regard to it, and evidently had had some very unfortunate experiences in the treatment of these conditions. Aëtius seems to have had as thoroughly scientific an interest in certain phases of chemistry, apart from medicine, as any educated physician of the modern time might have. Mr. A. P. Laurie, in his Materials on the Printer's Craft, calls attention to the fact that the earliest reference to the use of drying oil for varnish is made by the physician Aëtius. Aëtius, or Aëtios, to use for the nonce the Greek spelling of his name, which sometimes occurs in medical literature, and should be known, has been the subject of very varied estimation at different times. About the time of the Renaissance he was one of the first of the early writers on medicine accorded the honor of printing, and then was reprinted many times, so that his estimation was very high. With the reawakening of clinical medicine in the 17th century his reputation waxed again, and Boerhaave declared that the works of Aëtius had as much importance for physicians as had the Pandects of Justinian for lawyers. This high estimation had survived almost from the time of the Renaissance, when Cornelius went so far as to say, quote, "Believe me, that whoever is deeply desirous of studying things medical, if he would have the whole of Galen abbreviated, and the whole of Oribasius extended, and the whole of Paulus of Aegina amplified, if he would have all the special remedies of the old physicians, as well in pharmacy as in surgery boiled down to a summa for all affections, he will find it in Aëtius." Naturally enough, this exaggerated estimation was followed by a reaction, in which Aëtius came to be valued at much less than he deserved. After all is taken into account in the vicissitudes of his fame, it is clear, however, that he is one of the most important links in the chain of medical tradition, and himself worthy to be classed among makers of medicine for his personal observations and efforts to pass on the teachings of the old to succeeding generations. Alexander of Tralles. An even more striking example than the life and work of Aëtius as evidence for the encouragement and patronage of medicine in early Christian times is to be found in the career of Alexander of Tralles, whose writings have been the subject of most careful attention in the Renaissance period and in our own, and who must be considered one of the great independent thinkers in medicine. While it is usually assumed that whatever there was of medical writing during the Middle Ages was mere copying and compilation, here at last is a man who could not only judiciously select, but who could critically estimate the value of medical opinions and procedure, and weighing them by his own experience and observation, turn out work that was valuable for all succeeding generations. The modern German school of medical historians have agreed in declaring him an independent thinker and physician, who represents a distinct link in medical tradition. He came of a distinguished family, in which the following of medicine as a profession might be looked upon as hereditary. His father was a physician, and it is probable that there were physicians in preceding generations, and one of his brothers, Dioscoros, was also a successful physician. Altogether 4 of his brothers reached such distinction in their life work that their names have come down to us through nearly 1500 years. The eldest of them was Anthemios, the builder of the great church of Santa Sophia in Constantinople. As this is one of the world's great churches, and still stands for the admiration of men a millennium and a half after its completion, it is easy to understand that Anthemios' reputation is well founded. A second brother was Metrodoros, a distinguished grammarian and teacher, especially of the youthful nobility of Byzantium, as it was then called, or Constantinople, as we have come to call it. A third brother was a prominent jurist, also in Constantinople. The fourth brother, Dioscoros, like Alexander, a physician, remained in his birthplace, Tralles, and acquired there a great practice. It was with his father at Tralles that Alexander received his early medical training. The father of a friend and colleague, Cosmas, who later dedicated a book to Alexander, was also his teacher, while he was in his native city. As a young man, Alexander undertook extensive travels, which led him into Italy, Gaul, Spain, and Africa, everywhere gathering medical knowledge and medical experience. Then he settled down at Rome, probably in an official position, and practiced medicine successfully until a very old age. He was probably 80 years of age when, sometime during the first decade of the 7th century, he died. Puschmann, who has made a special study of Alexander's life and work, suggests that since some of his books have the form of academic lectures, he was probably a teacher of medicine at Rome. As might be expected from what we know of the relations of the rest of the family to the nobility of the time, it is easy to understand, especially in connection with hints in Alexander's favorite modes of therapeutics, that costliness of remedies made no difference to his patients, that he must have had the treatment of some of the wealthiest families in Rome. His principal work is a treatise on the pathology and therapeutics of internal diseases, in 12 books. The first 11 books were evidently material gathered for lectures or teaching of some kind. The 12th book, in which considerable use of Aëtius's writings is made, was written, according to Puschmann, toward the end of Alexander's life, and was meant to contain supplementary matter, comprising especially his views gathered from observation as to the pathology of internal diseases. A shorter treatise of Alexander is with regard to intestinal parasites. There are many printed editions of these books, and many manuscript copies are in existence. Alexander was often quoted during the Middle Ages and in recent years. With the growth of our knowledge of medical history, he has come to be a favorite subject of study. End of Part 2 of 3. Chapter 2 of Old Time Makers of Medicine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Marcetich, September 2009, Alexandria, Virginia. Old Time Makers of Medicine by James Joseph. Chapter 2, Part 3 of 3. Alexander. Alexander's first book of pathology and therapeutics treats of head and brain diseases. For baldness, the first symptom of which is falling out of the hair, he counsels cutting the hair short, washing the scalp vigorously, and the rubbing in of sulfur ointments. For gray hair he suggests certain hair dyes, as nut galls, red wine, and so forth. For dandruff, which he described as the excessive formation of small flake-like scales, he recommends rubbing with wine, with certain salves, and washing with salt water. He gives a good deal of attention to diseases of the nervous system. He has a rather interesting chapter on headache. The affection occurs in connection with fevers, after excess in drinking, and as a consequence of injury to the skull. Besides, it develops as a result of disturbances of the natural processes in the head, the stomach, the liver, and the spleen. Headache, as the first symptom of inflammation of the brain, is often the forerunner of convulsions, delirium, and sudden death. Chronic or recurrent headache occurs in connection with plethora, diseases of the brain, biliousness, digestive disturbances, insomnia, and continued worry. Hemicrania has its origin in the brain because of the presence of toxic materials, and specially their transformation into gaseous substances. It also occurs in connection with abdominal affections. This latter remark particularly is directed to the cases which occur in women. For apoplexy and the consequent paralysis, Alexander considered venesection the best remedy. Massage, rubbings, baths, and warm applications are recommended for the paralytic conditions. He had evidently had considerable experience with epilepsy. It develops either from injuries of the head, or from disturbances of the stomach, or occasionally other parts of the body. When it occurs in nursing infants, nourishment is the best remedy, and he gives detailed directions for the selection of a wet nurse, and very careful directions as to her mode of life. He emphasizes very much the necessity for careful attention to the gastrointestinal tract in many cases of epilepsy. Planned diet and regular bowels are very helpful. He rejects treatment of the condition by surgery of the head, either by trephining or by incisions, or cauterization. Regular exercise, baths, sexual abstinence are the foundation of any successful treatment. It is probable that we have returned to Alexander's treatment of epilepsy much more nearly than is generally thought. There are those who still think that remedies of various kinds do good, but in the large epileptic colonies regular exercise, bland diet, regulation of the bowels, and avoidance of excesses of all kinds, with occupation of the mind, constitute the mainstay of their treatment. Alexander has much to say with regard to phrenitis, a febrile condition complicated by delirium, which, following Galen, he considers an affection of the brain. It is evidently the brain fever of the generations preceding the last, an important element of which was made up of the infectious meningitises. Alexander suggests its treatment by opiates after preliminary venesection, rubbings, lukewarm baths, and stimulating drinks. Every disturbance of the patient must be avoided, and visitors must be forbidden. The patient's room should rather be light than dark. His teaching crops up constantly in the centuries after his time until the end of the 19th century, and while we now understand the causes of the condition better, we can do little more for it than he did. Alexander divided mental diseases into two, the maniacal and melancholic. Mania was, however, really a further development of melancholia, and represented a high grade of insanity. Under melancholy he groups not only what we demonstrate by that term, but also all depressed conditions, and the paranoias, and also many cases of imbecility. The cause of mental diseases was to be found in the blood. He counseled the use of venesection, of laxatives and purgatives, of baths and stimulant remedies. He insisted very much, however, on mental influence in the disease, on change of place and air, visits to the theatre, and every possible form of mental diversion, as among the best remedial measures. After his book on diseases of the head, his most important section is on diseases of the respiratory system. In this he treats first of angina, and recommends as gargles at the beginning light astringents, later stronger astringents, as alum and soda dissolved in warm water should be employed. Warm compresses, venesection from the sublingual veins and from the jugular, and purgatives in severe cases are the further remedies. He treats of cough as a symptom due to hot or cold, dry or wet dyscrasias. Opium preparations carefully used are the best remedies. The breathing in of steam impregnated with various ethereal resins was also recommended. He gives a rather interestingly modern treatment of consumption. He recommends an abundance of milk, with a strong nutritious diet, as digestible as possible. A good auxiliary to this treatment was change of air, a sea voyage, and a stay at a watering place. Asses' and mares' milk are much better for these patients than cows' and goats' milk. There is not enough difference in the composition of these various milks to make their special consumption of import, but it is probable that the suggestive influence of the taking of an unusual milk had a very favorable effect upon patients, and this effect was renewed frequently, so that much good was ultimately accomplished. For hemoptysis, especially when it was acute and due as Alexander thought to the rupture of a blood vessel in the lungs, he recommended the opening of a vein at the elbow or the ankle, in order to divert the blood from the place of rupture to the healthy parts of the circulation. He insisted that the patients must rest, that they should take acid and astringent drinks, that cold compresses should be placed upon the chest, our ice bags, and that they should take only a liquid diet, at most lukewarm, or better, if agreeable to them, cold. When the bleeding stopped, a milk cure was very useful for the restoration of these patients to strength. It is not surprising, then, to find that Alexander suggests a thoroughly rational treatment for pleurisy. He recognizes this as an inflammation of the membrane covering the ribs, and its symptoms are severe pain, disturbance of breathing, and coughing. In certain cases there is severe fever, and Alexander knows of purulent pleurisy, and the fact that when pus is present the side on which it is warmer than the other. Pleurisy can be, he says, rather easily confounded with certain liver affections, but there is a peculiar hardness of the pulse characteristic of pleurisy, and there is no expectoration in liver cases, though it also may be absent in many cases of pleurisy. Sufferers from liver disease usually have a paler color than pleuritics. His treatment consists in venesection, purgatives, and, when pus is formed, local incision. He recommends the laying on of sponges dipped in warm water and the internal use of honey lemonade. Opium should not be used unless the patient suffers from sleeplessness. Some of the general principles of therapeutics that Alexander lays down are very interesting, even from our modern standpoint. Trust should not be placed in any single method of treatment. Every available means of bringing relief to the patient should be tried. Quote, "The duty of the physician is to cool what is hot, to warm what is cold, to dry what is moist, and to moisten what is dry. He should look upon the patient as a besieged city, and try to rescue him with every means that art and science places at his command. The physician should be an inventor, and think out new ways and means by which the cure of the patient's affection and the relief of his symptoms may be brought out." End quote. The most important factor in his therapeutics is diet. Watering places and various forms of mineral waters, as well as warm baths and sea baths, are constantly recommended by him. He took strong ground against the use of many drugs, and the rage for operating. The prophylaxis of disease is, in Alexander's opinion, the important part of the physician's duty. His treatment of fever shows the application of his principle. Cold baths, cold compresses, and a cooling diet were his favorite remedies. He encouraged diaphoresis nearly always, and gave wine and stimulating drugs only when the patient was very weak. He differentiates two kinds of quartan fever. One of these he attributes to an affection of the spleen, because he had noticed that the spleen was enlarged during it, and that, after purgation, the enlarged spleen decreased in size. Alexander was a strong opponent of drastic remedies of all kinds. He did not believe in strong purgatives, nor in profuse and sudden bloodlettings. He opposed arteriotomy for this reason, and refused to employ extensive cauterization. His diagnosis is thorough and careful. He insisted particularly on inspection and palpation of the whole body, on careful examination of the urine, of the feces, and the sputum, on study of the pulse and the breathing. He thought that a great deal might be learned from the patient's history. The general constitution is also of importance. His therapeutics is, above all, individual. Remedies must be administered with careful reference to the constitution, the age, the sex, and the condition of the patient's strength. Special attention must always be paid to nature's efforts to cure, and these must be encouraged as far as possible. Alexander had no sympathy at all with the idea that remedies must work against nature. His position in this matter places him among the dozen men whose name and writings have given them an enduring place in the favor of the profession at all times, when we were not being carried away by some therapeutic fad, or imagining that some new theory solved the whole problem of the causation and cure of disease. Gurlt, in his History of Surgery, has abstracted from Alexander particularly certain phases of what the Germans call external pathology and therapeutics. For instance, Alexander's treatment of troubles connected with the ear is very interesting. Gurlt declares that this chapter alone provides striking evidence for Alexander's practical experience and power of observation, as well as for his knowledge of the literature of medicine. He considers that only a short abstract is needed to show that. For water that has found its way into the external ear, Alexander suggests a mode of treatment that is still popularly used. The patient should stand upon the leg corresponding to the side on which there is water in the ear, and then, with head leaning to that side, should hop or kick out with the other leg. The water may be drawn out by means of suction through a reed. In order to get foreign bodies out of the external auditory canal, an ear spoon or other small instrument should be wrapped in wool and dipped in turpentine or some other sticky material. Occasionally he has seen sneezing, especially if the mouth and nose are covered with a cloth and the head leant toward the affected side, bring about a dislodgment of the foreign body. If these means do not succeed, gentle injections of warm oil or washing out of the canal with honey water should be tried. Foreign bodies may also be removed by means of suction. Insects or worms that find their way into the ear may be killed by injections of acid and oil, or other substances. Gurlt also calls attention to Alexander's careful differentiation of certain very dangerous forms of inflammation of the throat from others which are rather readily treated. He says, quote, "Inflammation of the throat may, under certain circumstances, belong to the severest diseases. The patients succumb to it as a consequence of suffocation, just as if they were choked or hanged. For this reason, perhaps, the affection bears the name synanche, which means constriction." End quote. He then points out various other forms of inflammation of the throat, acute and chronic, suggesting various names of the differential diagnostic signs. One of the most surprising chapters of Alexander's knowledge of pathology and therapeutics is to be found in his treatment of the subject of intestinal worms, which is contained in a letter sent by him to his friend Theodore, whose child was suffering from them. He describes the oxyuris vermicularis with knowledge manifestly derived from personal observation. He dwells on the itching in the region of the anus, caused by the oxyuris, and the fact that they probably find their way into the upper part of the digestive tract because of the soiling of the hands. He knew that the tapeworms often reached great length. He has seen one over 16 feet long, and also that they had a life cycle, so that they existed in two different forms. He describes the roundworms as existing in the intestines, but occasionally wandering into the stomach to be vomited. His vermifuges were the flowers and the seeds of the pomegranate, the seeds of the heliotrope, castor oil, and certain herbs that are still used, by country people, at least, as worm medicines. For roundworms he recommended especially a decoction of Artemisia maritima, coriander seeds, and decoctions of thyme. Our return to thymol for intestinal parasites is interesting. For the oxyuris he prescribed clysters of ethereal oils. We have not advanced much in our treatment of intestinal worms in the 1500 years since Alexander's time. Paul of Aegina. Another extremely important writer in these early medieval times, whose opportunities for study in medicine and for the practice of it were afforded him by Christian schools and Christian hospitals, was Paul of Aegina. He was born on the island of Aegina, hence the name Aeginetus, by which he is commonly known. There used to be considerable doubt as to just when Paul lived, and the dates for his career were placed as widely apart as the 5th and 7th centuries. We know that he was educated at the University of Alexandria. As that institution was broken up at the time of the capture of the city by the Arabs, he cannot have been there later than during the first half of the 7th century. An Arabian writer, Abul Farag, in The Story of the Reign of the Emperor Heraclius, who died 641, says that, quote, "Among the celebrated physicians who flourished at this time was Paulus Aeginetus." End quote. In his works Paul quotes from Alexander of Tralles, so that there seems to be no doubt now that his life must be placed in the 7th century. The most important portion of Paul's work for the modern time is contained in his 6th book on surgery. In this, his personal observations are especially accumulated. Gurlt has reviewed it at considerable length, devoting altogether nearly 30 pages to it, and it well deserves this lengthy abstract. Paul quotes a great many of the writers on surgery before his time, and then adds the results of his own observation and experience. In it one finds careful detailed descriptions of many operations that are usually supposed to be modern. Very probably the description quoted by Gurlt of the method of treating fish bones that have become caught in the throat will give the best idea of how thoroughly practical Paul is in his directions. He says, quote, "It will often happen in eating that fish bones or other objects may be swallowed and get caught in some part of the throat. If they can be seen, they should be removed with the forceps designed for that purpose. Where they are deeper, some recommend that the patient should swallow large mouthfuls of bread or other such food. Others recommend that a clean soft sponge of small circumference, to which a string is attached, be swallowed, and then drawn out by means of the string. This should be repeated until the bone or other object gets caught in the sponge and is drawn out. If the patient is seen immediately after eating, and the swallowed object is not visible, vomiting should be brought on by means of a finger in the throat or irritation with the feather, and then not infrequently the swallowed object will be brought up with the vomit." End quote. In the chapter immediately following this, 33, there is a description of the method of opening the larynx or the trachea with the indications for this operation. The surgeon will know that he has opened the trachea when the air streams out of the wound with some force and the voice is lost. As soon as the danger of suffocation is over, the edges of the wound should be freshened and the skin surfaces brought together with sutures. Only the skin without the cartilage should be sutured, and general treatment for encouraging union should be employed. If the wound fails to heal immediately, a treatment calculated to encourage granulations should be undertaken. This same method of treatment will be of service whenever we happen to have a patient who, in order to commit suicide, has cut his throat. Paul's exact term is, perhaps, best translated by the expression, slashed his larynx. One of the features of Paul's treatise on surgery is his description of a radical operation for hernia. He describes scrotal hernia under the name enterocele, and says that it is due either to a tearing or a stretching of the peritoneum. It may be the consequence either of injury or of violent efforts made during crying. When the scrotum contains only omentum, he calls the condition epiplocele. When it also contains intestine, an epiploenterocele. Hernia that does not descend into the scrotum he calls bubonocele. For operation, the patient should be placed on the back, and the skin of the inguinal region being stretched by an assistant, an oblique incision in the direction in which the blood vessels run should be made. The incision should then be stretched by means of retractors until the contents of the sac can be lifted out. All adhesions should be broken up and the fat be removed, and the hernia replaced within the abdomen. Care should be taken that no loop of intestine is allowed to remain. Then a large needle with double thread made of 10 strands should be run through the middle of the incision in the end of the peritoneum and tied firmly in cross sutures. The outer structures should be brought together with a second ligature, and the lower end of the incision should have a wick placed in it for drainage, and the site of the operation should be covered with an oil bandage. The Arab writer, Abul Farag, to whose references we owe the definite placing of the time when Paul lived, said that, "he had special experience in women's diseases, and had devoted himself to them with great industry and success. The midwives of the time were accustomed to go to him and ask his counsel with regard to accidents that happened during and after parturition. He willingly imparted his information and told them what they should do. For this reason he came to be known as the obstetrician." Perhaps the term should be translated to the man midwife, for it was rather unusual for men to have much knowledge of this subject. His knowledge of the phenomena of menstruation was as wide and definite. He knew a great deal of how to treat its disturbances. He seems to have been the first one to suggest that in metrorrhagia, with severe hemorrhage from the uterus, the bleeding might be stopped by putting ligatures around the limbs. This same method has been suggested for severe hemorrhage from the lungs as well as from the uterus in our own time. In hysteria he also suggested ligature of the limbs, and it is easy to understand that this might be a very strongly suggestive treatment for the severer forms of hysteria. It is possible, too, that the modification of the circulation to the nervous system induced by the shutting off of the circulation in large areas of the body might very well have a favorable physical effect in this affection. Paul's description of the use of the speculum is as complete as that in any modern textbook of gynecology. Further Christian physicians. Another distinguished Christian medical scientist was Theophilus Protosbetherius, who belonged to the court of the Greek Emperor Heraclius in the 7th century. He seems to have had a life very full of interest and surprisingly varied duties. He was a bishop and, at the same time, commander of the imperial bodyguard, and the author of a little work on the fabric of the human body. The most surprising chapter in the history of the book is that for some 2 centuries, in quite modern times, it was used as a textbook of anatomy at the University of Paris. It was printed in a number of editions early in the history of printing, at least one very probably before 1500, and several later. There are very interesting phases of medicine, delightfully surprising in their modernity, to be found here and there in many of these early Christian writers on medicine. For instance, in a compend of medicine written by one Leo, who, under the Emperor Theophilus, seems to have been a prominent physician of Byzantium. The compend was written for a young physician just beginning practice. We find the following classification of hydrops or abdominal dilation. There are 3 kinds. The first is ascites, due to the presence of watery fluid, for which we do paracentesis. Second, tympany, when the abdomen is swollen from the presence of air or gas. This may be differentiated by percussion of the belly. When air is present, the sound given forth is like that of a drum, while in the first form, ascites, the sound is like that from a sack. The word used is the same as for a wine sack. The third form is called anasarca, when the whole body swells." It has often been the subject of misunderstanding as to why medicine should have developed among the Latin Christian nations so much more slowly than among the Arabs during the early Middle Ages. Anyone who knows the conditions in which Christianity came into existence in Italy will not be surprised at that. The Arabs in the East were in contact with Greek thought, and that is eminently prolific and inspiring. At the most, the Christians in Italy got their inspiration at second hand through the Romans. The Romans themselves, in spite of intimate contact with Greek physicians, never made any important contributions to medical science, nor to science of any kind. Their successors, the Christians of Rome and Italy, then could scarcely be expected to do better, hampered especially, as they were, by the trying social conditions created by the invasion of the barbarians from the north. Whenever the Christians were in contact with Greek thought and Greek medicine, above all, as at Alexandria, or in certain of the cities of the Near East, we have distinguished contributions from them. Arabian Christian physicians. That this is not a partial view suggested by the desire to make out a better case for Christianity in its relation to science will be very well understood. Besides, from the fact that a number of the original physicians of Arab stock who attracted attention during the first period of Arabian medicine, that is, during the 8th and 9th centuries, were Christians. There are a series of physicians belonging to the Christian family Baptistua, a name which is derived from Bacht Jesu, that is, servant of Jesus, who, from the middle of the 8th to the middle of the 11th century, acquired great fame. The first of them, George Discordsis, after acquiring fame elsewhere, was called to Baghdad by the Caliph el-Mansur, where, because of his medical skill, he reached the highest honors. His son became the body physician of Harun al-Rashid. In the third generation, Gabriel Discibril acquired fame and did much, as had his father and grandfather, for the medicine of the time, by the translations of the Greek physicians into Arabian. These men may well be said to have introduced Greek medicine to the Mohammedans. It was their teaching that aroused Muslim scholars from the apathy that had characterized the attitude of the Arabian people toward science at the beginning of Mohammedanism. As time went on, the other great Christian medical teachers distinguished themselves among the Arabs. Of these the most prominent was Mesui the Elder, who is known as Janus Damascenus. Both he and his father practiced medicine with great success in Baghdad, and his son became the body physician to Harun al-Rashid, either after or in conjunction with Gabriel Baptistua. Like his colleague or predecessor in official position, he too made translations from the Greek into Arabic. Another distinguished Arabian Christian physician was Saparian the Elder. He was born in Damascus and flourished about the middle of the 9th century. He wrote a book on medicine called the Aggregator, or Breviarium, or Practica Medicinae, which appeared in many printed editions within the century after the invention of printing. During the 9th century, also, we have an account of Honain ben Ishak, who is known in the West as Johannitius. After traveling much, especially in Greece and Persia, he settled in Baghdad, and, under the patronage of the Caliph Mamum, made many translations. He translated most of the old Greek medical writers, and also certain of the Greek philosophic and mathematical works. The accuracy of his translations became a proverb. His compendium of Galen was the textbook of medicine in the West for many centuries. It was known as the Isagoge in artem parvam Galeni. His son, Ishak ben Honin, and his nephew, Hobaish, were also famous as medical practitioners and translators. Still another of these Arabian Christians, who acquired a reputation as writers in medicine, was Al-Kindis. He wrote with regard to nearly everything, however, and so came to be called the philosopher. He is said altogether to have written and translated about 200 works, of which 22 treat of medicine. He was a contemporary of Honin ben Ishak in the 9th century. Another of the great 9th century Christian physicians and translators from the Greek was Kostaben Luka. He was of Greek origin, but lived in Armenia and made translations from Greek into Arabic. Nearly all of these men took not alone medical science, but the whole round of physical science, for their special subject. A typical example in the 9th century was Abusan ben Korra, many of whose family during succeeding generations attracted attention as scholars. He became the astronomer and physician of the Caliph Motahid. His translations in medical literature were mainly excerpts from Hippocrates and Galen meant for popular use. These Christian translators, thoroughly scientific as far as their times permitted them to be, were wonderfully industrious in their work as translators, great teachers in every sense of the word, and they are the men who form the traditions on which the greater Arabian physicians from Rhazes onward were educated. It would be easy to think that these men, occupied so much with translations and intent on the reintroduction of Greek medicine, might have depended very little on their own observations and been very impractical. All that is needed to counteract any such false impression, however, is to know something definite about their books. Gurlt, in his History of Surgery, has some quotations from Serapion the Elder, who is often quoted by Rhazes. In the treatment of hemorrhoids, Serapion advises ligature, and insists that they must be tied with a silk thread or with some other strong thread, and then relief will come. He says some people burn them medicinis acutis, touching with acids, as some do even yet, and some incise them with a knife. He prefers the ligature, however. He calmly discusses the removal of stones from the kidney by incision of the pelvis of the kidney through an opening in the loin. He considers the operation very dangerous, however, but seems to think the removal of a stone from the bladder a rather simple procedure. His description of the technique of the use of a catheter and of a stylet with it, and apparently also of a guide for it in difficult cases, is extremely interesting. He suggests the opening of the bladder in the median line, midway between the scrotum and the anus, and the placing of a cannula therein, so as to permit drainage until healing occurs. Even this brief review of the careers and the writings of the physicians of early Christian times shows how well the tradition of old Greek medicine was being carried on. There was much to hamper the cultivation of science in the disturbances of the time, the gradual breaking up of the Roman Empire, and the replacement of the peoples of southern Europe by the northern nations who had come in. Yet in spite of all this, medical tradition was well preserved. The most prominent of the conservators were themselves men whose opinions on problems of practical medicine were often of value. and whose powers of observation frequently cannot but be admired. There is absolutely no trace of anything like opposition to the development of medical science or medical practice, but, on the contrary, everywhere among political and ecclesiastical authorities we find encouragement and patronage. The very fact that in the storm and stress of the succeeding centuries manuscript copies of the writings of the physicians of this time were preserved for us in spite of the many vicissitudes to which they were subjected from fire and war and accidents of various kinds for hundreds of years, until the coming of printing, shows in what estimation they were held. During this time they owed their preservation to churchmen, for the libraries and the copying rooms were all under ecclesiastical control. End of Part 3 of 3. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Old Time Makers of Medicine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Marsatich, September 2009, Alexandria, Virginia. Old Time Makers of Medicine by James Joseph. Chapter 3. Great Jewish Physicians. Part 1 of 2. Any account of old-time makers of medicine without a chapter on the Jewish physicians would indeed be incomplete. They are among the most important factors in medieval medicine, representing one of the most significant elements of medical progress. In spite of the disadvantages under which their race labored because of the popular feeling against them on the part of the Christians in the earlier centuries, and of the Mohammedans later, men of genius from the race succeeded in making their influence felt not only in their own times, but accomplished so much in making and writing medicine as to influence many subsequent generations. Living the segregated life that as a rule they had to, from the earliest times, the ghettos have only disappeared in the 19th century, it would seem almost impossible for them to have done great intellectual work. It is one of the very common illusions, however, that great intellectual work is accomplished mainly in the midst of comfortable circumstances and as the result of encouraging conditions. Most of our great makers of medicine at all times, and never more so than during the past century, have been the sons of the poor, who have had to earn their own living, as a rule, before they reached manhood, and who have always had the spur of that necessity which has been so well called the mother of invention. Their hard living conditions probably rather favored than hampered their intellectual accomplishments. It is not unlikely that the difficult personal circumstances in which the Jews were placed had a good deal to do at all times with stimulating their ambitions and making them accomplish all that was in them. Certain it is that at all times we find a wonderful power in the people to rise above their conditions. With them, however, as with other peoples, luxury, riches, comfort, bring a surfeit to initiative, and the race does not accomplish so much. At various times in the Middle Ages, particularly, we find Jewish physicians doing great work and obtaining precious acknowledgment for it in spite of the most discouraging conditions. Later it is not unusual to find that there has been a degeneration into mere money-making as the result of opportunity and consequent ease and luxury. At a number of times, however, both in Christian and in Mohammedan countries, great Jewish physicians arose where names have come to us and with whom every student of medicine who wants to know something about the details of the course of medical history must be familiar. There are men among them who must be considered among the great lights of medicine, significant makers always of the art, and also in nearly all cases of the science of medicine. A little consideration of the history of the Jewish people and their great documents eliminates any surprise there may be with regard to their interest in medicine and successful pursuit of it during the Middle Ages. The two great collections of Hebrew documents, the Old Testament and the Talmud, contain an immense amount of material with reference to medical problems of many kinds. Both of these works are especially interesting because of what they have to say of preventive medicine, and with regard to the recognition of disease. Our prophylaxis and diagnosis are important scientific departments of medicine dependent on observation rather than on theory. While therapeutics has wandered into all sorts of absurdities, the advances made in prophylaxis and in diagnosis have always remained valuable, and though at times they have been forgotten, rediscovery only emphasizes the value of preceding work. It is because of what they contain with regard to these two important medical subjects that the Old Testament and the Talmud are landmarks in the history of medicine as well as of religion. Boz, in his Outlines of the History of Medicine, says, quote, "It corresponds to the reality in both the actual and chronological point of view to consider the books of Moses as the foundation of sanitary science. The more we have learned about sanitation in the prophylaxis of disease and in the prevention of contagion in the modern time, the more have we come to appreciate highly the teachings of these old times on such subjects. Moses made a masterly exposition of the knowledge necessary to prevent contagious disease when he laid down the rules with regard to leprosy, first as to careful differentiation, then as to isolation, and finally as to disinfection, after it had come to be sure that cure had taken place. The great lawgiver could insist emphatically that the keeping of the laws of God not only was good for a man's soul, but also for his body." With this tradition familiarly known, and deeply studied by the mass of the Hebrew people, it is no surprise to find that when the next great Hebrew development of religious writing came in the Talmud during the earlier Middle Ages, that it also contains much with regard to medicine, not a little of which is so close to absolute truth as never to be out of date. Friedenwald, in his Jewish Physicians and the Contributions of the Jews to the Science of Medicine, a lecture delivered before the Gratz College of Philadelphia 15 years ago, summed up from Boz's History of Medicine the instructions in the Talmud with regard to health and disease. The summary represents so much more of genuine knowledge of medicine and surgery than might be expected at the early period at which it was written, during the first and second century of our era, that it seems well to quote it at some length. Quote, "Fever was regarded as nature's effort to expel morbific matter and restore health, which is a much safer interpretation of fever, from a practical point of view, than most of the theories bearing on this point that have been taught up to a very recent period. They attributed the halting in the hind legs of a lamb to a callosity formed around the spinal cord. This was a great advance in the knowledge of the physiology of the nervous system, and emetic was recommended as the best remedy for nausea. In many cases, no better remedy is known today. They taught that a sudden change in diet was injurious, even if the quality brought by the change was better. That milk fresh from the udder was the best. The Talmud describes jaundice and correctly ascribes it to the retention of bile, and speaks of dropsy as due to the retention of urine. It teaches that atrophy or rupture of the kidneys is fatal. Induration of the lungs, tuberculosis, was regarded as incurable. Suppuration of the spinal cord had an early, grave meaning. Rabies was known. The following is a description given of the dog's condition. His mouth is open. The saliva opens from his mouth. His ears drop. His tail hangs between his legs. He runs sideways, and the dogs bark at him. Others say that he barks himself, and that his voice is very weak. No man has appeared who could say that he has seen a man live who was bitten by a mad dog. The description is good, and this prognosis as to hydrophobia in man has remained unaltered till our day, when Pasteur published his startling revelation. The anatomical knowledge of the Talmudists was derived chiefly from dissection of the animals. As a very remarkable piece of practical anatomy, for its very early date, is the procuring of the skeleton from the body of a prostitute by the process of boiling, by Rabbi Ishmael, a physician, at the close of the first century. He gives the number of bones as 252 instead of 232. The Talmudists knew the origin of the spinal cord at the foramen magnum and its form of termination. They describe the esophagus as being composed of two coats. They speak of the pleura as the double covering of the lungs, and mention the special coat of fat about the kidneys. They had made progress in obstetrics, described monstrosities and congenital deformities, practiced version, evisceration, and Caesarean section upon the dead and upon the living mother. A. H. Israels has clearly shown in his Dissertatio Historico-Medica Inauguralis that Caesarean section, according to the Talmud, was performed among the Jews with safety to mother and child. The surgery of the Talmud includes a knowledge of dislocation of the thigh bone, contusions of the skull, perforation of the lungs, esophagus, stomach, small intestines, and gallbladder, wounds of the spinal cord, windpipe, of fractures of the ribs, etc. They described imperforate anus and how it was to be relieved by operation. Chanina ben Chania inserted natural and wooden teeth as early as the 2nd century C.E." There is a famous summing up of the possibilities of life and happiness in the Talmud that has been often quoted, its possible wanting in gallantry being set down to the times in which it was written. "Life is compatible with any disease, provided the bowels remain open, any kind of pain, provided the heart remain unaffected, any kind of uneasiness, provided the head is not attacked, all manner of evils, except it be a bad woman." There are many other interesting suggestions in the Talmud. Sometimes they have come to be generally accepted in the modern time, sometimes they are only curious notions that have not, however, lost all their interest. The crucial incision for carbuncle is a typical example of the first class, and the suggestion of the removal of superfluous fat from within the abdomen or in the abdominal wall itself by operation is another. That they had some idea of the danger of sepsis may be gathered from the fact that they suspected iron surgical instruments and advised the use of others of less enduring character. The Talmud itself was indeed a sort of encyclopedia in which was gathered knowledge of all kinds from many sources. It was not particularly a book of medicine, though it contained so many medical ideas. In many parts of it, the author's regard for science is emphatically expressed. Landau, in his History of Jewish Physicians, closes his account of the Talmud with this paragraph: "I conclude this brief review of Talmudic medicine with some reference to how high the worth of science was valued in this much misunderstood work. In one place we have the expression, 'Occupation with science means more than sacrifice.' In another, 'Science is more than priesthood and kingly dignity.'" After all this of national tradition in medicine before and after Christ, it is only what we might quite naturally expect to find, that there is scarcely a century of the Middle Ages which does not contain at least one great Jewish physician, and sometimes there are more. Many of these men made distinct contributions to medical science, and their names have been held with high estimation ever since. Perhaps I should say that they were held in high estimation until that neglect of historical studies which characterized the 18th century developed, and that there has been a reawakening of interest in our time. We forget this curious decadence of the later 17th and 18th centuries which did so much to obscure history, and especially the history of the sciences. Fortunately the scholars of the 16th and early 17th centuries accomplished successfully the task of printing many of the books of these old-time physicians, and secured their publication in magnificent editions. These were bought eagerly by scholars and libraries all over Europe, in spite of the high price they commanded in the era of slow, laborious printing. The Renaissance exhibits some of its most admirable qualities in its reverence for these old workers in science, and above all for the careful preparation by its scholars of the text of these first editions of old-time physicians. The works have often been thus literally preserved for us, for some of them at least would have disappeared among the vicissitudes of the intervening time, most of which was anything but favorable to the preservation of old-time works, no matter what their content or value. During the second and third centuries of our era, while the Talmudic writings were taking shape, three great Jewish physicians came into prominence. The first of them, Chanina, was a contemporary of Galen. According to tradition, as we have said, he inserted both natural and artificial teeth before the close of the second century. The two others were Rob or Ra and Samuel. Rob has the distinction of having studied his anatomy from the human body. According to tradition, he did not hesitate to spend large sums of money in order to procure subjects for dissection. At this time it is very doubtful whether Galen, though only of the preceding generation, ever had the opportunity to study more than animals or, at most, a few human bodies. Samuel, the third of the group, was an intimate friend of Rob's, perhaps a disciple, and his fame depends rather on his practice of medicine than of research in medical science. He was noted for his practical development of two specialties that cannot but seem to us rather distant from each other. His reputation as a skillful obstetrician was only surpassed by the estimation in which he was held as an oculist. He seems to have turned to astronomy as a hobby, and was highly honored for his knowledge of this science. Probably there is nothing commoner in the story of great Jewish physicians than their successful pursuit of some scientific subject as a hobby and reaching distinction in it. Their surplus intellectual energy needed an outlet besides their vocation, and they got a rest by turning to some other interest, often accomplishing excellent results in it. Like most great students with a hobby, The majority of them were long-lived. Their lives are a lesson to a generation that fears intellectual overwork. During the fourth century we have a number of very interesting traditions with regard to a great Jewish physician, Abba Omna, to whom patients flocked from all over the world. He seems particularly to have been anxious to make his services available to the scholars of his time. He looked upon them as brothers in spirit, fellow laborers whose investigations were as important to his own, and whose labors for mankind he hoped to extend by the helpfulness of his profession, in order that it might be easy for them to come to him without feeling abashed by their poverty, and yet so that they might pay him anything that they thought they were able to. He hung up a box in his anteroom in which each patient might deposit whatever he felt able to give. His kindliness towards men became the foundation for many legends. Needless to say, he was often imposed upon, but that seems to have made no difference to him, and he went on straightforwardly doing what he thought he ought to do, regardless of the devious ways of men, even those whom he was generously assisting. While we do not know much of his scientific medicine, we do know that he was a fine example of a practitioner of medicine on the highest professional lines. With the foundations of the school at Djourn-Dissabor in Arabistan, or Khuzestan by the Persian monarch Croesus, some Jewish physicians come into prominence as teachers, and this is one of the first important occasions in history when they teach side by side with Christian colleagues. Djourn-Dissabor seems distant from us now, lying as it does in the province just above the head of the Persian Gulf, and it is a little hard to understand its becoming a center of culture and education, yet according to well-grounded historical traditions, students flocked here from all parts of the world, and its medical instruction particularly became famous. According to the documents and traditions that we possess, clinical teaching was the most significant feature of the schoolwork and made it famous. As a consequence, graduates from here were deemed fully qualified to become professors in other institutions and were eagerly sought by various medical schools in the East. With the rise of the strong political power of the Mohammedans, enough of peace came to the East, at least to permit the cultivation of arts and sciences to some extent again, and then at once the eminence of Jewish physicians, both as teachers and practitioners of medicine, once more becomes manifest. The first of the race who comes into prominence is Masr Jawa ibn Jejal of Basra. To him we owe probably more than to anyone else the preservation of old scientific writings and the cultivation of arts and sciences by the Mohammedans. He prevailed on Caliph Moawiyah I, whose physician he had become, to cause many foreign works, and especially those written in Greek, to be translated into Arabic. He seems to have taken a large share of the labor of the translation on himself, and prevailed upon his pupil, the son of Moawiyah, to translate some works on chemistry. The translation for which Masr Jawa is best known is that of the Pandects of Harun, a physician of Alexandria. The translation of this work was made toward the end of the 7th century. Unfortunately, the Pandects has not come down to us, either in original or translation, but we have fragments of the translation preserved by Rhazes, the distinguished Arabian medical writer and physician of the 9th century, and there seems no doubt that it contained the first good description of smallpox, a chapter in medicine that is often, though incorrectly, attributed to Rhazes himself. Rhazes quoted Maser Jawah freely, and evidently trusted his declarations implicitly. The succeeding caliphs of the first Arabian dynasty did not exhibit the same interest in education, and above all in science, that characterized Muawiyah. Political ambition and the desire for military glory seem to have filled up their thoughts, and perhaps they had not the good fortune to fall under the influence of physicians so wise and learned as Maser Jawah. More probably, however, they themselves lacked interest. Toward the end of the seventh century they were succeeded by the Abbasides. Al-Mansur, the second caliph of this dynasty, was attacked by a dangerous disease and sent for a physician of the Nestorian school. After his restoration to health he became a liberal patron of science, and especially medical science. The new city of Baghdad, which had become the capital of the realm of the Abbasides, was enriched by him with a large number of works on medicine, which he caused to be translated from the Greek. He did not confine himself to medicine, however, and also brought about translations of works with regard to other sciences. One of these, astronomy, was a favorite. He made it a particular point to search out and encourage the translation of such books as had not previously been translated from Greek into Arabic. While he provided a translation of Ptolemy, he also had translations made of Aristotle and Galen. It is not surprising, then, that the school of Baghdad became celebrated. Jewish physicians seem to have been most prominent in its foundation, and the most distinguished product of it is Isaac ben Emran, almost as celebrated as a philosopher as he is as a physician. One of his expressions with regard to the danger of a patient having two physicians whose opinions disagree with regard to his illness has been deservedly preserved for us. Zaid, an emir of one of the chief cities of the Arabs in Barbary, fell ill of a tertian fever, and called Isaac and another physician in consultation. Their opinions were so widely in disaccord that Isaac refused to prescribe anything, and when the emir, who had great confidence in him, demanded the reason, he replied, quote, "Disagreement of two physicians is more deadly than a tertian fever." End quote. This Isaac, who is said to have died in 799, is the great Jewish physician, one of the most important members of the profession in the 8th century. His principal work was with regard to poisons and the symptoms caused by them. This is often quoted by medical writers in the after time. End of Part 1 of 2. Chapter 3 of Old-Time Makers of Medicine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Marsatich, September 2009, Alexandria, Virginia. Old-Time Makers of Medicine by James Joseph. Chapter 3. Great Jewish Physicians, Part 2 of 2. The prominent Jewish physician of the 9th century was Joshua ben Nun. Harun al-Rashid, whose attempts to secure justice for his people are the subject of so much legendary lore, and whose place in history may be best recalled by the fact that he is a contemporary of Charlemagne, was particularly interested in medicine. He founded the city of Taurus as a memorial of the cure of his wife. He was a generous patron of the school of John Disabor, and established a medical school also at Baghdad. He provided good salaries for the professors, insisted on careful examinations, and raised the standard of medical education for a time to a noteworthy degree. The greatest teacher of this school at Baghdad was Joshua ben Nun, sometimes known as the Rabbi of Seleucia. His teaching attracted many students to Baghdad, and his fame as one of the great practitioners of medicine of this time brought many patients. Among his disciples was John Mousset, whose Arabian name is so different, Yahya ben Masovia, that in order to avoid confusion in reading it, it is important to know both. Almost better known, perhaps, at this time was Abu Joseph Jacob ben Isaac Kendi. Fortunately for the aftertime, these men devoted themselves not only to their own observations and writings, but made a series of valuable translations. Joshua ben Nun seems to have been particularly zealous in this matter, following the example of Maser Jawa of Basra. Baghdad then became a center for Arabian culture. Mahmud, one of Harun's successors, provided in Baghdad a refuge for the learned men of the East who were disturbed by the wars and troubles of the time. He became a liberal patron of literature and education. When the Emperor Michael III of Constantinople was conquered in battle, one of the obligations imposed upon him was to send many camel loads of books to Baghdad, and Aristotle and Plato were studied devotedly and translated into Arabic. The era of culture affected not only the capital but all the cities, and everywhere throughout the Arabian Empire schools and academies sprang up. We have records of them at Basra, Samarkand, Ispahan. From here the thirst for education spread to other cities ruled by the Mohammedans, and each town became affected by it. Alexandria, the cities of the Barbary states, those of Sicily and Provence, where Moorish influences were prominent, and of distant Spain, Cordova, Seville, Toledo, Granada, Saragossa, all took up the rivalry for culture, which made this a glorious period in the history of the intellectual life. Already, in the chapter on Great Physicians in Early Christian Times, I have pointed out that many of the teachers of the Arabs were Christian physicians. Here it is proper to emphasize the other important factor in Arabian medicine, the Jewish physicians, who influenced the great Arabian rulers, and were the teachers of the Arabs in medicine and science generally. These Christian and Jewish physicians particularly encouraged the translation of the works of the great Greek physicians, and thus kept the Greek medical tradition from dying out. It is not until the end of the ninth or even the beginning of the 10th century that we begin to have important contributors to medicine from among the Arabs themselves. Even at this time they have distinguished rivals among Jewish physicians. Indeed, these acquired such a reputation that they became the physicians to monarchs and even high ecclesiastics, and we find them nearly everywhere throughout Europe. Their success was so great that it is not surprising that after a time the vogue of the Jewish physicians should have led to jealousy of them and to the passage of laws and decrees limiting their sphere of activity. The great Jewish physician of the ninth century was Isaac ben Solomon, better known as Isaac el-Israeli, and who is sometimes spoken of as Disraeli. He was a pupil of Isaac ben Amram the Younger, probably a grandson of another Ben Isaac Amran, who, after having become famous in Baghdad, went to Cairo and became the physician of the Emir Jadeth III. The younger Isaac established a school, and it was with him that Israeli obtained his introduction to medicine. He practiced first as an oculist and then became a body physician to the Sultan of Morocco. Because of the sympathy of his character and his unselfishness, he acquired great popularity. Hyrtl refers to him respectfully as "that scholarly son of Israel." Curiously enough, considering racial feeling in the matter, he never married, and when asked why he had not, and whether he did not think that he might regret it, he replied, "I have written 4 books through which my memory will be better preserved than it would be by descendants." The 4 books are his "Treatise on Fevers," his "Treatise on Simple Medicines and Ailments," a "Treatise on the Elements," and a "Treatise on the Urine." Besides these, we have from him shorter works, "On the Pulse," "On Melancholy," and "On Dropsy." His hope with regard to his fame from these works was fulfilled, for they were printed as late as 1515 at Leyden, and Sprengel declared them the best compendium of simple remedies and the diet that we have from the Arabian times. One of his translators into Latin has called him the monarch of physicians. Some of his maxims are extremely interesting in the light of modern notions on the same subjects. He declared emphatically that "the most important duty of the physician is to prevent illness. Most patients get better without much help from the physician by the power of nature." He emphasized his distrust of using many medicines at the same time in the hope that some of them would do good. He laid it down as a rule, "Employ only one medicine at a time in all your cases, and note its effects carefully." He was as wise with regard to medical ethics as therapeutics. He advised a young physician, "Never speak unfavorably of other physicians. Every one of us has his lucky and unlucky hours." It is pleasant to learn that the old gentleman lived to fill out a full 100 years of life, and that in his declining years he was surrounded by the good will and the affection of many who had learned to know his precious qualities of heart and mind. More than of any other class of physicians do we find the large human sympathies of the Jewish physicians of the Middle Ages praised by their contemporaries and succeeding generations. During the next centuries a number of Jewish physicians became prominent, though none of them until Maimonides impressed themselves deeply upon the medical life of their own and succeeding centuries. Very frequently they were the physicians to royal personages. Zedkias, for instance, was the physician to Louis the Pious, and later to his son Charles the Bald. His reputation as a physician was great enough to give him the popular estimation of a magician, but it did not save him from the accusations of having poisoned Charles when that monarch died suddenly. There seemed to be no good grounds, however, for the accusation. There were a number of schools of medicine in Sicily and the southern part of Italy in which Jewish, Arabian, and Christian physicians taught side by side. One of these teachers was Jude Sabbatai ben Abraham, usually known by the name of Donolo, who was famous both as a writer on medicine and on astronomy. Donolo studied and probably taught at Tarentum, and there were similar schools at Palermo, at Bari, and then later on the mainland at Salerno. The foundation of Salerno, in which Jewish physicians also took part, we shall discuss later in the special chapter devoted to that subject. One of the great translators whose work meant very much for the medical science of his own and succeeding generations was the distinguished Jewish physician Faraj ben Salim, sometimes spoken of as Faraci Farragut or Ferrarius, who was born at Girgenti in Sicily. He made his medical studies in Salerno, and did his work under the patronage of Charles of Anjou toward the end of the 13th century. His greatest work is the translation of the whole on the continens of Rhazes. The translation is praised as probably the best of its time made in the Middle Ages. Faraj came at the end of a great century, when the intellectual life of Europe had reached a high power of expression, and it is not surprising that he should have proved equal to his environment. This translation has also some additions made by Faraj himself, notably a glossary of Arabian names. In Spain also, Jewish physicians rose to distinction. The most distinguished in the tenth century was Chazdai ben Shaprut. Like many of the great physicians of this time, he had studied astronomy as well as the medical sciences. He became the physician of the Caliph Abd-ur-Rahman III of Cordova. He seems also to have exercised some of the functions of prime minister to the Caliph, and took advantage of diplomatic relations between his sovereign and the Byzantine emperor to obtain some works of Dioscorides. These he translated into Arabian with the help of a Greek monk whom he seems to have secured through the diplomatic relations. Undoubtedly he did much to usher in that enthusiasm for education and study which characterized the next centuries, the 11th and 12th, at Cordova in Spain, when such men as Avenzoar, Avicenna, and Averroes attracted the attention of the educational world of the time. Jewish writers have sometimes claimed one of the most distinguished of these, Avenzoar himself, as a Jew, but Hyrtl and other good authorities consider him of Arabic extraction and point to the fact that his ancestors bore the name of Mohammed. This is not absolutely conclusive evidence, but because of it I have preferred to class Avenzoar among the Arabian physicians. The one historical fact of importance for us is that everywhere in Europe at the time Jews were being accorded opportunities for the study and practice of medicine. There are local incidents of persecution, but we are not so far away from the feelings that brought these about as to misunderstand them or to think that they were anything more than local, popular manifestations. The more we know about the details of the medical history of these times, the deeper is the impression of academic freedom and of opportunities for liberal education. Much has been said about the intolerance of ecclesiastical authorities toward the Jews, and of the church decrees that either absolutely forbade their practice of the medical profession and their devotion to scientific study, or at least made these pursuits much more difficult for them than for others. Of course it has to be conceded, even by those who most insistently urge the existence of formal legislation in the matter, that in spite of these decrees and intolerance and opposition, Jews continued to practice medicine and to be the chosen physicians of kings and even of high ecclesiastical dignitaries, as well indeed of the popes themselves. This, it is usually declared, must be attributed to the surpassing skill of the Jewish physicians, causing men to overcome their prejudices and override even their own legal regulations. There is no doubt at all about the skill of Jewish physicians at many times during the Middle Ages. There is no doubt also of the sentiment of opposition that often developed between the Christian peoples and the Jews. Any excuse is good enough to justify men, to themselves at least, in putting obstacles in the paths of those who are more successful than they are themselves. Religion often became a cloak for ill will and persecution. The state of affairs that has been presumed, however, according to which laws and decrees were being constantly issued forbidding the practice of medicine to Jews by the ecclesiastical authorities, while at the same time they themselves, and those who were nearest to them, were employing Jewish physicians, is an absurdity that on the face of it calls for investigation of the conditions and from its very appearance would indicate that the ordinary historical assumption in the matter must be wrong. I have been at some pains, then, to try to find out just what were the conditions in Europe with regard to the practice of medicine by the Jews. There is no doubt that at Salerno, where the influence of the Benedictines was very strong, and where the influence of the popes and the ecclesiastical authorities was always dominant, full liberty of studying and teaching was from the earliest days allowed to the Jews. Down at Montpellier it seems clear that Jewish physicians had a large part in the foundation of the medical school, and continued for several centuries to be most important factors in the maintenance of its reputation and the upbuilding of that fame which draws students from even distant parts of Europe to this medical school in the south of France. During the ninth, 10th, 11th, and 12th centuries, Jewish physicians were frequently in attendance on kings and the higher nobility, on bishops and archbishops, cardinals, and even popes. Every now and then the spirit of intolerance among the populace was aroused, and occasionally the death of some distinguished patient while in a Jewish physician's hands was made the occasion for persecution. We must not forget, after all, that even as late as Elizabeth's time, when Shakespeare wrote The Merchant of Venice, he was taking advantage of the popular sentiment aroused by the execution of Lopez, the Queen's physician, for a real or supposed participation in a plot against Her Majesty's life. Shylock was presented the next season for the sake of adventitious popularity that would thus accrue to the piece. The character was played so as to depict all the worst traits of the Jew, and was scornfully laughed at every representation. This is an index of the popular feeling of the time. Bitter intolerance of the Jew has continued. Down almost to our own time the ghettos have existed in Europe, and popular tumults against them continue to occur. Quite needless to say, these do not depend on Christianity, but on defective human nature. During the Middle Ages, the best possible criterion of the attitude of the Church authorities towards the Jews is to be found in the legislation of Pope Innocent III. He is the greatest of the popes of the Middle Ages. He shaped the policy of the Church much more than any other. His influence was felt for many generations after his own time. His famous edict with regard to them was well known. "Let no Christian by violence compel them to come dissenting or unwilling to baptism. Further, let no Christian venture maliciously to harm their persons without a judgment of the civil power, or to carry off their property, or change their good customs which they have hitherto in that district which they inhabit." Innocent himself and several of his predecessors and successors are known to have had Jewish physicians. Example speaks even louder than precept, and the example of such men must have been a wonderful advertisement for the Jewish physicians of the time. Besides Innocent III, many of the popes of the 12th and 13th centuries issued similar decrees as to the Jews. It may be recalled that this was the time when the papacy was most powerful in Europe, and when its decrees had most weight in all countries. Alexander II, Gregory IX, and Innocent IV all issued formal documents demanding the protection of the Jews, and especially insisting that they must not be forced to receive baptism nor disturbed in the celebration of their festivals. Clement VI did the same thing in the next century, and even offered them a refuge from persecution throughout the rest of France at Avignon. Distinguished Jewish scholars, who know the whole story from careful study, have given due credit to the popes for all that they did for their people. They have even declared that, if the Jews were not exterminated in many of the European countries, it was because of the protection afforded by the Church. We have come to realize in recent years that persecution of the Jews is not at all a religious matter, but is due to racial prejudice and jealousy of their success by the peoples among whom they settle. All sorts of pretexts are given for this persecution at all times. Formal church documents and the personal activities of the responsible church officials show that during the Middle Ages the Church was a protector and not a persecutor of the Jews. There is abundant historical authority for the statement that the popes were uniformly beneficent in their treatment of the Jews. In order to demonstrate this, there is no need to quote Catholic historians, for non-Catholics have been rather emphatic in bringing it out. Neander, the German Protestant historian, for instance, said, quote, "It was a ruling principle with the popes, after the example of their great predecessor, Gregory the Great, to protect the Jews in the rights which had been conceded to them. When the banished popes of the 12th century returned to Rome, the Jews went forth in their holiday garments to meet them, bearing before them the Thora, and Innocent II, on an occasion of this sort, blessed them." English non-Catholic historians can be quoted to the same effect. The Anglican Dean Milman, for instance, said, quote, "Of all European sovereigns, the popes, with some exceptions, have pursued the most humane policy towards the Jews. In Italy, and even in Rome, they have been more rarely molested than in the other countries." Hallam has expressed himself to the same effect, especially as regards the protection afforded to the Jew by the laws of the Church from the injustice of those around him. Laws sometimes fail of their purpose, and the persecuting spirit of the populace is often hard to control, but everything that the central authority could do to afford protection was done, and essential justice was enshrined in the Church laws. Prominent ecclesiastics would naturally follow the lines laid down by their papal superiors. The attitude of those whose lives mark epochs in the history of Christianity, and who had more to do almost with the shaping of the policy of the Church at many times than the popes themselves, can be quoted readily to this same effect. Neander has called particular attention to St. Bernard's declarations with regard to the evils that would follow any tolerance of such an abuse as the persecution of the Jews. Quote, "The most influential men of the Church protested against such unchristian fanaticism, when the Abbot Bernard of Clairvaux was rousing up the spirit of the nations to embark in the Second Crusade, and issued for this purpose, in the year 1146, his letters to the Germans (East Franks). He at the same time warned them against the influence of those enthusiasts who strove to inflame the fanaticism of the people. He declaimed against the false zeal, without knowledge, which impelled them to murder the Jews, a people who ought to be allowed to live in peace in that country." But it has been said that there are decrees against Jewish physicians issued especially in the south of France by various councils and synods of the Church. Attention needs to be called at once to the fact that these are entirely local regulations and have nothing to do with the attitude of the Church as a whole, but represent what the ecclesiastical authorities of a particular part of the country deem necessary for some special reason in order to meet local conditions. Indeed, at the end of the 13th and the early 14th century, when these decrees were being issued at France, full liberty was allowed in Italy, and there were no restrictions either as to medical practice or education founded on adhesion to Judaism. What need to be realized in order to understand the issuance of certain local ecclesiastical regulations forbidding Jews to practice medicine are the special conditions which developed in France at this time. Many Jews had emigrated from Spain to France, and the reputation acquired by Jewish physicians at Montpellier led to a number of the race taking up the practice of medicine without any further qualification than the fact that they were Jews. That gave them a reputation for curative powers of itself because of the fame of some Jewish doctors and their employment by the nobility and the highest ecclesiastics. It was hard to regulate these wandering physicians. As a consequence of this, the faculty at Paris, always jealous of its own rights and those of its students, at the beginning of the 14th century absolutely forbade Jews from practicing on Christian patients within its jurisdiction. Of course, the faculty of the University of Paris was dominated by ecclesiastical authorities. The medical school was, however, almost entirely independent of ecclesiastical influence, and was besides largely responsible for this decree. It was felt that something had to be done to stop the evil that had arisen and the charlatanry and quackery which was being practiced. This was, however, rather an attempt to regulate the practice of medicine and keep it in the hands of medical school graduates than an example of intolerance toward the Jews. Practically no Jews had graduated at its university, Montpellier being their favorite school, and Paris was not a little jealous of its rights to provide for physicians from the northern part of France. We have not got away from manifestations of that spirit even yet, as our non-reciprocating state medical laws show. During the next quarter of a century, decrees not unlike those of the University of Paris were issued in the south of France, especially in Provence and Avignon. Anyone who knows the conditions which existed in the south of France at this time with regard to medical practice will be aware that a number of attempts were made by the ecclesiastical authorities just at this time to regulate the practice of medicine. Great abuses had crept in. Almost anyone who wished could set up as a physician, and those who were least fitted were often best able to secure a large number of patients by their cleverness, their knowledge of men, and their smooth tongues. The bishops of various dioceses met and issued decrees forbidding anyone from practicing medicine unless he was a graduate of the medical school of the neighboring University of Montpellier. After a time, it was found that the greatest number of violators of these decrees were Jews. Accordingly, special regulations were made against them. They happened to be ecclesiastical regulations because no other authority at the time claimed the right to regulate medical education and the practice of medicine. What is sure is that many Jewish physicians reached distinction under Christian as well as Arabian rulers at all times during the Middle Ages. It would be quite impossible in the limited space at command here to give any adequate mention of what was accomplished by these Jewish physicians, whose names we have scarcely been able to more than catalogue, nor of the place they hold in their times. As the physicians of rulers, their influence for culture and the cultivation of science was extensive, and as a rule they stood for what was best and highest in education. The story of one of them, who is generally known in the Christian world, at least, Maimonides, given in some detail, may serve as a type of these Jewish physicians of the Middle Ages. He lived just before the flourishing period of university life in the 13th century brought about that wonderful development of medicine and surgery in the west of Europe that meant so much for the final centuries of the Middle Ages. His works influenced not a little the great thinkers and teachers whose own writings were to be the foundations of education for several centuries after their time. Maimonides was well known in the Western universities. Though his life had been mainly spent in the East, and he died there, there was scarcely a distinguished scholar of Europe who was not acquainted directly or indirectly with his works, and the greater the reputation of the scholar, as a rule, the more he knew of Maimonides, Moses Aegyptius, as he was called, and the more frequently he referred to his writings. End of chapter 3, part 2 of 2. Chapter 4 of Old Time Makers of Medicine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Marsatich, September 2009, Alexandria, Virginia. Old Time Makers of Medicine by James Joseph. Chapter 4. Maimonides. The life of one of the great Jewish physicians, who has come to be known in history as Maimonides, is of such significance in medical biography that he deserves to have a separate sketch. Born in Spain, his life was lived in the East, where his connection as royal physician with the great Sultan Saladin of Crusades fame made his influence widely felt. He is a type of the broadly educated man, conversant with the culture of his time and of the past, knowing much besides medicine, who has so often impressed himself deeply on medical practice, while the narrow specialists in each generation, the men who are quite sure that they are curing the special ills of men to which they devote themselves, have always felt that whatever of progress there was in any given time was due to them. They occupy but little space, as a rule, in the history of medicine. The men who loom large were the broad-minded, humanely sympathetic, deeply educated physicians, who treated men and their ills rather than their ills without due consideration of the individual, and who not only relieved the discomfort of their patients, and greatly lessened human suffering, and added to the sum of human happiness in their time, but also left precious deeply significant lessons for succeeding generations of their profession. Hippocrates, Galen, Sydenham, Auenbrugger, Morgagni, these are representatives of this great class, and Maimonides must be considered one of them. Moses ben Maimum, whose Arabic name was Abu Amran Musa ben Maimum Oibad Allah el-Kordavi, who is called by his Jewish compatriots Rambam or Rambam, was born at Cordova in Spain in the 30th of March in 1135 or 1139. The year is in doubt. It might not seem of much import now after nearly 8 centuries, but not a little ink is spilt over it yet by devoted biographers. We are rather prone to think, in our time, that the conditions in which men were born and reared before what we are pleased to call modern times, and, above all, in the Middle Ages, must have made a distinct handicap for the intellectual development. Most of us are quite sure that the conditions in medieval cities were eminently unsuited for the stimulation of the intellect, for incentive to art impulse, for uplift in the intellectual life, or for any such broad interest in what has been so well called the humanities, the humanizing things that lift us above animal necessities, as would make for genuinely liberal education. we are likely to be set in the opinion that the environment of the growing youth of an old-time city, especially so early as the middle of the 12th century, was poor and sordid. The cares of the citizens are presumed to have been mainly for material concerns, and, indeed, mostly for the wants of the body. They were only making a start on the way from barbarism to something like our glorious culmination of civilization. As the heirs to all the ages in the foremost files of time, we are necessarily far in advance of them, and we are only sorry that they did not have the opportunity to live to see our day and enjoy the benefits of the evolution of humanity that is taking place during the 8 centuries that have elapsed. As a matter of fact, there was much more of abiding profound interest in real civilization in many a medieval city, much more general appreciation of art, much more breadth of intelligence and sympathy with what we call the humanities, than in most of our large cities. The large city, as we know it, is eminently a discourager of breadth of intelligence. Specialism in the various phases of money-making obscures culture. Maimonides, born in Cordova, was brought up amid surroundings that teemed with incentives of every kind to the development of intelligence, of artistic taste, and everything that makes for cultivation of intellect rather than of interest in merely material things. It is well said that it is hard to judge the Cordova of old by its tawdry ruins of today. The educated visitor still stands in awe and admiration of the great mosque which expressed the high cultivation of the Moors of this time. It is a never-ending source of wonder to Americans. The city itself has many reminders that the fine era of Moorish culture and refinement of taste and of art expression, which is in the best sense of the word a city beautiful. The Arab invaders had found a great prosperous country which had been the most cultured province of the Roman Empire, and on this foundation they made a marvelous development. "The banks of the Guadalquivir," says Mr. S. Lane Poole in The Moors of Spain, London, 1887, "were bright with marble houses, mosques, and gardens, in which the rarest flowers and trees of other countries were carefully cultivated, and the Arabs introduced their system of irrigation, which the Spaniards both before and since have never equalled." The greatest beauty of the city, of course, had come, and some of it had gone, before Maimonides' time. So much remains in spite of time and war, and many unfortunate influences, that we can have some idea how beautiful it must have been in his youth 7 centuries ago, and how even more beautiful in the foretime. Of the great mosque, writers of travel can scarcely say enough. Mr. Lane Poole says, "Travelers stand amazed among the forest of columns, which open out apparently endless vistas on all sides. The porphyry, jasper, and marbles are still in their places. The splendid glass mosaics, which artists from Byzantium came to make, still sparkle like jewels in the walls. The daring architecture of the sanctuary, with its fantastic crossed arches, is still as imposing as ever. The courtyard is still leafy with the orange trees that prolong the vistas of columns. As one stands before the loveliness of the great mosque, the thought goes back to the days of the glories of Cordova, the palmy days of the great Caliph, which will never return." Of all the countries in which the Jews all down the centuries have lived, there is probably none of which they have been more loud in praise than Spain. Their poets sang of it as if it were their own country. For centuries the people were happier here than probably they have been anywhere else for so long a period. Elsewhere in this book I have called attention to all that Spain meant in Europe during all the centuries from the beginning of the Roman Empire down to the end of the Middle Ages. Maimonides was fortunate in his birthplace then, and while circumstances compelled the family to move away, this change did not come until a good effect had been produced on the mind of the growing youth. Even when persecution came, Maimonides clung to Spain with a tenacity born of deep affection and emphasized by admiration for all that she was and had been. Cordova was the jewel of the Spain of this time, and though much less than she had been in the long preceding time, she was the birthplace of Lucan and the two Senecas, or even than what she had been in Abd er-Rahman's times, or when she was the birthplace of Averroes, still she remained wonderfully beautiful and attractive, winning and holding the affections of men. Maimonides' father, Maimum ben Joseph, was a member of the Rabbinical College of Cordova, and famous for his knowledge of the Talmud. There are some writings of his on mathematics and astronomy extant. He directed the education of his son, who, like many another distinguished scholar in later life, seems to have exhibited very little talent in his early years. There is no rule in the matter. Precocity often disappoints. Genius is often dull in childhood, but there are exceptions that prove both rules. The basis of education in Spain at the time, among the Jews, was the Bible, the Talmud, mathematics, and astronomy, a good rounded education in literature, the basis of law, and some exact physical science. After his preliminary education at home, Maimonides studied the natural sciences and medicine with Moorish teachers. Nature study, in spite of frequent expressions that declare it new in modern times, is as old as man. He also received a grounding in philosophy as a preparation for his scientific studies. At the age of 23 he began the composition of a commentary on the Talmud, which he continued to work on at his journeys in Spain and in Egypt. This is considered to be one of the most important of this class of works extant, though, almost needless to say, similar writings are very numerous. In the light of wanderings in philosophy during the centuries since, it is rather interesting to quote from that work the end of man as this Jewish philosopher of the middle of the 12th century saw it. Recent teleological tendencies in biology add to the interest of his views. According to Maimonides, "Man is the end of the whole creation, and we have only to look to him for the reason for its existence. Every object shows the end for which it was created. The palm trees are there to provide dates, the spider to spin her webs. All the properties of an animal or plant are directed so as to enable it to reach its purpose in life. What is the purpose of man? It cannot lie alone in eating and drinking or yielding to passion, nor in the building of cities and the ruling of others, since these objects lie outside of him and do not touch his essential being. Such material striving he has in common with the animal. A man is lifted from a lower to a higher condition by his reason. Only through his reason is he placed above the animals. He is the only reasonable animal. His reason enables him to understand all things, especially the unity of God, and all knowledge and science serve only to direct man to the knowledge of God. Passions are to be subdued, since the man who yields to passion subjects his spirit to his body, and does not reveal in himself the divine power which in him lies in his reason, but is swallowed up in the ocean of matter." Not long after Maimonides passed his 20th year, the family, consisting of the father and his two sons, Moses and David, and a daughter, moved from Cordova to Fez, compelled by Jewish persecutions. Here it is said that they had to submit to wearing the mask of Islam in order to lead a peaceful existence. This has been doubted, however, and his whole life is in flagrant contradiction with any such even apparent apostasy from the faith of his fathers. Father and son took advantage of the opportunity of intercourse with Moorish physicians and philosophers to increase their store of knowledge, but could not be content in the political and religious conditions in which they were compelled to live. About 1155, then, they went to Jerusalem, but found conditions even more intolerable there, and turned back to Egypt, where they settled down in Old Cairo. In 1166 the father died, and after this we learn that the sons made a livelihood, and even laid down the foundation of a fortune, by carrying on a jewelry trade. Moses still devoted most of his time to study, while his brother did most of the business, but the brother was lost in the Indian Ocean, and with him went not only a large sum of his own money, but also much that had been entrusted to him by others. Maimonides undertook to pay off these debts, and at the same time had to meet the necessities not only of himself and sister, but also of the family of his dead brother. It was then that he took up the practice of medicine, and succeeded in making a great name and reputation for himself. He continued to write, however, and completed his commentary on the Talmud. About the age of 50 Maimonides, as seems to be true of a good many men who live to old age, became rather discouraged and despondent about himself. He refers to himself in his letters and writings rather frequently as an old and ailing man. He had nearly 20 years of active life ahead of him, but he had the persuasion that comes to many that he was probably destined to an early death. His son was born shortly after this time, and that seems to have had not a little to do with brightening his life. While in Egypt, Maimonides married the sister of one of the royal secretaries, who, in turn, wedded Maimonides' sister. Maimonides took on himself the education of his son, who also became a physician, though his father was not to have the satisfaction of watching his success in the practice of his chosen profession. This son, Abraham, became the physician of Mali al-Kamen, the brother of Saladin, and, besides, was a physician to the hospital at Cairo. His son, David, the grandson of Maimonides, practiced medicine also at Cairo till 1300. He in turn left two sons, Abraham and Solomon, who achieved reputation in the chosen profession of their great-grandfather. Maimonides, after the birth of his son, became one of the busiest of practicing physicians. Indeed, it is hard to understand how he had the time to do any writing in his busy life. Still less can we understand his time for teaching. He was the physician to Saladin, whose relations with Richard Coeur de Lion have made him known to English-speaking people. Every morning, as the court physician, Maimonides went to the palace, situated half a mile away from his dwelling, and if any of the many officials and dependents that then, as now, were at Oriental courts, were ill, he stayed there for some time. As a rule, he could only get back to his own home in the afternoon, and then he was, as he says himself, "almost dying with hunger." Knowing the scantiness of the Oriental breakfast, we are not surprised. There he found his waiting room full of patients, "Jews and Mohammedans, prominent and unimportant, friends and enemies." He says himself, "A varied crowd, who are looking for my medical advice. There is scarcely time for me to get down from my carriage and wash myself and eat a little, and then until night I am constantly occupied, so that, from sheer exhaustion I must lie down. Only on the Sabbath day have I the time to occupy myself with my own people and my studies, and so the day is away from me." What a picture it is of the busy medical teacher at all times in the world's history! Yet it must not be forgotten that it is from these busy men that we have derived our most precious lessons in caring for patients rather than disease, in the art of medicine rather than medical science, and their practical lessons have been valuable long after the fine-spun theories of the scientist that took so long to elaborate have been placed definitely in the lumber room. His reputation as a writer on medical topics is not as great as that which has been accorded him for his writings on philosophy and in Talmudic literature, but he well deserves a place among the great practical masters of medicine, as well as high rank among the physicians of his time. There is little that is original in his writing, but his thoroughgoing common sense, his wide knowledge, and his discriminating, eclectic faculty make his writings of special value. As might have been expected, the aphorisms of Hippocrates attracted his attention, and, besides, he wrote a series of aphorisms of his own. The most interesting of his writings, however, is a series of letters on dietetics written for the son of his patron Saladin. The young prince seems to have suffered from one of the neurotic conditions that so often develop in those who have their lives all planned for them, and little incentive to do things for themselves. The main portion of his complaints centered, as in the case of many another individual of leisure, in disturbances of digestion. Besides, he suffered from constipation and feelings of depression. Doubtless, like many a young person of the modern time, he was quite sure that these symptoms portended some insidious organic ailment that would surely bring an early death. When fathers, having done all that there is to do, just expect their sons to enjoy the fruits of the paternal accomplishments, conditions of this kind very often develop, unless the young man proceeds to occupy himself with even more dangerous distractions than he finds in unending thought about his own feelings. The rules of life and health that Maimonides laid down in these letters have become part of our popular medical tradition. Probably more of the ordinary current maxims as to health have been derived from them than would possibly be suspected by anyone not familiar with them. In various forms his rules have been published a number of times. A good idea of them can be obtained from the following compendium of them, which I abbreviate from a biographical sketch of Maimonides by Dr. Oppler, which appeared in the Deutsches Archiv für Geschichte der Medizin und Medische Geographie, Binding 2, Leipzig, 1879. 1. Man is bound to lead a life pleasing to God if he wants to have a healthy body, and he must hold himself far from everything that can hurt his health and accustom himself to whatever renews his strength. He should eat and drink only when hungry and thirsty, and should be particularly careful of the regular evacuation of the bowels and of his bladder. He must not delay either of these operations, but as far as possible satisfy the inclination at once. 2. A man must not overload his stomach, but be content always with something less than is necessary to make him feel quite satisfied. He should not drink much during the meal, and only of water and wine mixed, taking somewhat more after digestion has begun and after digestion is completed, in moderation according to his needs. Before a man sits down to table, he should note whether he has any tendency to evacuation and should make the body warm by movement and activity. After this exercise he should rest a little before taking food. It is very beneficial after work to take a bath and then the meal. 3. Food should be taken always in the sitting position. There should be no riding nor walking, nor movements of the body until digestion is finished. A man who takes a walk or any strenuous occupation immediately after eating subjects himself to serious dangers of disease. 4. Day and night should be divided into 24 hours. Men should sleep for 8 hours, and so arrange their sleep that the end of it comes with the dawn, so that from the beginning of sleep until sunrise there should be an 8-hour interval. We should all leave our beds about the time that the sun rises. 5. During sleep a man should neither lie on his face nor on his back, but on his side, the beginning of the night on his left, and at the end on his right. He should not go to sleep for 3 or 4 hours after eating, and should not sleep during the day. Fruits that are laxative, as grapes, figs, melons, gourds, should be taken only before mealtime and not mixed with other food. It would be better to let these get into the abdominal organs and then take other food. 7. Eat what is easily digestible before what is difficult of digestion. The flesh of birds before beef, and the flesh of calves before that of cows and steers. Birds were then thought more digestible than other flesh. We have reversed the ruling. The note shows how light and digestible their flesh was considered, and the reason therefor. 8. In summer eat cooling food, acids and no spices. In winter, on the contrary, eat warming foods, rich in spices, mustard, and other heating substances. In cold and warm climates, one should eat according to the climatic conditions. 9. There are certain harmful foods that should be avoided. Large salt fish, old cheese, old pickled meat, young new wine, evil-smelling and bitter foods are often poisonous. There are also some which are less harmful, but are not to be recommended as ordinary nutritive materials. Large fish, cheese, milk more than 24 hours after milking, the flesh of old oxen, beans, peas, unleavened bread, sauerkraut, onions, radishes, and the like. These are to be taken only in small quantities, and only in the winter time, and they should be avoided in the summer. Beans and lentils are to be recommended neither in winter nor summer. 10. As a rule, one should avoid the eating of tree fruits or not eat much of them, especially when they are dry and even less when they are green. If they are unripe, they may cause serious damage. Johannisbrod is very harmful at all times, as are also all the sour fruits, and only small amounts of them should be eaten in summer or in warm countries. 11. The fruits that are to be recommended dry, as well as fresh, are figs, grapes, and almonds. These may be eaten as one has the appetite for them, but one should not accustom himself to eat them much, though they are healthier than all other fruits. 12. Honey and wine are not good for children, though they are beneficial for older people, especially in winter. In summer, 1/3 less of them should be eaten than in winter. 13. Special care should be taken to have regular movements of the bowels that carry off the impurities of the body. It is an axiom in medicine that so long as evacuations are absent or difficult or require strong efforts, the individual is liable to serious disease. Every medical means should be taken to overcome constipation in order to escape its dangers. For this purpose young people should be given salty food, materials that have been soaked in olive oil, salt itself, or certain vegetable soups with olive oil and salt. Older people should take honey mixed with warm water early in the morning, and 4 hours later should take their breakfast. This proceeding should be followed up from 1 to 4 days until the constipation is overcome. 14. Another axiom of medicine is that so long as a man is able to be active and vigorous, does not eat until he is overfull, and does not suffer from constipation, he is not liable to disease. Even such men, however, are much safer if they do not take food that may disagree with them. 15. Whoever gives himself up to inactivity, or puts off evacuations of the bowels, or suffers from constipation, will be sure to suffer from many diseases, and will see his strength disappear, even should he eat the best food in the world and make use of all the remedies that physicians have. Immoderate eating is a poison for men, and the cause of many diseases which attack them. Most diseases come from either eating too much or partaking of unsuitable food. That was what Solomon meant with his proverb, quote, "He who puts a guard over his mouth and his tongue protects himself from many evils." End quote. That is to say, whoever protects his mouth from the overindulgence in food, and his tongue from unsuitable speech, protects himself from many evils. 16. Every week, at least, a man should take a warm bath. One should not bathe when hungry, nor after eating until the food is digested, and bathe the whole body in warm, but not too hot water, and the head in hot water. Afterwards, the body should be washed in lukewarm and cool water, until finally cold water is used. One should pour neither cold nor even lukewarm water on the head, nor bathe in cold water in the winter time, nor when the body is tired and in perspiration. At such times the bath should be put off for a while. 17. Even as soon as one leaves the bath, one should cover oneself, and especially cover the head, so that no draught may strike it. Even in summer, care must be taken to observe this rule. After this, one should rest for a while until the heat of the body passes off, and then should go to table. If one could sleep a little just before a meal, it is often very beneficial. Neither during the bath nor immediately after it should cold water be drunk, and if there is an inappeasable thirst, a little wine and water or water and honey should be taken. In winter, it is beneficial to rub the body with oil after the bath. Venesection should not be practiced frequently, for it is only meant for serious illness. It should not be permitted in winter or summer, nor during the months of April or September, the R months. After passing his 50th year, an individual should abstain from venesection. Venesection should not be practiced on the day when one takes a bath, or goes on a journey or returns from it. On the day when it is practiced, less than usual should be eaten and drunk, and the patient should give himself to rest, undertake no work nor bothersome occupation, and take no walk. 19. Whoever observes these rules of life faithfully, I guarantee him a long life without disease. He shall reach a good old age, and when he comes to die will not need a physician. His body will remain always strong and healthy, unless of course he has been born with a weak nature, or has had an unfortunate bringing up, or should be attacked by epidemic disease or by famine. 20. Only the healthy should keep these rules. Whoever is ill or a sufferer from any injuries, or has lost his health through bad habits, for him there are special rules for each disease, only to be found in the medical books. Let it be remembered that every change in a life habit is the beginning of an ailment. 21. If no physician can be secured, then ailing people may use these rules as well as the healthy." These rules are, of course, full of the common sense of medicine that endures at all times. From the tropical climate of the Eastern countries, they probably represent as good advice as could be given even at the present time. With them before us, it is not surprising to find that on other subjects Maimonides was just as sensible. Perhaps in nothing is this more striking than in his complete rejection of astrology. Considering how long astrology, in the sense of the doctrine of the stars influencing human health and destinies, had dominated men's minds, and how universal was the acceptance of it, Maimonides' strong expressions show how much genius lifts itself above the popular persuasions of its time, even among the educated, and how much it anticipates subsequent knowledge. It is well to remind ourselves that as late as the middle of the 18th century, Mesmer's thesis on "The Influence of the Stars on Human Constitutions" was accepted by the faculty of the University of Vienna as a satisfactory evidence not only of his knowledge of medicine, but of his power to reason about it. At the end of the 12th century, Maimonides was trying to argue it out of existence on the best possible grounds. "Know, my masters," he writes, "that no man should believe anything that is not attested by one of these three sanctions: rational proof as in mathematical science, the perception of the senses, or traditions from the prophets and learned men." His biographer in the monograph "Maimonides," published by the Jewish Publication Society of America, expresses his further views on the subject in compendious form, and then gives his final conclusion as follows: "Works on astrology are the product of fools, who mistook vanity for wisdom. Men are inclined to believe whatever is written in a book, especially if the book be ancient, and in olden times disaster befell Israel because men devoted themselves to such idolatry instead of practicing the arts of martial defense and government." He says that he had himself studied every extant astrological treatise, and had convinced himself that none deserved to be called scientific. Maimonides then proceeds to distinguish between astrology and astronomy, in the latter of which lies true and necessary wisdom. He ridicules the supposition that the fate of man could be dependent on the constellations, and urges that such a theory robs life of purpose and makes man a slave of destiny. "It is true," he concludes, "that you may find strange utterances in the rabbinical literature which imply a belief in the potency of the stars at a man's nativity, but no one is justified in surrendering his own rational opinions because of this or that sage erred, or because an allegorical remark is expressed literally. A man must never cast his own judgment behind him. The eyes are set in front, not in the back." While Maimonides could be so positive in his opinions with regard to a subject on which he felt competent to say something, he was extremely modest with regard to many of the great problems of medicine. He often uses the expression in his writings, "I do not see how to explain this matter." He quotes with approval from a rabbi of old, who had counseled his students, "Teach thy tongue to say, I do not know." In this, of course, he has given the best possible evidence of his largeness of mind and his capacity for making advance in knowledge. It is when men are ready to say, "I do not know," that progress becomes possible. It is very easy to rest in a conscious or unconscious pretense of knowledge that obscures the real question at issue. A great thinker, who lived in the century in which Maimonides died, Roger Bacon, set down as one of the four principal obstacles to advance in knowledge indeed, as the one of the four that hampered intellectual progress the most, the fact that men feared to say, "I do not know." One of the most interesting features of Maimonides' career for the modern time is the influence that his writings exerted over the rising intellectual life of Europe within a half century after his death. Most people would be rather inclined to think that this Jewish author of the East would have very little influence over the thinkers and teachers of Europe within a generation after his death. He died in 1204, just at the beginning of one of the great productive centuries of humanity, perhaps one of the greatest of them all. In literature, in art, in architecture, in philosophy, and in education, this century made wonderful strides. Two of its greatest teachers, Albertus Magnus and his pupil, Thomas Aquinas, quote from Moses Aegyptius, the European name for Maimonides at the time, and evidently knew his writings very well. Maimonides was for them an important connecting link with the world of old Greek thought. Others of the writers and teachers of this time, as William of Auvergne and the two great Franciscans, Alexander of Hales and Duns Scotus, were also influenced by Maimonides. In a word, the educational world of that time was much more closely united than we might think, and it did not take long for a great writer's thoughts to make themselves felt several thousand miles away. Maimonides was, then, in his own time, one of the world teachers, and, in a certain sense, he must always remain that, as representing a special development of what is best in human nature. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Old-Time Makers of Medicine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Marcetich, September 2009, Alexandria, Virginia. Old-Time Makers of Medicine by James Joseph. Chapter 5. Great Arabian Physicians. Part 1 of 2. In order to understand the place of the Arabs in medicine and in science, a few words as to the rise of this people to political power, and then to the cultivation of literature and of science, are necessary. We hear of the Arabs as hireling soldiers, fighting for others during the centuries just after Christ, and especially in connection with the story of the famous Queen Zenobia at Palmyra. After the destruction of this city, we hear nothing more of them until the time of Mohammed. During these 6½ centuries, there is little question of education of any kind among them, except that at the end of the 6th century, the Persian king Coroses I, who was much interested in medicine, encouraged the medical school in Jondisabor, in Arabistan, founded at the end of the 5th century, by the Nestorian Christians, who continued as the teachers there until it became one of the most important schools of the East. It was here that the first Arab physicians were trained, and here that the Christian physicians who practiced medicine among the Arabs were educated. Among the Arabs themselves, before the time of Mohammed, there had been very little interest in medicine. Gurlt notes that even the physician of the Prophet himself was, according to tradition, a Christian. Mohammed's intermediate successors were not interested in education, and their people mainly turned to Christian and Jewish physicians for whatever medical treatment they needed. When the caliphs came to be the rulers of the Mohammedan Empire, they took special pains to encourage the study of philosophy and medicine. Though dissection was forbidden by the Koran, most of the other medical sciences, and especially botany and all the therapeutic arts, were seriously cultivated. Until the coming of Mohammed, the Arabs had been wandering tribes, getting some fame as hireling soldiers, but now, under the influence of a feeling of community in religion, and led by the military genius of some of Mohammed's successors, whose soldiers were inspired by the religious feelings of the sect, they made great conquests. The Mohammedan Empire extended from India to Spain within a century after Mohammed's death. Carthage was taken and destroyed. Constantinople was threatened. In 661, scarcely 40 years after the Hegira or flight of Mohammed, from which good Mohammedans date their era, the capital was transferred from Medina to Damascus, to be transferred from here to Baghdad just about a century later, where it remained until the Mongols made an end of the Abbasid rulers about the middle of the 13th century. At the beginning the followers of Mohammed were opposed to knowledge and education of all kinds. Mohammed himself had but little. According to tradition, he could not read or write. The story told with regard to the Caliph Omar and the great library of Alexandria seems to have a foundation in reality, though such legends usually are not to be taken literally. Certainly it represents the traditional view as to the attitude of the earlier Muslim rulers to education. Omar was asked what should be done with the more than 2,000,000 volumes. He said that the books in it either agreed with the Koran or they did not. If they agreed with it, they were quite useless. If they did not, they were pernicious. In either case they should be done away with, because there was an element of danger in them. Accordingly, the precious volumes that had been accumulating for nearly 10 centuries served, it is said, to heat the baths of Alexandria for some 6 months. Probably the most precious fuel ever used. Fortunately for posterity, the edict was not quite as universal in its application as the story would indicate, and exceptions were made for books of science. In the course of their conquests, however, the Mohammedan Arabs captured the Greek cities of Asia Minor. They were brought closely in contact with Greek culture, Greek literature, and Greek thought. As has always been the case, captive Greece took its captors captive. What happened to the Romans earlier came to pass also among the Arabs. Inspired by Greek philosophy, science, and literature, they became ardent devotees of science and the arts. While not inventing or discovering anything new, like the Romans, they carried on the old. Damascus, Basra, Baghdad, Bokhara, Samarkand, all became centers of culture and of education. Large sums were paid for Greek manuscripts and for translations from them. Under the famous Harun al-Rashid, at the end of the 8th century, whose name is better known to us than that of any others, because of the stories of his wandering by night among his people in order to see if justice were done, 300 scholars were sent at the cost of the Caliph to the various parts of the world, in order to bring back treasures of science, and especially of geography and medicine. It is an interesting historical reflection that the Japanese and Chinese are doing the same thing now. The Arabs were very much taken by the philosophy of Aristotle, and it became the foundation of all their education. Greek thought, as always, inspired its students to higher things. Soon everywhere in the dominions of the caliphs, philosophy, science, art, literature, and education nourished. Medicine was taken up with the other sciences and cultivated assiduously. Freind, in his Historia Medicinae, says that the writings of the old Greeks which treated of medicine were saved from destruction with the other books at Alexandria, for the desire of health did not have less strength among the Arabs than among other nations. Since these books taught them how to preserve health, and were not otherwise contrary to the laws of the prophet, that served to bring about their preservation. Freind also calls attention to the fact that grammars and books which treated of the science of language were likewise saved from destruction. Besides the library, the Arabs, after their conquest of Alexandria in the 8th century, came under the influence of the university still in existence there. In the West, in Spain, the Arabs enjoyed the same advantages as regards contact with culture and education as their conquest of the eastern cities and Alexandria brought them in the East. While it is not generally realized, Spain was, as we have pointed out, the province of the Roman Empire in the West that advanced most in culture before the breaking up of the empire. The Silver Age of Latin literature owes all of its geniuses to Spain. Lucan, the Senecas, Martial, Quintilian are all Spaniards. Spain itself was a most flourishing province, and under the Spanish Caesars, from the end of the first to about the end of the 2nd century, increased rapidly in population. Spain was the leader in these prosperous times, and the tradition of culture maintained itself. When Spain became Christian, the first great Christian poet, Prudentius, born about the middle of the 4th century, came from there. He has been called the Horace and Virgil of the Christians. The coming down of the barbarians from the north disturbed Spain's prosperity and the peace and culture of her inhabitants, but it should not be forgotten that the first medieval popularization of science, a sort of encyclopedia of knowledge, the first of its kind after that of Pliny in the classical period, came from St. Isidore of Seville, a Spanish bishop. There has been considerable tendency to insist that Spanish culture and intellectuality owe nearly all to the presence of the Moors in Spain. This can only be urged, however, by those who know nothing at all of the Spanish Caesars, the place of Spain in the history of the Roman Empire, and the continuance of the culture that then reached a climax of expression during succeeding centuries. On the contrary, the Moors who came to Spain owe most of their tendency to devote themselves to culture and education to the state of affairs existent in Spain when they came. There is no doubt that they raised standards of education and of culture above the level to which they had sunk under the weight of the invading barbarians from the north, and Spain owes much to the wise ruling and devotion to the intellectual life of her Moorish invaders. All the factors, however, must be taken together in order to appreciate properly the conditions which developed under the Arabs in both the East and the West. The Arabs invented little that was new in science or philosophy. They merely carried on older traditions. It is for that the modern time owes them a great debt of gratitude. Rhazes. The most distinguished of the Arabian physicians was the man whose rather lengthy Arabian name, beginning with Abu Bekr Mohammed, finished with El-Razi, and who has hence been usually referred to in the history of medicine as Rhazes. He was born about 850 at Raj, in the province of Khorasan in Persia. He seems to have had a liberal early education in philosophy and in philology and literature. He did not take up medicine until later in life, and according to tradition, supported himself as a singer until he was 30 years of age. Then he devoted himself to medical studies with the ardor and the success so often noted in those whose opportunity to study medicine has been delayed. His studies were made at Baghdad, where Ibn Zayn al-Tabari was his teacher. He returned to his native town and was for some time the head of the hospital there. Later he was called by the Sultan to Baghdad to take charge of the renovated and enlarged hospital of the capital. His medical career, then, is not unlike that of many another successful physician, especially of the modern time. At Baghdad he had abundant opportunities for study and the ambition to make medicine as well as to make money and gain fame. His studies in science were all founded on Aristotle. Though he was called the Galen of his time, and looked up to the Greek physician as his master, even the authority of Galen did not override that of the Stagirite in his estimation. One of his aphorisms is said to have been, "If Galen and Aristotle are of one mind on a subject, then surely their opinion is true. When they differ, however, it is extremely difficult for the scholar to decide which opinion should be accepted." He drew many pupils to Baghdad, and when one knows his teaching this is not surprising. Some of his aphorisms are very practical, while the expressions just quoted with regard to Galen and Aristotle might seem to indicate that Rhazes was absolutely wedded to authority. There is another well-known maxim of his which shows how much he thought of the value of experience and observation. "Truth in medicine," he said, "is a goal which cannot be absolutely reached, and the art of healing, as it is described in books, is far beneath the practical experience of a skillful, thoughtful physician." Some of his other medical aphorisms are worth noting. "At the beginning of a disease, choose such remedies as will not lessen the patient's strength. When you can heal by diet, prescribe no other remedy, and, where simple remedies suffice, do not take complicated ones." Rhazes knew well the value of the influence of mind over body even in serious organic disease, and even though death seemed impending. One of his aphorisms is, "Physicians ought to console their patients even if the signs of impending death seem to be present, for the bodies of men are dependent on their spirits." He considered that the most valuable thing for the physician to do was to increase the patient's natural vitality. Hence his advice, "In treating a patient, let your first thought be to strengthen his natural vitality. If you strengthen that, you will remove ever so many ills without more ado. If you weaken it, however, by the remedies that you use, you always work harm." The simpler the means by which the patient's care can be brought about, the better, in his opinion. He insists again and again on diet rather than artificial remedies. "It is good for the physician that he should be able to cure disease by means of diet, if possible, rather than by means of medicine." Another of his aphorisms seems worth while quoting. "The patient who consults a great many physicians is likely to have a very confused state of mind." Some idea of Rhazes' strenuous activity as a writer on medical subjects may be obtained from the fact that 36 of his works are still extant, and there are nearly 200 others of which only the titles have been preserved. Some of these are doubtless the works of pupils and students of succeeding generations, published under his name to attract attention. His principal work is Continens or Comprehensor, which owes its title to the fact that it was meant to contain the whole practice of medicine and surgery. It includes references to the writings of all previous distinguished medical writers, from Hippocrates to Honein ben Ishak, also known as Johannitis, a Christian Arabian physician, one of Razi's teachers. The most frequently quoted of these authorities are Galen, Oribasius, Aetius, and Paul of Aegina. The work, however, is not made up entirely of quotations, but contains many observations made by the author himself. Gurlt says that the foundation of the theoretic medicine of Rhazes is the system of Galen, while in practice he seems to cling more to the aphorisms of Hippocrates. He has many practical points which show that he thought for himself. For instance, in wounds of the abdomen, if the intestines are extruded and cannot be replaced, he suggests the suspension of the patient by his hands and feet in a bath in order to facilitate their return. If they do not go back readily, compresses dipped in warm wine should be used. Cancer he declares to be almost incurable. He has much to say about the bites of animals and their tendency to be poisonous, knew rabies very well, and knew also that the bites of men might have similar serious consequences. It is impossible to give any adequate idea of the thoroughly practical character of Rhazes' medical writing in a few lines, but it may suffice to say that there is scarcely any feature of modern medicine and surgery that he does not touch, and oftener than not his touch is sure and rational, and frequently much better than the advice of successors long after him in the same matters. An example or two will suffice to illustrate this. In the treatment of nasal polyps, he says that whenever drug treatment of these is not successful, they should be removed with a snare made of hair. For fall of the uvula, he suggests gargles, but when these fail, he advises resection and cauterization. Among the affections of the tongue he numbers abscesses, fissure, ulcer, cancer, ranula, shortening of the ligaments, hypertrophy, erythema of the mucous membrane, and inflammatory swelling. In general, his treatment of the upper respiratory tract is much farther advanced than we might think possible at the time. He advises tracheotomy whenever there is great difficulty of respiration, and describes how it should be done. After the dyspnea has passed, the edges of the wound should be brought together with sutures. It is not surprising, then, to find that the treatment of fractures and luxations is eminently practical, and, indeed, on any subject that he touches he throws a practical light. In the introduction to his edition of the works of Ambroise Paré, Malgaigne says that the first reference to a metal band in connection with trusses is to be found in Rhazes. Hernia was, of course, one of the serious ailments that, because of its superficial character, was rather well understood, and so it is not surprising to find that much of our modern treatment of it was anticipated. The manipulation for taxis, the use of a warm bath for the relaxation of the patient by means of heat and by putting the head and feet higher than the abdomen while in the bath, and the employment of various kinds of trusses to prevent strangulation of the hernia recur over and over in the authors of the Middle Ages. Many of the suggestions are to be found in the early Greek authors, but subsequent writers give a certain personal expression to them, which shows how much they had learned by personal observation in the employment of various methods. Pagel, in Puschmann's Handbook of the History of Medicine, declares that Rhazes' most important work for pure medicine is his monograph on smallpox. Its principal value is due to the fact that, though he has consulted old authorities carefully, his discussion of the disease is founded almost entirely on his own experience. His description of the various stages of the disease, on the forms of the eruption, and of the differential diagnosis is very accurate. He compares the course of the fever with that of other fevers, and brings out exactly what constitutes the disease. His suggestions as to prognosis are excellent. Those cases, he declares, are particularly serious in which the eruption takes on a dark or greenish or violet color. The prognosis is also unfavorable for those cases which, having considerable fever, have only a slight amount of rash. His treatment of the disease in young persons was by venesection and cool douches. Cold water and acid drinks should be administered freely, so that sweat and other excretions may carry off poisonous materials. Care must be taken to watch the pulse, the breathing, the appearance of the feet, the evacuations from the bowels, and to modify therapy in accordance with these indications. The eruption is to be encouraged by external warmth and special care must be taken with regard to complications in the eyes, the ears, the nose, the mouth, and the pharynx. A fact that will, perhaps, give the best idea to modern readers of the place of Rhazes in the history of medicine is that Vesalius considered it worth his while to make a translation of his principal work. Unfortunately that translation has not come down to us. When Vesalius, pestered by the controversies that had come upon him because of his venturing to make his observations for himself, accepted the post of physician to the Emperor Charles V, he burnt a number of his manuscripts. Among these were his translation of Rhazes and some annotations on Galen, which, as he says himself, had grown into a huge volume. The Galenists were bitterly decrying his refusal to accept Galen on many points, and both of these works would have added fuel to the flame of controversy. He deemed it wiser, then, not to give any further opportunities for rancorous criticism, and, feeling presumably that in his new and important post it was not worth while to bother further over the matter, he burnt them. He tells the reason in his letters to Joachim Roland. When I was about to leave Italy to go to court, since a number of the physicians whom you know had made the worst kind of censure of my books, both to the Emperor himself and to other rulers, I burnt all the manuscripts that were left, although I had never suffered a moment under the displeasure of the Emperor because of these complaints, and in spite of the fact that a number of friends who were present urged me not to destroy them." Vesalius's translation of Rhazes was probably undertaken because he recognized in him a kindred spirit of original investigation and inquiry, whose work, because it was many centuries old, would command the weight of an authority, and at the same time help in the controversy over Galenic questions. This, of itself, would be quite enough to make the reputation of Rhazes, even if we did not know from the writings themselves, and from the admiration of many distinguished men, as well as the incentive that his works have so often proved to original observation, that he is an important link in the chain of observers in medicine, who, though we would naturally expect them to be so frequent, are really so rare. End of Part 1 of 2. Chapter 5 of Old Time Makers of Medicine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Marcetich, September 2009, Alexandria, Virginia. Old Time Makers of Medicine by James Joseph. Chapter 5. Great Arabian Physicians. Part 2 of 2. Ali Abbas. Rhazes lived well on into the 10th century. His successor in prestige, though not his serious rival, was Ali ben Abbas, usually spoken of in medical literature as Ali Abbas, a distinguished Arabian physician who died near the end of the 10th century. He wrote a book on medicine which, because of its dedication to the Sultan, to whom he was body physician, is known as the Liber Regius, or Royal Book of Medicine. This became the leading textbook of medicine for the Arabs until replaced by the Canon of Avicenna some 2 centuries later. The Liber Regius was an extremely practical work and, like most of the Arabian books of the early times, is simple and direct, quite without many of the objectionable features that developed later in Arabian medicine. It is valuable mainly for its contributions to diet and the fact that Ali Abbas tested many of his medicines on ailing animals before applying them to men. Of course, it owes much to earlier writers on medicine, and especially to Paul of Aegina. An example of its practical value is to be found in his description of the treatment of a wound in the brachial artery, when, as happened often in venesection from the median basilic vein, it was injured through carelessness or inadvertence. If astringent or cauterizing methods do not stop the bleeding, the artery should be exposed, carefully isolated, tied in 2 places above and below the wound, and then cut across between them. He has many similar practical bits of technique. For instance, in pulling a back tooth he recommends that the gums be incised so as to loosen them around the roots, and then the tooth itself may be drawn with a special forceps which he calls a molar forceps. In ascites he recommends that when other means fail, an opening should be made 3 finger breadths below the navel with a pointed phlebotomy knife, and a portion of the fluid allowed to evacuate itself. A tube should then be inserted, but closed. The next day, more of the fluid should be allowed to come away, and then the tube removed and the abdomen wrapped with a firm bandage. It is easy to understand that Ali Abbas's book should have been popular, and the more we know of it the easier it is to explain why Constantine Africanus should have selected it for translation. It contains 10 theoretic and 10 practical books, and gives an excellent idea of the medical knowledge and medical practice of the time. Probably the fact that Constantine had translated it led to its early printing, so that we have an edition of it published at Venice in 1492, and another at Lyons in 1523. During the Middle Ages, the book was often spoken of as Regalis Dispositio, the royal disposition of medicine. Moorish physicians. After Rhazes, the most important contributors to medical literature from among the Arabs, with the single exception of Avicenna, were born in Spain. They are Albucasis or Abulcasis, the surgeon, Avenzoar, the physician, and Averroes, the philosophic theorist in medicine. Besides, it may be recalled here that Maimonides, the great Jewish physician, was born and educated at Cordova in Spain. It might very well be a surprise that these distinguished men among the Arabs should have flourished in Spain, so far from the original seat of Arabian and Mohammedan dominion in the East, where, owing to conditions in the modern time, The English-speaking world particularly is not likely to assume that the environment was favorable for the development of science and philosophy. Anyone who recalls, however, the history of Spanish intellectual influence in the Roman Empire, as we have traced it at the beginning of this chapter, will appreciate how favorable conditions were in Spain for the fostering of intellectual development. With the disturbances that had come from political strife and the invasion of the barbarians in Italy, Spain had undoubtedly come to hold the primacy in the intellectual life of Europe at the time when the Arabs took possession of the peninsula. Abul Qasis. The most important of the Arabian surgeons of the Middle Ages is Abu Qasis or Abul Qasis, also Abu Qasim, who was born near Cordova in Spain. The exact year of his birth is not known, but he flourished in the second half of the 10th century. He is said to have lived to the age of 101. The name of his principal work, which embraces the whole of medicine, is Al-Tasrif or Tasrif, which has been translated the Miscellany. Most of what he has to say about medical matters is taken from Razi's. His work on surgery, however, in 3 books, represents his special contribution to the medical sciences. It contains a number of illustrations of instruments, and is the first illustrated medical book that has come to us. It was translated into Latin, and was studied very faithfully by all the surgeons of the Middle Ages. Guy de Chauliac has quoted Abu Qasis about 200 times in his Chirurgia Magna. Even as late as the beginning of the 16th century, Fabricius de Aquapendente, the teacher of Harvey, confessed that he owed most to 3 great medical writers, Celsus, 1st century, Paul of Aegina, 7th century, and Abul Qasis, 10th century. Abul Qasis insisted that for successful surgery a detailed knowledge of anatomy was, above all, necessary. He said that the reason why surgery had declined in his day was that physicians did not know their anatomy. The art of medicine, he added further, required much time. Unfortunately, to quote Hippocrates, there are many who are physicians in name only and not in fact, especially in what regards surgery. He gives some examples of surgical mistakes made by his professional brethren that were particularly called to his attention. They are the perennially familiar instances of ignorance causing death because surgeons were tempted to operate too extensively. His description of the procedure necessary to stop an artery from bleeding is an interesting example of his method of teaching the practical technique of surgery. Apply the finger promptly upon the opening of the vessel and press until the blood is arrested. Having heated a cautery of the appropriate size, take the finger away rapidly and touch the cautery at once to the end of the artery until the blood stops. If the spurting blood should cool the cautery, take another. There should be several ready for the purpose. Take care, he says, not to cauterize the nerves in the neighborhood, for this will add a new ailment to the patient's affection. There are only 4 ways of arresting arterial hemorrhage. First, by cautery. Second, by division of the artery, when that is not complete, for then the extremities contract and the blood clots. Or by a ligature, or by the application of substances which arrest blood flow, aided by a compressive bandage. Other means are inefficient and seldom, and, at most, accidentally successful. His instruction for first aid to the injured, in case of hemorrhage in the absence of the physician, is to apply pressure directly upon the wound itself. The development of the surgical specialties among the Arabs is particularly interesting. Abul Qasis has much to say about nasal polyps. He divided them into 3 classes. 1. Cancerous, 2. Those with a number of feet, and 3. Those that are soft and not living. These latter, he says, are neither malignant nor difficult to treat. He recommends the use of a hook for their removal, or a snare for those that cannot be removed with that instrument. His instructions for the removal of objects from the external ear are interestingly practical. He advises the use of bird lime on the end of a sound to which objects will cling, or, where they are smaller, suction through a silver or copper cannula. Hooks and pincets are also suggested. Insects should be removed with the hook, or with the cannula, or having been killed by warm oil, removed by means of a syringe. Some of his observations with regard to genito-urinary surgery are quite as interesting. He even treated congenital anomalies. He suggests cutting of the meatus when narrowed, dilation of strictures with lead sounds, and even suggests plans of operations to improve the condition in hypospadias. He gives the signs for differentiation between epitheliomata and condylomata, and distinguishes various forms of ulceration of the penis. Abulcasis discusses varicose veins in a very much the same spirit as a modern surgeon does. They occur particularly in people who work much on their feet, and especially who have to carry heavy burdens. They should not be operated on unless they produce great discomfort, and make it impossible for the sufferer to make his living. They may be operated on by means of incision or extirpation. Incision consists of cutting the veins at 2 or 3 places where they have been made prominent by means of tight bandages around the limb. The blood should be allowed to flow freely out of the cut ends, and then a bandage applied. For extirpation, the skin having been shaved beforehand, the vein should be made prominent and then carefully laid bare. When freed from all adhesions, it should be lifted out on a hook and either completely extirpated or several rather long pieces removed. He lays a good deal of stress on the necessity for freeing the vein thoroughly and lifting it well out of tissues before incising it. In old cases, special care must be taken not to tear the vein. Minute details of technique are often found in these old authors. Abulcasis, for instance, treats of adherent fingers with up-to-date completeness. They can occur either congenitally or from injury, as, for instance, burning. They should be separated, and then separation maintained by means of bandages or by the insertion between them of a thin lead plate, which prevents their readhesion. Adhesions of the fingers with the palm of the hand, which Abulcasis has also seen, should be treated the same way. At times there is surprise at finding some rare lesion treated with modern technique, and a hint at least of our modern apparatus. Fracture of the pubic arch, for instance, is described in Abulcasis quite as if he had definite experience with it. When this occurs in a woman, the reposition of the bone is often greatly facilitated by a cotton tampon in the vagina. This tampon must be removed at every urination. There is another way, however, of better securing the same purpose of counterpressure. One may take a sheep's bladder into the orifice of which a tube is fastened. One should introduce the bladder into the vagina and then blow strongly through the tube until the bladder becomes swollen and fills up the vaginal cavity. The fracture will, as a rule, then be readily reduced. Here is, of course, not alone the first hint of the colpurinter, but a very practical form of the apparatus complete. Old-time physicians used the bladders of animals very generally for nearly all the medical purposes for which we now use rubber bags. Avicenna. Undoubtedly the most important of Abul Qasis' contemporaries is the famous physician whose Arabic name, Ibn Sina, was transformed into Avicenna. He was born toward the end of the tenth century in the Persian province of Khorasan at the height of Arabian influence, and is sometimes spoken of as the chief representative of Arabian medicine, as of much importance for it as Galen for later Greek medicine. His principal book is the so-called Canon. It replaced the compendium contents of Rhazes, and, in the East, continued until the end of the 15th century to be looked upon as the most complete and best system of medicine. Avicenna came to be better known in the West than any of the other Arabian writers, and his name carried great weight with it. There are very few subjects in medicine that he did not receive suggestive, if not always adequate, treatment at the hands of this great Arabian medical thinker of the 11th century. He copied freely from his predecessors, but completed their work with his own observations and conclusions. One of his chapters is devoted to leprosy alone. He has definite information with regard to bubonic plague and the filaria medinensis. Here and there one finds striking anticipations of what are supposed to be modern observations. Nothing was too small for his notice. One portion of the fourth book is on cosmetics, in which he treats the affections of the hair and of the nails. He has special chapters with regard to obesity, emaciation, and general constitutional conditions. His book, the Antidotarium, is the foundation of our knowledge of the drug-giving of his time. Some idea of the popularity and influence of Avicenna, 5 centuries after his time, can be readily derived from the number of commentaries on him issued during the Renaissance period by the most distinguished medical scholars and writers of that time. Hürtel, in his Das Arabische und Hebräische in der Anatomie, quotes some of them. Bartholomeus de Varignana, Gentilis de Fulgenis, Jacobus de Partibus, Diodasus Lopez, Jacobus de Forlivio, Ugo Sinensis, Dinas de Garbo, Matthias de Gradibus, Nicholas Leonicenus, Thaddeus Florentinius, Gelatus de Sancta Sophia. A more complete list, with the titles of the books, may be found in Haller's Bibliotheca Anatomica. For over 3 centuries after the foundation of medical schools in Europe, and even after Mondino's book had been widely distributed, Avicenna was still in the hands of all those who had an enthusiasm for medical science. Avenzoar. Another of the distinguished Arabian physicians was Avenzoar, the transformation of his Arabic family name, Ibn Zor. He was probably born in Penaflor, not far from Seville. He died in Seville at 1162 at the age, it is said, of 92 years. He was the son of a physician descended from a family of scholars, jurists, physicians, and officials. He received the best education of the time, not only in internal medicine, but in all the specialties, and must be counted among the greatest of the Spanish Arabian physicians. He was the teacher of Averroes, who always speaks of him with great respect. He is interesting as probably being the first to suggest nutrition per rectum. A few words of his description show how well he knew the technique. His apparatus for the purpose consisted of the bladder of a goat or some similar animal structure, with a silver cannula fastened into its neck, to be used about as we use a fountain syringe. Having first carefully washed out the rectum with cleansing and purifying clysters, he injected the nutriment, eggs, milk, and gruels, into the gut. His idea was that the intestine would take this, and, as he said, suck it up, carrying it back to the stomach, where it would be digested. He was sure that he had seen his patients benefited by it. Some light on his studies of cases that would require such treatment may be obtained from what he has to say about the handling of a case of stricture of the esophagus. He says that this begins with some discomfort, and then some difficulty of swallowing, which is gradually and continuously increased until finally there comes complete impossibility of swallowing. It was in these cases that he suggested rectal alimentation, but he went farther than this, and treated the stricture of the esophagus itself. The first step in this treatment is that a cannula of silver or tin should be inserted through the mouth and pushed down the throat till its head meets an obstruction, always being withdrawn when there is a vomiting movement, until it becomes engaged in the stricture. Then freshly milked milk, or gruel made from farina or barley, should be poured through it. He says that in these cases the patient might be put in a warm milk or gruel bath, since there are some physicians who believe that through the lower parts of the body, and through the pores of the whole body, nutrition might be taken up. While he considers that this latter method should be tried in suitable cases, he has not very much faith in it, and says that the reasons urged for it are weak and rather frivolous. It is easy to understand that a man who has reached the place in medicine where he can recommend manipulative treatments of this kind, and discuss nutritional modes so rationally, knew his practical medicine well, and wrote of it judiciously. Averroes. Among the distinguished contributors to medicine at this time, though more a philosopher than a physician, is the famous Averroes, whose full Arabic name among his contemporaries was Abul Walid Mohammed ben Ahmed ibn Roshd el-Maliki. Like Avenzoar, of whom he was the intimate personal friend, and Abul Qasis and Maimonides, he was born in the south of Spain. He was in high favor with the King of Morocco and of Spain, El-Mansur Jacob, often known as Al-Mansur, who made him one of his counselors. His works are much more important for philosophy than for medicine, and his philosophical writings gave him a place only second to that of Aristotle in the Western world during the Middle Ages. Averroism is still a subject of at least academic interest, and Renan's monograph on it, and its author was one of the popular books of the latter half of the 19th century in philosophic circles. In spite of his friendship with the Moorish king and with Avenzoar, he fell under the suspicion of free thinking, and was brought to trial with a number of personal friends who occupied high positions in the Moorish government. He escaped with his life, but only after great risks, and he was banished to a suburb of Cordova, in which only Jews were allowed to live. By personal influence, he succeeded in securing the pardon of himself and friends, and then was summoned to the court of the son and the successor of El-Mansur in Morocco. He died, not long after, in 1198. Altogether there are some 33 works of Averroes on philosophy and science. Only 3 of these are concerned with medicine. One is the Colleget, so called, containing 7 books, on anatomy, physiology, pathology, diagnostics, materia medica, hygiene, and therapy. Then there is a commentary on the Cantica of Avicenna, and a tractate on the Theriac. Averroës idea in writing about medicine was to apply his particular system of philosophy to medical science. His intimate relations with other great physicians of the time, and in particular his close friendship with Avenzoar, enabled him to get abundant medical information in faultless order so far as knowledge then went, but his theoretic speculations, instead of helping medicine, as he thought they would, and as philosophers have always been inclined to think as regards their theoretic contributions, were not only not of value, but to some extent at least hindered human progress by diverting men from the field of observation to that of speculation. It is interesting to realize that Averroës did in his time what Descartes did many centuries later, and many another brilliant thinker has done before and since. Arabian influence. The fame of these great thinkers and writers in philosophy and in medicine came to be known not only through the distribution of their books long after their death, but during their lifetime, and in immediately subsequent generations, ardent seekers after knowledge, who were themselves afterwards to become famous by their teaching and writing, found their way into the Arabian dominions in order to take advantage of the educational opportunities afforded. These were better than they could secure at home in Christian countries, because the process of bringing culture and devotion to literature and science into the minds of the northern nations who had replaced the old Romans in Europe was not yet completed. Baghdad and Cordova were the two favorite places of educational pilgrimage. The names that are most familiar among the scholars in the Middle Ages in Europe are those of whom it is recorded that they made long journeys in order to get in touch with what the Arabs had preserved of the old Greek civilization and culture. Among them are such men as Michael Scott or Scotus, Matthew Platerius, who was afterwards a great teacher at Salerno, Daniel Morley, Adelard of Bath, Aegidius, otherwise known as Giles de Corbeil, Romualdus, Gerbert of Auvergne, who later became pope under the name of Sylvester II, Gerard of Cremona, and the best known of them all, at least in medicine, Constantine Africanus, whose wanderings, however, were probably not limited to Arabian lands, but who seems also to have been in Hindustan. We are rather prone to think that this great spirit of going far afield for knowledge's sake is recent, or, at least, quite modern. As a matter of fact, one finds it everywhere in history. Long before Herodotus did his wanderings, there were many visitors who went to Egypt, and many more later who went to Crete, and many more a few centuries later who went to the shores of Asia Minor, seeking for the precious pearl of knowledge, and sometimes finding it without finding the even more precious pearl of wisdom, whose worth is from the farthest coasts. To the Arabs we owe the foundation of a series of institutions for the higher learning, like those which had existed around them in Asia Minor and in Egypt at the time they made their conquests. Alexandria, Pergamos, Kos, Cnidos, Tarsus, and many other eastern cities had had what we would call at least academies, and many of them deserved the name of universities. The Arabs continued the tradition in education that they found, and established educational institutions which attracted wide attention. As we have said, the two most famous of these were at Baghdad and at Cordova. Mostansir, the predecessor of the last caliph of the family of the Abbasides, built a handsome palace, in which the Academy of Baghdad was housed. It is still in existence, and gives an excellent idea of the beneficent interest of this monarch and of other of the Abbasidi rulers in education. Its fate at the present time is typical of the attitude of the Mohammedans toward education. Though the building is still standing, the institution of learning is no longer there. As Hurdle remarks, it is not ideas that are exchanged in it now, but articles of commerce. It has become the chief office of the Turkish customs department in Baghdad. These institutions of the higher learning, founded by the Arabs, at first as rather strict imitations of the museums or academies of Egypt and Asia Minor, gradually changed their character under the Arabs. Their courses became much more formal, examinations became much more important, scholarship was sought not so much for its own sake, as because it led to positions in the civil service, to the favor of princes, and, in general, to reputation and pecuniary reward. Formal testimonials proclaiming education, signed by the academic authorities, were introduced and came to mean much. Lawyers could not practice without a license. Physicians also required a license. These formalities were adopted by the Western medical universities to a considerable degree and have been perpetuated in the modern time. Undoubtedly, they did much to hamper real education among the Arabs by setting in place of the satisfaction of learning for its own sake and the commendation of teachers, the formal recognition of a certain amount of work done as recognized by the educational authorities. There was always a tendency among the Arabs to formulate and formalize, to over-systematize what they were at, to think that new knowledge could be obtained simply by speculating over what was already acquired and developing it. There are a number of comparisons between this and later periods of education that might be suggested if comparisons were not odious. The influence of Arabian medicine on modern medicine can, perhaps, best be judged from the number of words in our modern nomenclature which, though bearing Latin forms, often with suggestion of Greek origins, still are not derived from the old Latin or Greek authors, but represent Arabic terms translated into Latin during the Renaissance period. Hurdle, without pretense of quoting them all, gives a list of these which is surprising in its comprehensiveness. For instance, the mediastinum, the sutura sagittalis, the scrobiculus cordis, the marsupium cordis, the chambers of the heart, the velum palatii, the trochanter, the rima glottidis, the fontanelles, the alae of the nose, all have their present names, not from original Latin expressions, but from the translation of Arabic terms. For all such words the Greeks and Romans have quite other expressions, in which the sense of our modern terms is not contained. This has given rise to many misunderstandings, and to many attempts in the modern times to return to the classic terminology rather than preserve what in many cases are the barbarisms introduced through the Arabic. But it is doubtful whether any comprehensive reform in the matter can be effected, so strongly entrenched in medical usage have these terms now become. Freind, in his History of Medicine, already cited, calls attention to the fact that the Arabs had an unfortunate tendency to change by addition or subtraction of their own views the authors that they studied, and wished to translate to others. This seems to have been true even of some of the most distinguished of them. Of course, the idea of preserving an author's text untouched, and making it clear just where note and commentary come in, had not come to men's view. But quite apart from this, the Arabs apparently often tried to gain acceptance for their own ideas by having them masquerade as the supposed ideas of favorite classic authors. Another unfortunate tendency among the Arabs was their liking for the discussion of many trivial questions. Hyrtl, in his volume on Arabian and Hebrew words in anatomy, declares that it is almost incredible how earnestly some trivial questions in anatomy and physiology were discussed by the Arabs. He gives some examples. Why does no hair grow on the nose of men? Why does the stomach not lie behind the mouth? Why does the windpipe not lie behind the esophagus? Why are the breasts not on the abdomen? Why are the calves on the anterior portion of the legs? Even such men as Rhazes and Avicenna discussed such questions. It was this tendency of the Arabs that passed over to the Western Europeans with Arabian commentaries on philosophy and science and brought so many similar discussions in the scholastic period. These trivialities have usually been supposed to originate with the scholastics themselves, for they are not to be found in the Greek authors on whom the scholastics were writing commentaries, but they are typically Oriental in character, and it must be remembered that during the 12th and early 13th centuries at least, Greek philosophy found its way largely into Europe in Arab versions, and these characteristically Arabian editions of the discussion of curious trivial questions came with them and produced an imitative tendency among the Europeans. As a rule, the more careful has been the study of Arabian writers in the modern time, particularly by specialists, the clearer it has become that they lacked nearly all originality. Especially were they faulty in their observations. Besides, they had a definite tendency to replace observation by theory, a fatal defect in medicine. The fine development of surgery that came at the end of the Arabian period of medicine in Europe could never have come from the Arabs themselves. Gurlt has brought this out particularly, but it will not be difficult to cite many other good authorities in support of this opinion. Hyrtl, in his Thesis on the Rarer Old Anatomists, says that, quote, "The Arabs paid very little attention to anatomy, and, of course, because of the prohibition in the Koran, added nothing to it. Whatever they knew they took from the Greeks, and especially Galen. Not only did they not add anything new to this, but they even lost sight of much that was important in the older authors. The Arabs were much more interested in physiology. They could study this by giving thought to it without soiling their hands. They delighted in theory rather than in observation." End quote. While we thus discuss the lack of originality and the tendency to over-refinement among the Arabian medical writers, it must not be thought that we would make little of what they accomplished. They not only preserved the old medical writers for us, but they kept alive practical medicine with the principles of the great Greek thinkers as its basis. There are a large number of writers of Arabian medicine whose names have secured deservedly a high place in medical history. If this were a formal history of Arabian medicine, their careers and works would require discussion. For our purpose, however, it seems better to confine attention to a few of the most prominent Arabian writers on medicine, because they will serve to illustrate how thoroughly practical were the Arabian physicians, and how many medical problems that we are prone to think of as modern they occupied themselves with, solving them not infrequently nearly as we do in the modern time. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Old Time Makers of Medicine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Marsatich, September 2009, Alexandria, Virginia. Old Time Makers of Medicine by James Joseph. Chapter 6. The Medical School at Salerno. The medical school at Salerno, probably organized early in the 10th century, often spoken of as the darkest of the centuries, and reaching its highest point of influence at the end of the 12th century, is of great interest in modern times for a number of reasons. First, it brought about in the course of its development an organization of medical education and an establishment of standards that were to be maintained whenever and wherever there was a true professional spirit down to our time. They insisted on a preliminary education of 3 years of college work, on at least 4 years of medical training, on special study for specialist work, as in surgery, and on practical training with a physician or in a hospital before the student was allowed to practice for himself. At Salerno, too, the Department of Women's Diseases was given over to women professors, and we have the textbooks of some of these women medical teachers. The license to practice given to women, however, seems to have been general, and did not confine them merely to the care of women and children. We have records of a number of these licenses issued to women in the neighborhood of Salerno. The subject of feminine medical education at Salerno, because of its special interest in our time, will have a chapter by itself. These are the special features of medical education in our own time that we are rather prone to think of as originating with ourselves, and as being indices of that evolution of humanity and progress in mankind which are culminating in our era. It is rather interesting, then, to study just how these developments came about and what the genesis of this great school was. The books of its professors were widely read, not only in their own generation, but for centuries afterwards. With the invention of printing at the time of the Renaissance, most of them were printed and exerted profound influence over the revival of medicine which took place at the time. Salerno became the first of the universities in the modern sense of the word. Here there gathered round the medical school, first a preparatory department representing modern college work, and then departments of theology and law, though this latter department particularly was never quite successful. The fact that the first university, that of Salerno, should have been organized round a medical school, the second, that of Bologna, around a law school, and the third, that of Paris, around a school of theology and philosophy, would seem to represent the ordinary natural process of development in human interests. First, man is interested in himself and in his health, then in his prosperity, and finally in his relations to his fellow man and to God. Though much work has been done on the subject in recent years, it is not easy to trace the origin of the medical school at Salerno. The difficulty is emphasized by the fact that even the earliest chroniclers whose accounts we have were not sure as to its origin, and even had some doubt about the age of the school. Alphanus, usually designated Alphanus I, because there are several of the name, who is one of the earliest professors whose name and fame have come down to us, gives us the only definite detail as to the age of the school. He was a Benedictine monk, distinguished as a literary man, known both as poet and physician, who was afterwards raised to the bishopric of Salerno. As a bishop, he was one of the beneficent patrons to whom the school owed much. He lived in the 10th century, and states that medicine flourished in the town before the time of Guimarus II, who reigned in the 9th century. In the ancient chronicle of Salerno, rediscovered by de Renzi and published in his Collectio Salernitana, it is definitely recorded that the medical school was founded by four doctors, a Jewish rabbi Elinus, a Greek Pontus, a Saracen Adala, an Arab, and a native of Salerno, each of whom lectured in his native language. There are many elements in this tradition, however, that would seem to indicate its mythical origin, and that it was probably invented after the event to account for the presence of teachers in all these languages and the coming of students from all over the world. The names, for instance, are apparently corruptions of real names, as can be readily recognized. Elinus, the Jew, is probably Elias or Elsius. Adala is a corruption of Abdallah, and Pontus, as pointed out by Puschmann in his History of Medical Education, should probably be Gariopontus. While we do not know exactly when the medical school at Salerno was founded, we know that a hospital was established there as early as 820. It was founded by the Archdeacon Adelmus, and was placed under the control of the Benedictines after it was realized that a religious order, by its organization, was best fitted for carrying on such charitable work continuously. Other infirmaries and charitable institutions, mainly under control of the religious, sprang up in Salerno. It was the presence of these hospitals in a salubrious climate that seems first to have attracted the attention of patients and then of physicians from all over Europe and even adjacent Africa and Asia. Puschmann says that it is uncertain whether clinical instruction was imparted in these institutions or not, but the whole tenor of what we know about the practical character of the teaching at Salerno and of the fine development of professional medicine there would seem to argue that probably those who came to study medicine here were brought directly in contact with patients. As early as the ninth century, Salerno was famous for its great physicians. We know the names of at least two physicians, Joseph and Joshua, who practiced there about the middle of the ninth century. Ragenifrid, a Lombard by his name, was private physician to Prince Wyamar of Salerno in the year 900. The fact that he was from North Italy indicates that already foreigners were being attracted, but more than this, that they were obtaining opportunities unhampered by any chauvinism. From early in the 10th century, physicians from Salerno were frequently brought to foreign courts to become the attending physicians to rulers. Patients of the highest distinction from all over Europe began to flock to Salerno, and we have the names of many of them. In the 10th century, Bishop Adalberon, when ailing, went there, though he found no cure for his ills. Abbot Desiderius, however, the great Benedictine scholar of the time, who afterwards became Pope Victor III, regained his health at Salerno under the care of the great Constantine Africanus, who was so much impressed by the gentle kindness and deep learning and the example of the saintly life of his patient that not long after he went to Monte Cassino to become a Benedictine under Desiderius, who was abbot there. Duke Guiscard sent his son Bohemund to Salerno for the cure of a wound received in battle, which had refused to heal under the ordinary surgical treatment of the time. William the Conqueror, early in the 11th century, and while still only the Duke of Normandy, is said to have passed some time at Salerno for a similar reason. The most interesting feature of the medical life at Salerno at this time is the relations between the clergy and the physicians. In the sketch of the life of Constantine Africanus, which follows this chapter, there is some account of the friendship between Abbot Desiderius of Monte Cassino and Constantine Africanus, and the latter's withdrawal from his professorship to become a Benedictine. One of the physicians of the early 10th century who stood high in favor with Prince Gisulf was raised to the bishopric of Salerno. This was Alphanus, whom we have already mentioned as a chronicler, a monk, a poet, a physician, and finally the bishop of Salerno. The best proof of how thorough was the medical education at Salerno and how much influence it exerted, even over public opinion, is to be found in the regulation of the practice of medicine, which soon began, and the insistence upon proper training before permission to practice medicine was granted. The medical school at Salerno early came to be a recognized institution in the kingdom of the Two Sicilies, representing a definite standard of medical training. It is easy to understand that the attraction which Salerno possessed for patients soon also brought to the neighborhood a number of irregular physicians, traveling quacks, and charlatans. Wealthy patients were coming from all over the world to be treated at Salerno. Many of them doubtless were sufferers from incurable diseases, and nothing could be done for them. Often they would be quite unable to return to their homes, and would be surely unwilling to give up all hope if anybody promised them anything of relief. There was a rich field for the irregular, and of course, as always, he came. Salerno had already shown what a good standard of medical education should be, and it is not surprising, then, that the legal authorities in this part of the country proceeded to the enforcement of legal regulations demanding the attainment of this standard, in order that unfit and unworthy physicians might not practice medicine to their own benefit but to the detriment of the patients. Accordingly, as early as the year 1140, King Ruggiero (Roger) of the Two Sicilies promulgated the law, "Whoever from this time forth desires to practice medicine must present himself before our officials and judges, and be subject to their decision. Anyone audacious enough to neglect this shall be punished by imprisonment and confiscation of goods. This decree has for its object the protection of the subjects of our kingdom from the dangers arising from the ignorance of practitioners." Just about a century later the Emperor Frederick II, the Hohenstaufen, in the year 1240, extended this law, emphasized it, and brought it particularly into connection with the great medical school of the Two Sicilies, of which territory he was the ruler. This law has often been proclaimed as due to his personality rather than to his times, as representing his very modern spirit and his progressive way of looking at things. There is no doubt that certain personal elements for which he should be given due credit are contained in the law. To understand it properly, however, one must know the law of King Roger of the preceding century, and then it is easy to appreciate that Frederick's regulation is only such a development of the governmental attitude towards medical practice as might have been expected during the century since Roger's time. It has sometimes been suggested that this law made by the Emperor Frederick, who was so constantly in bitter opposition to the papacy, was issued in despite of the church authorities, and represents a policy very different from any which they would have encouraged. The early history of Salerno, even briefly as we have given it, completely contradicts any such idea. The history of medical regulation at the beginning of the next century down at Montpellier, moreover, where the civil authorities being weak, the legal ordering of the practice of medicine was effectively taken up by the Church, and the authority for the issuance of licenses to practice was in the hands of the bishops of the neighborhood, shows clearly that it is not because of any knowledge of the real medical history of the times that such remarks are made, but from a set purpose to discredit the Church. The Emperor Frederick's law deserves profound respect and consideration because of the place that it holds in the legal regulation of the practice of medicine. Anyone who thinks that evolution must have brought us in 7 centuries much farther in this matter than were the people of the later Middle Ages should read this law attentively. Everyone who is interested in medical education should have a copy of it near him, because it will have a chastening effect in demonstrating not only how little have we done in the modern time, rather than how much, but above all how much of decadence there was during many periods of the interval. The law may be found in the original in The Popes and Science, Fordham University Press, New York, 1908. 3 years of preliminary university education before the study of medicine might be taken up, 4 years of medical studies proper before a degree was given, a year of practice with a regularly licensed physician before a license to practice could be obtained, a special course in anatomy if surgery were to be practiced. All this represents an ideal we are striving after at the present time in medical education. Besides this, Frederick's law also regulates medical fees, requires gratuitous attendance on the poor for the privilege of practice according by the license, though the general fees are of a thoroughly professional character and represent for each visit of the physician about the amount of daily wage that the ordinary laborer of that time earned. Curiously enough, this same ratio of emolument has maintained itself. The law was also a pure drug law, regulating the practice of pharmacy, and the price as well as the purity of drugs, and the relations of physicians, druggists, and the royal drug inspectors, whose business it was to see that only proper drugs were prepared and sold. All this is so much more advanced than we could possibly have imagined, only that the actual documents are in our possession that most people refuse to let themselves be persuaded, in spite of the law, that it could have meant very much. Especially as regards medical education, are they dubious as to conditions at this time. To them it seems that it can make very little difference how much time was required for medical study or for studies preliminary to medicine, since there was so little to be learned. The age was ignorant, men knew but little, and so very little could be imparted no matter how much time was taken. This is, I fear, a common impression, but an utterly false one. The preliminary training that is the undergraduate work at the universities consisted of the 7 liberal arts, the trivium and quadrivium, which embraced logic, rhetoric, grammar, metaphysics, under which was included not a little of physics, cosmology, in which some biology was studied, as well as psychology and mathematics, astronomy, and music. This was a thoroughly rounded course in intellectual training. No wonder that Professor Huxley said, in his inaugural address as rector of Aberdeen, quote, "I doubt if the curriculum of any modern university shows so clear and generous a comprehension of what is meant by culture as this old trivium and quadrivium does." End quote. There is no doubt at all about the value of the undergraduate training, nor of the scholarship of the men who were turned out under the system, nor of their ability to concentrate their minds on difficult subjects, a faculty that we strive to cultivate in our time and do not always congratulate ourselves on securing to the degree, at least, that we would like. As to the medical teaching, Aegidius, often called Giles of Corbeil, who was a graduate of Salerno and afterward became the physician in ordinary to Philip Augustus, King of France, thought that he could not say too much for the training in medicine that was given at this first of the medical schools. One thing is sure, the professors were eminently serious, the work taken up was in many ways thoroughly scientific, and some of the results of the medical investigations of that early day are interesting even now. The descriptions of diseases that we have from the Salernitan school are true to nature and are replete with many original observations. Puschmann says, quote, "The accounts given of intermittent fever, pneumonia, phthisis, psoriasis, lupus, which they call the malum mortum, of ulcers of the sexual organs, among which it is easy to recognize cancer, and of the disturbances of the mental faculties, especially deserve mention." End quote. They seem to have been quite expert in their knowledge of phthisis. In the treatment of it they laid great stress upon the giving up of a strenuous life, the living a rather easy existence in the open air, and a suitable diet. When the commencement of consumption was suspected, the first prescription was a good course of strengthening nourishment for the patient. On the other hand, they declared that the cases in which diarrhea supervented during consumption soon proved fatal. In general, with regard to people who were liable to respiratory diseases, they insisted upon life in an atmosphere of equable temperature. Though the custom was almost unheard of in the Salerno of that time, and indeed at the present time, there is very little heating during the winter in southern Italy. They insisted that patients who were liable to pulmonary affections should have their rooms heated. On the other hand, they suggested the cooling of the air of the sick room, as we have noted in the chapter on Constantine Africanus, and Afflacius recommended the employment of an apparatus from which water trickled continuously in drops to the ground and then evaporated. Baths and bleeding were employed according to definite indications, and diet was always a special feature. They had a number of drugs and simples, and the employment of some of them is interesting. Iron was prescribed for enlargement of the spleen. The internal use of sea sponge, in which of course there is a noteworthy proportion of iodine, was recommended for relief from the symptoms of goitre by reducing its size. Iodine has been used so much ever since in this affection, even down to our own day, that this employment of one of its compounds is rather striking. Massage of the goitre was also recommended, and this mode of treatment was commonly employed for a number of ailments. Probably the best idea that can be obtained in the brief space of the achievements of the University of Salerno is to be found in Pagel's appreciation of Salerno's place in the history of medicine in his chapters on Medicine in the Middle Ages. In Puschmann's Handbuch der Geschichte der Medizin, Berlin, 1902, he said, quote, "If we take up now the accomplishments of the school of Salerno in the different departments, there is one thing that is very remarkable. It is the rich independent productivity with which Salerno advanced the banners of medical science for hundreds of years, almost as the only autonomous center of medical influence in the whole West. One might almost say that it was like a versprengten Keim, a displaced embryonic element, which, as it unfolded, rescued from destruction the ruined remains of Greek and Roman medicine. The productivity of Salerno, which may well be compared in quality and quantity with that of the best periods of our science, and in which no department of medicine was left without some advance, is one of the striking phenomena of the history of medicine. While positive progress was not made, there are many noteworthy original observations to be chronicled. It must be acknowledged that pupils and scholars set themselves faithfully to their tasks to further as far as their strength allowed the science and art of healing. In the medical writers of the older period of Salerno, who had not yet been disturbed by Arabian culture or scholasticism, we cannot but admire the clear, charmingly smooth, light-flowing diction, the delicate and honest setting forth of cases, the simplicity of their method of treatment, which was to a great extent dietetic and expectant, and while we admire the carefulness and yet the copiousness of their therapy, we cannot but envy them a certain austerity in their pharmaceutic formulas and an avoidance of medicamental polypragmasia. The work in internal medicine was especially developed. The contributions to it from a theoretic and a literary standpoint, as well as from practical applications, found ardent devotees." Less than this could scarcely have been expected from the medical school which brought such an uplift of professional dignity and advance in the standards of medical education that are to be noticed in connection with Salerno: registration, licensure, preliminary education, adequate professional studies, clinical experience under expert guidance, even special training for surgical work, all came in connection with this great medical school. Such practical progress in medical education could not have been made but by men who faced the problems of the practice of medicine without self-deception, and solved them as far as possible by common sense, natural and rational methods. It is usually said that at Salerno surgery occupied an inferior position. It is true that we have less record of it in the earlier years of Salerno than we would like to see. It was somewhat handicapped by the absence of human dissection. This very important defect was not due to any church opposition to anatomy, as has often been said, but to the objection that people have to seeing the bodies of their friends or acquaintances used for anatomical purposes. In the comparatively small towns of the Middle Ages there were few strangers, and therefore very seldom were there unclaimed bodies. The difficulty was in the obtaining of dissecting material. We had the same difficulty in this country about 2 generations ago, and the only way that bodies could be obtained regularly was by resurrecting them, as it was called, from graveyards. In the absence of human subjects, anatomy was taught at Salerno upon the pig. The principal portion of the teaching in anatomy consisted of the demonstration of the organs in the great cavities of the body and their relations, with some investigations of their form and the presumed functions of the corresponding organs in man. Koffo's well-known Anatomy of the Pig was a textbook written for the students of Salerno. In spite of its limitations, it shows the beginnings of rather searching original inquiry and even some observations in pathological anatomy. It is simple and straightforward, and does not profess to be other than it is, though it must be set down as the first reasonably complete contribution to comparative anatomy. When their surgery came to be written down, however, it gave abundant evidence of the thoroughness with which this department of medicine has been cultivated by the Salernitan faculty. We have a textbook of Roger, with the commentary of Rolando, and then the so-called commentary of the Four Masters. These writings were probably made rather for the medical school at Bologna than that of Salerno, though there is no doubt that at least Roger and Rolando received their education at Salerno and embodied in their writings the surgical traditions of that school, while I have preferred, in order to have a connected story of surgical development, to treat of their conditions to their specialty under the head of the great surgeons of the medical universities. It seems well to point out here that they must be considered as representing especially the surgical teaching of the older medical school of Salerno. There are many interesting features of the old teaching that they have embodied in their books. For instance, at Salerno, both sutures and ligatures were employed in order to prevent bleeding. We are rather accustomed to think that such uses of thread, and especially the ligature, as being much later inventions. The fact of the matter is, however, that ligatures and sutures were reinvented over and over again, and then allowed to go out of use until someone who had no idea of their dangers came to reinvent them once more. Much is often said about the place of Arabian surgery and medicine at this time, and the influence that they had over the medical teaching and thinking of the period. To trust many of the shorter histories of medicine, the Arabs must be given credit for more of the medical thought of this time than any other medical writers or thinkers. It is forgotten, however, apparently, that in the southern part of Italy, where Salerno was situated, Greek influence never died out. This had been a Greek colony in the olden time, and continued to be known for many centuries after the Christian era as Magna Graecia. Greek medicine, then, had more influence here than anywhere else. As a matter of fact, the beginnings of Salernitan teaching are all Greek and not at all Arabian. This is as true in surgery as in medicine. I have quoted Gurlt in the chapter on Great Surgeons of the Medical Universities, insisting that the Salernitan school owed nothing at all to Arabian surgery. Salernitan medicine was, during the 12th century, just as free from Arabian influence. When Arabian medicine makes itself felt, as pointed out by Pagel in his Geschichte der Heilkunde in Mittelalter, far from exerting a beneficial influence, it had a rather unfortunate effect. It led especially to an over-sophistication of medicine from the standpoint of drug therapeutics. The Arabian physicians trusted nature very little. In this, they were like our forefathers of medicine 100 years ago, of whom Rush was the typical representative, so history repeats itself. Before the introduction of Arabian medicine, the Salernitan school of medicine was noted for its common sense methods and its devotion to all the natural modes of healing. It looked quite as much to the prevention of disease as its treatment. Diet and air and water were always looked upon as significant therapeutic aids. With the coming of Arabian influence there began, says Pagel, quote, "as the literature of the times shows very well, that rule of the apothecary in therapeutics was an unfortunate exaggeration. Now all the above-mentioned complicated prescriptions came to be the order of the day. Apparently the more complicated a prescription the better. Dietetics especially was relegated to the background. Salerno, at the end of the 12th century, had already reached its highest point of advance in medicine and was beginning to decline. Decadence was evident, in so far as all the medical works that we have from that time are either borrowings or imitations from Arabian medicine with which eventually Salernitan medical literature became confounded. Only a few independent authors are found after this time." End quote. This is so very different from what is ordinarily presumed to have been the case and openly proclaimed by many historians of medicine, because apparently they would prefer to attribute scientific advance to the Arabs than to the Christian scholars of the time, that it is worth while noting it particularly. Salerno was particularly rich in its medical literary products. Very often we have not the names of the writers. Apparently there is good reason to think that a number of the professors consulted together in writing a book, and when it was issued it was considered to be a textbook of the Salernitan school of medicine rather than of any particular professor. This represents a development of cooperation on the part of colleagues in medical teaching that we are likely to think of as reserved for much later times. The most important medical writing that comes to us from Salerno, in the sense at least of the work that has had most effect on succeeding generations, has been most frequently transcribed, most often translated, and committed to memory by many generations of physicians, is the celebrated Salernitan medical poem on hygiene. The title of the original Latin was Regimen Sanitatis Salernitanum. It was probably written about the beginning of the 12th century. A century or so later it came to be the custom to call medical books after flowers, and so we had the Lilium Medicinae and the Flos Medicinae down at Montpellier, and this became the Flos Medicinae of Salerno. Pagel calls it the quintessence of Salernitan therapeutics. For many centuries portions at least of this Latin medical poem were as common in the mouths of physicians all over Europe as the aphorisms of Hippocrates or the sayings of Galen. Probably this enables us to understand the great reputation that the Salernitan school enjoyed and the influence that it wielded better than anything else. The poem is divided into 10 principal parts, containing altogether about 3,500 lines. The first part on hygiene has 855 lines in 8 chapters. The second part on materia medica, though containing only 4 chapters, has also about 800 lines. Anatomy and physiology are crowded into about 200 lines, etiology has something over 200, semiotics has about 250, pathology has but 30 lines more or less, and therapeutics about 400. Nosology has about 600 more, and finally there is something about the physician himself, and an epilogue. As Latin verses go, when written for such purposes, these are not so bad, though some of them would grate on a literary ear. The whole work makes a rather interesting compendium of medicine, with therapeutic indications and contraindications, and whatever the physician of the medical period needed to have ready to memory. Some of its prescriptions, both in the sense of formulae and of directions to the patient, have quite a modern air. One very interesting contribution to medical literature that comes to us from Salerno bears the title, The Coming of a Physician to His Patient, or An Instruction for the Physician Himself. We have had a number of such works published in recent years, but it is a little surprising to have the subject taken up thus early in the history of modern professional life. It is an extremely valuable document, as demonstrating how practical was the teaching at Salerno. The work is usually ascribed to Archimattheus, and it certainly gives a vivid picture of the medical customs of the time. The instruction for the immediate coming of the physician to his patient runs as follows. Quote, "When the doctor enters the dwelling of his patient, he should not appear haughty, nor covetous, but should greet with kindly, modest demeanor those who are present, and then seating himself near the sick man accept the drink which is offered him, and praise in a few words the beauty of the neighborhood, the situation of the house, and the well-known generosity of the family, if it should seem to him suitable to do so. The patient should be put at his ease before the examination begins, and the pulse should be felt deliberately and carefully. The fingers should be kept on the pulse at least until the 100th beat in order to judge its kind and character. The friends standing round will be all the more impressed because of the delay, and the physician's words will be received with just that much more attention." End quote. The old physician evidently realized very well how much influence on the patient's mind meant for the course of the disease. For instance, he recommends that the patient should be asked to confess and receive the sacraments of the Church before the doctor sees him, for if mention is afterwards made of this, the patient may believe that it is because the doctor thinks that there is no hope for him. For the purpose of producing an effect upon the patient's mind, the old physician does not hesitate even to suggest the taking advantage of every possible source of information, so as to seem to know all about the case. On the way to see the sick person, he, the physician, should question the messenger who has summoned him upon the circumstances and the conditions of the illness of the patient. Then, if not able to make any positive diagnosis after examining the pulse and the urine, he will at least excite the patient's astonishment by his accurate knowledge of the symptoms of the disease and thus win his confidence." At the end of these preliminary instructions there is a rather diplomatic, to say the least, bit of advice that might perhaps to a puritanic conscience seem more politic than truthful. Since the old professor insists so much on not disturbing the patient's mind by a bad prognosis or any hint of it, and since even some exaggeration of what he might think to be the serious outlook of the case to friends would only lead to greater care of the patient, there is probably much more justification for his suggestion than might be thought at first glance. He says, "When the doctor quits the patient, he should promise him that he will get quite well again, but if he should inform his friends that he is very ill, in this way a cure is effected. The fame of the doctor will be so much the greater, but if the patient dies, people will say that the doctor had foreseen the fatal issue." The story of the medical school of Salerno, even thus briefly and fragmentarily told, illustrates how very well old is the new in education, even in medical education. There is scarcely a phase of modern interest in medical education that may not be traced very clearly at Salerno, though the school began its career 1,000 years ago, and ceased to attract much attention over 600 years ago. We owe most of our knowledge of the details of its organization and teaching to De Renzi. Without the devotion of so ardent a scholar, it would have been almost impossible for us to have attained so complete a picture of Salernitan activities. As it is, as a consequence of his work, we are able to see this first of modern medical schools developing very much as do our most modern medical schools. There has been an accumulation of medical information in the 1,000 years, but the ways and modes of facing problems and many of the solutions of them do not differ from what they were in the distant past. The more we know about any particular period, the more is this brought home to us. It is for this that study of particular periods and institutions of the olden time, as of Salerno, grows increasingly interesting, because each new detail helps to fill in sympathetically the new old picture of human activity as it may be seen at all times. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Old Time Makers of Medicine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Marcetich, September 2009, Alexandria, Virginia. Old Time Makers of Medicine by James Joseph. Chapter 7. Constantine Africanus. Probably the most important representative of the medical school at Salerno, certainly the most significant member of its faculty, if we consider the wide influence for centuries after his time that his writings had, was Constantine Africanus. He is interesting, too, for many other reasons, for he is the first representative, in modern times, that is, who, after the incentive of antiquity had passed, devoted himself to creating a medical literature by translations, by additions, and by the collation of his own and others' observations on medical subjects. He is the connecting link between Arabian medicine and Western medical studies. The fact that he was first a traveler over most of the educational world of his time, then a professor at the University of Salerno, who attracted many students, and finally a Benedictine monk in the great abbey at Monte Cassino, shows how his life ran the gamut of the various phases of interest in the intellectual world of his time. It was his retirement to the famous monastery that gave him the opportunity, the leisure, the reference library for consultation that a writer feels he must have near him, and probably also the means necessary for the publication of his works. Not only did the monks of Monte Cassino itself devote themselves to the copying of his many books, but other Benedictine monasteries in various parts of the world made it a point to give wide diffusion to his writings. As a study in successful publication, that is, in the securing of wide attention to writings within a short time, the career of Constantine and the story of his books would be extremely interesting. Medieval distribution of books is usually thought to have been rather halting, but here was an exception. It was largely because Benedictines all over the world were deeply interested in what this brother Benedictine was writing that wide distribution was secured for his work within a very short time. His superiors among the Benedictines had a profound interest in what he was doing. The great Benedictine abbot Desiderius of Monte Cassino, who afterwards became pope, used all of his extensive influence in both positions to secure an audience for the books, hence the many manuscript copies of his writings that we have. It is probable that Constantine established a school of writers at Monte Cassino, for he could scarcely have accomplished so much by himself as has been attributed to him. Besides, his works attracted so much attention that writers of immediately succeeding generations who wanted to secure attention for their works sometimes attributed them to him in order to take advantage of his popularity. It is rather difficult, then, to determine with absolute assurance which are Constantine's genuine works. Some of those attributed to him are undoubtedly spurious. What we know with certainty, however, is that his authentic works meant much for his own and after generations. Constantine was born in the early part of the 11th century, and he died near its close, having lived probably well beyond 80 years of age, his years running nearly parallel with his century. His surname, Africanus, is derived from his having been born in Africa, his birthplace being Carthage. Early in life he seems to have taken up with ardor the study of medicine in his native town, devoting himself, however, at the same time, to whatever physical science was available. Like many another young man since his time, not satisfied with the knowledge he could secure at home, he made distant journeys, gathering medical and scientific information of all kinds wherever he went. According to a tradition that seems to be well grounded, some of these journeys took him even into the Far East. During his travels he became familiar with a number of Oriental languages, and especially studied the Arabian literature of science very diligently. At this time the Arabs, having the advantage of more intimate contact with the Greek medical traditions in Asia Minor, were farther advanced in their knowledge of the medical sciences than the scholars in the West. They had better facilities for obtaining the books that were the classics of medicine, and, with any desire for knowledge, could scarcely fail to secure it. What was best in Arabian medicine was brought to Salerno by Constantine, and, above all, his translation of many well-known Arabian medical authors proved eminently suggestive to seriously investigating physicians all over the world in his time. Before he was to be allowed to settle down to his literary work, however, Constantine was to have a very varied experience. Some of this, doubtless, was to be valuable in enabling him to set the old Arabian teachers of medicine properly before his generation. After his Oriental travels, he returned to his native Carthage in order to practice medicine. It was not long, however, before his superior medical knowledge, or, at least, the many novelties of medical practice that he had derived from his contact with the East, drew upon him the professional jealousy of his colleagues. It is very probable that the reputation of his extensive travels and wide knowledge soon attracted a large clientele. This was followed quite naturally by the envy at least of his professional brethren. Feeling became so bitter that even the possibility of serious personal consequences for him because of false accusations was not out of the question. Whenever novelties are introduced into medical science or medical practice, their authors are likely to meet with this opposition on the part of colleagues, and history is full of examples of it. Galvani was laughed at and called the frogs dancing master. Auenbrugger was made fun of for drumming on people. Harvey is said to have lost half of his consulting practice, all because they were advancing ideas that their contemporaries were not ready to accept. We are rather likely to think that this intolerant attitude of mind belongs to the older times, but it is rather easy to trace it in our own. In Constantine's day, men had ready to hand a very serious weapon that might be used against innovators. By craftily circulated rumors, the populace was brought to accuse him of magical practices, that is, of producing his cures by association with the devil. We are rather prone to think little of a generation that could take such nonsense seriously, but it would not be hard to find analogous false notions prevalent at the present time, which sometimes make life difficult, if not dangerous, for well-meaning individuals. Life seems to have been made very uncomfortable for Constantine in Carthage. Just the extent to which persecution went, however, we do not know. About this time Constantine's work attracted the attention of Duke Robert of Salerno. He invited him to become his physician. After he had filled the position for a time, a personal friendship developed, and, as has often happened to the physicians of kings, he became a royal counselor and private secretary. When the post of professor of medicine at Salerno fell vacant, it is not surprising, then, that Constantine should have been made professor, and from here his teaching soon attracted the attention of all the men of his time. Constantine seems to have greatly enhanced the reputation of the medical school, and added to the medical prestige of Salerno. After teaching for some 10 years there, however, he gave up his professorship, the highest position in the medical world of the time, apparently with certain plans in mind. He wanted leisure for writing the many things in medicine that he had learned in his travels in the East, so as to pass his precious treasure of knowledge on to succeeding generations, and then, too, he seems to have longed for that peace that would enable him not only to do his writing undisturbed, but to live his life quietly far away from the strife of men and the strenuous existence of a court and of a great school. There was probably another and more intimate personal reason for his retirement. Abbot Desiderius of the Benedictine Abbey of Monte Cassino, not far away, had become a close and valued friend. Before having been made abbot, Desiderius and Constantine probably were fellow professors at Salerno, for we know that Desiderius himself and many of his fellow Benedictines taught in the undergraduate department there. Desiderius enjoyed the reputation of being one of the most learned men of the time when his election to the abbacy at Monte Cassino took him away from Salerno. His departure was a blow to Constantine, who had learned by years of friendship that to be near his intimate friend, the pious scholarly Benedictine, was a solace in life and a never-failing incentive to his own intellectual work. Desiderius seems, indeed, to have been a large factor in influencing the great physician to write his books rather than devote himself to oral teaching, since the circulation of his writing would confer so much more of a benefit on a greater number of people. Perhaps another element in the situation was that Desiderius was desirous of having the learned physician, the travelled scholar, at Monte Cassino, for the sake of his influence on the scholarship of the abbey, and for the incentive that he would be to the younger monks to apply themselves to the varied field of knowledge which the Benedictines had chosen for themselves at this time. Whatever hopes of mutual solace and helpfulness and of the joys of intimate close friendship may have been in the minds of these two most learned men of their time, they were destined to be grievously disappointed. Only a few years after Constantine's entrance into the monastery at Monte Cassino, Desiderius was elected pope. The humble Benedictine did not want to take the exalted position, but it was plainly shown to him that it was his duty, and that he must not shirk it. Accordingly, under the name of Pope Victor III, he became one of the great popes of the 11th century. One might think that he could have summoned Constantine to Rome, but perhaps he knew that his friend would prefer the quietude of the cloister, and then, too, probably he wanted to allow him the opportunity to accomplish that writing for which Constantine and himself had planned when the great physician entered the monastery. All that we know for sure is that some 20 years of Constantine's life were spent as a monk in Monte Cassino, where he devoted his time mainly to the writing of his books. One bond of union there was. Each of the works, as soon as completed, was sent off to the Pope as long as he lived. On the other hand, though busy with his papal duties, Pope Victor constantly stimulated Constantine, even from distant Rome, to go on with his work. There were messages of brotherly interest and solicitude just as in the old days. The great African physician's best known work, the so-called Liber Pontieni, which is really a translation of the Kitab el-Maliki of Ali ben el-Abbas, is dedicated to Desiderius. Constantine wrote a number of other books, most of them original, but it is difficult now to decide just which of those that pass under his name are genuine. Many were subsequently attributed to him that are surely not his. These translators of the Middle Ages proved to be not only the channels through which information came to their generations, but they were also incentives to study and investigation. It is when men can get a certain amount of information rather easily that they are tempted to seek further in order to solve the problems that present themselves. There are three great translators whose work meant much for the Middle Ages at this time. They were, besides Constantine in the 11th century, Gerard of Cremona in the 12th, and the Jewish Faraj ben Salim at Naples in the 13th. Gerard did in Spain for the greater Arabian writers what Constantine had accomplished for those of lesser import. Under the patronage of the Emperor Frederick Barbarossa, he published translations of Rhazes, Isaac Judaeus, Serapion, Abulcasis, and Avicenna. His work was done in Toledo, the city in which, during the 12th and 13th centuries, so many translators were at work making books for the Western world. Constantine did much more than merely bring out his translations of Arabian works. He gave a zest to the study of the old masters, issued editions of certain, at least, of the works of Hippocrates, aphorisms, and Galen, microtechnics, and, in general, called attention to the precious treasure of medical lore that must be used to advantage if men were to teach the rising generation out of the accumulated knowledge of the past. Pagel, in Puschmann's Handbook, does not hesitate to say that, quote, "a farther merit of Constantine must be recognized, inasmuch as that not long after his career the second epoch of the school of Salerno begins, marked not only by a wealth of writers and writings on medicine, but, above all, because from this time on the study of Greek medicine received renewed encouragement through the Latin versions of the Arabian literature." We may think as we will of the worth of these works, but this much is sure, that in many ways they brought about a broadening and an improvement of Greek knowledge, especially from the pharmacopoeia standpoint." Probably the best evidence that we have for Constantine's influence on his generation is to be found in what was accomplished by men who acknowledged with pride that he was their master, and who thought it a mark of distinction to be reckoned as his disciples. Among these especially noteworthy is Johann Afflacius, or Saracenus, whose surname of the Saracen probably means that he, too, came from Africa, as his master did. He was the author of 2 treatises on fevers and urines, and the so-called cures of Afflacius. Some of these cures he directly attributed to Constantine. Then there is a Bartholomew who wrote a Practica, or Manual of Practice of Medicine, with the subtitle, Introductions to and Experiments in the Medical Practice of Hippocrates, Constantine, and the Greek Physicians. Bartholomew represents himself as a disciple of Constantine. This Practica of Bartholomew was one of the most commonly used books of the 12th and 13th centuries throughout Europe. There are manuscript commentaries and translations, and abstracts from it not only in the Latin tongues, but especially in the Teutonic languages. Pagel refers to manuscripts in High and Low Dutch, and even in Danish. The Middle High Dutch manuscripts of this Practica of Bartholomew came mainly from the 13th century, and have not only a special interest because of their value in the history of philology, but because they are the main sources of all the later books on drugs, which appeared in very large numbers in German. They have a very great historico-literary interest, especially for pharmacology. To Afflacius we owe a description of a method of reducing fever that is not only ingenious, but, in the light of our recently introduced bathing methods for fever, is a little startling. In his book on Fevers and Urines, Afflacius suggests that when the patient's fever makes him very restless, and especially if it is warm weather, a sort of shower bath should be given to him. He thought that rain water was the best for this purpose, and he describes its best application as in rainy fashion, modo pluviale. The water should be allowed to flow down over the patient from a vessel with a number of minute perforations in the bottom. A number of the practical hints for treatment given by Afflacius have been attributed to Constantine. Constantine's reputation has, in the opinion of some writers, been hurt by 2 features of his published works, as they have come to us, that we find it difficult to understand. One of these is that his translations from the Arabic were made mainly not of the books of the great leaders of Arabian medicine, but from certain of the less important writers. The other is that it does not seem always to have been made clear in the manuscripts that have come down to us whether these writings were translations or original writings. Some have even gone so far as to suggest that Constantine himself would have been quite willing to receive the credit for these writings. As to the first of these objections, it may be said that very probably Constantine, in his travels, had come to realize that the books of the great Arabian physicians, Rhazes, Abulcasis, Avicenna, and others, already received so much attention that the best outlook for medicine was to call particular notice to the writings of such lesser lights as Ali Abbas, Isaac Judaeus, Abu de Schaeffer, and others of even less note. Certainly we cannot but feel that his judgment in the matter must have been directed by reasons that we may not be able to understand at present, but that must have existed, for all that we know of the man proves his character as a practical, far-sighted scholar. Besides, it seems not unlikely that but for his interest in them, we would not at the present time possess the translations of these minor Arabian writers, and that would be an unfortunate gap in medical history. The other misunderstanding with regard to Constantine refers to the fact that it is now almost impossible to decide which are his own and which are the writings of others. It has been said that he even tried to palm off some of the writings of others as his own. This seems extremely unlikely, however, knowing all that we do about his life, and the suspicion is founded entirely on manuscripts as we have them at the present time, about 1,000 years after he lived. What mutilations these manuscripts underwent in the course of various copyings is hard now to estimate. Monastic copyists might very well have left out Arabian names, because they were mainly interested in the fact that they were providing for their readers works that had received the approval of Constantine, and the translation of which, at least, had been made under his direction. It is quite clear that he did not do all the translating himself, and that he probably must have organized a school of medical translators at Monte Cassino. Then just how the various works would be looked at is very dubious. Undoubtedly many of the translations were done after his death, or certainly finished after his time, and at least attributed to him, because he was the moving spirit, and had probably selected the books that should be translated, and made suggestions with regard to them. For all his monks he was, as masters have ever been for disciples, much more important, and rightly so, than those writers to whom he referred them. The whole question of plagiarism in these medieval times, as I have pointed out elsewhere, is entirely different from that of the present time. Now a writer may consciously or unconsciously claim another writing as his own. We have come to a time when men think much of their individual reputations. It was no uncommon thing, however, in the Middle Ages, and even later in the Renaissance, for a writer to attribute what he had written to some distinguished literary man of the preceding time, and sign that writer's name to his own work. The idea of the later author was to secure an audience for his thoughts. He seemed to be quite indifferent whether people ever knew just who the writer was, but he wanted to influence humanity by his writings. He thought much more of this than any possible reputation that might come to him. Of course, there was no question of money. There never has been any question of money making whenever the things written have been really worth while. Literature that has deeply influenced mankind has never paid. Publications that have paid are insignificant works that have touched superficially a whole lot of people. To think of Constantine as a plagiarist in our modern sense of the word, as trying to take the credit for someone else's writings, is to misunderstand entirely the times in which he lived, and to ignore the real problem of plagiarism at that time. With the accumulation of information with regard to the history of medicine in his time, Constantine's reputation has been constantly enhanced. It is not so long since he was considered scarcely more than a monkish chronicler who happened to have taken medicine rather than history for his field of work. Gradually we have come to appreciate all that he did for the medicine of his time. Undoubtedly his extensive travels, his wide knowledge, and then his years of effort to make Oriental medicine available for the Western civilization that was springing up again among the peoples who had come to replace the Romans, set him among the great intellectual forces of the Middle Ages. Salerno owed much to him, and it must not be forgotten that Salerno was the first university of modern times, and, above all, the first medical school that raised the dignity of the medical profession, established standards of medical education, educated the public mind and the rulers of the time to the realization of the necessity for the regulation of the practice of medicine, and in many ways anticipated our modern professional life. That the better part of his life work should have been done as a Benedictine only serves to emphasize the place that the religious had in the preservation and the development of culture and of educating during the Middle Ages. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Old Time Makers of Medicine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Marsatich, September 2009, Alexandria, Virginia. Old Time Makers of Medicine by James Joseph. Chapter 8. Medieval Women Physicians. Very probably the most interesting chapter for us of the modern time in the history of the medical school at Salerno is to be found in the opportunities provided for the medical education of women and the surrender to them of a whole department in the medical school, that of women's diseases. While it is probable that Salerno did not owe its origin to the Benedictines, and it is even possible that there was some medical teaching there for all the centuries of the Middle Ages from the Greek times, for it must not be forgotten that this part of Italy was settled by Greeks, and was often called Magna Graecia. There is no doubt at all that the Benedictines exercised great influence in the councils of the school, and that many of the teachers were Benedictines, as were also the archbishops, who were its best patrons, and the great Pope Victor III, who did much for it. For several centuries the Benedictines represented the most potent influence at Salerno. For most people who are not intimately familiar with monastic life, and, above all, with the story of the Benedictines, their prestige at Salerno might seem to be enough of itself to preclude all possibility of the education of women in medicine at Salerno. For those who know the Benedictines well, however, such a departure as the accordance of opportunities for women to study medicine would seem eminently in keeping with the practical wisdom of their rules and the development of their work. From the beginning, the Benedictines recognized that a monastic career should be open to women as well as to men, and Benedict's sister, Scholastica, established convents for them, as her brother did the Benedictine monasteries, thus providing a vocation for women who did not feel called upon to marry. That the members of the order should recognize the advisability of affording women the opportunity to study medicine, and of handing over to them the department of women's diseases, in a medical school in which they had a considerable amount of authority seems, then, indeed, only what might have been expected of them. We are prone in the modern time to think that our generation is the first to offer to women any facilities or opportunities for education in medicine. We are prone, however, just in the same way, to consider that a number of things that we are doing are now being done for the first time. As a matter of fact, it is extremely difficult to find any important movement or occupation that is not merely a repetition of a previous interest of mankind. The whole question of feminine education we are apt to think of as modern, forgetting that Plato insisted in his Republic, as absolutely as any modern feminist, that women should have the same opportunities for education as men, and that at Rome, at the end of the Republic and the beginning of the Empire, the women occupied very much the same position in social life as our own at the present time. Their husbands supplied the funds, and they patronized the artists, gave receptions to the poets, lionized the musicians, and, in general, went after culture in a way that is a startling reminder of what we are familiar with in our own time. Just as soon as Christianity began to influence education, women were given abundant opportunities for higher education in all forms. In Ireland, the first nation completely converted to Christianity, where, therefore, the national policy in education could be shaped by the Church without hindrance, St. Brigid's School at Kildare was scarcely less famous than St. Patrick's at Armagh. It had several thousand students, and, to a certain extent at least, coeducation existed. In Charlemagne's time, with the revival of education on the Continent, the women of the imperial court attended the palace school as well as the men. In the 13th century we find women professors in every branch at Italian universities. Some of them were at least assistants in anatomy. The Renaissance women were, of course, profoundly educated. In a word, we have many phases of feminine education, though with intervals of absolutely negative interest, down the centuries. There had evidently been quite a considerable amount of opportunity, if not of actual encouragement, for women in medicine, both among the Greeks and the Romans, in the early centuries of the Christian era. Galen, for instance, quotes certain prescriptions from women physicians. One Cleopatra is said to have written a book on cosmetics. This name came afterwards to be confounded with that of Queen Cleopatra, giving new prestige to the book, but neither Galen nor Aetius, the early Christian physician, both of whom quote from her work, speak of her as anything except a medical writer. Some monuments to women physicians from these old times have escaped the tooth of time. There was the tomb of one Basila, and also of a Thecla, both of whom are said to have been physicians. Two other names of Greek women physicians we have, Origenia and Aspasia, the former mentioned by Galen, the latter by Aetius in his Tetrabiblion. D'Arenberg, the medical historian, announced in 1851 that he had found a Greek manuscript with the title On Women's Diseases, written by one Metrodora, a women physician. He promised to publish it. It was unpublished at the time of his death, but could not be found among his papers. There is a manuscript on medical subjects, bearing his name, mentioned in the catalogue of the Greek codices of the Laurentian Library at Florence, but this is said to give no indication of the time when its author lived. We have evidence enough, however, to show that Greek women physicians were not very rare. The Romans imitated the Greeks so faithfully, one might almost say copied them so closely, that it is not surprising to find a number of Roman women physicians. The first mention of them comes from Scribonius Largus in the first century after Christ. Octavius Horatianus, whom most of us know better as Priscian, dedicated one of his books on medicine to a woman physician named Victoria. The dedication leaves no doubt that she was a woman in active practice, at least in women's diseases, and it is a book on this subject that Priscian dedicates to her. He mentions another woman physician, Leoparda. The word medica for a woman physician was very commonly used at Rome. Martial, whose epigrams have been a source of so much information in medical history, especially on subjects with regard to which information was scanty, mentions a medica in an epigram. Apuleius also uses the word. There are a number of inscriptions in which women physicians are mentioned. Among the Christians we find women physicians, and Theodosia, the mother of Saint Procopius, the martyr, is said to have been very successful in the practice of both medicine and surgery. She is numbered among the martyrs, and occurs in the Roman Martyrology on the 29th of May. Father Bzowski, the Polish Jesuit, who compiled Nomenclatura Sanctorum Professione Medicorum, Rome, 1621, the book is usually catalogued under the Latin form of his name, Bezovius, has among his list of saints who were physicians by profession a woman, Saint Nicarata, who lived at Constantinople in the reign of the Emperor Arcadius, and who is said to have cured St. John Chrysostom of a serious disease. The organization of the Department of Women's Diseases at Salerno, under the care of woman professors, and the granting of licenses to women to practice medicine, is not so surprising in the light of this tradition among Greeks and Romans, taken up with some enthusiasm by the Christians. We are not sure just when this development took place. The first definite evidence with regard to it comes in the life of Trotula, who seems to have been the head of the department. Some of her books are well known and often quoted from, and she contributed to a symposium on the treatment of disease, in which there are contributions also from men professors of Salerno at the time. She seems to have flourished about the middle of the 11th century. Ordericius Vitalis, a monk of Utica, who wrote an ecclesiastical history, tells of one Rudolf Malcorona, who, in 1059, came to Utica and remained there for a long time with Father Robert, his nephew. This Rudolf had been a student all his life, devoting himself with great zeal to letters, and had become famous for his visits to the school of France and Italy, in order to gather there the secrets of learning. As a consequence he was well informed not only in grammar and dialects, but also in astronomy and in music. He also possessed such an extensive knowledge of the natural sciences that in the town of Salerno, where, since ancient times, the best schools of medicine had existed, there was no one to equal him with the exception of a very wise matron." This wise matron had been identified with Trotula, many of the details of whose life have been brought to light by de Renzi in his Story of the School of Salerno. According to very old tradition, Trotula belonged to the family of Ruggiero. This was a noble family of Salerno, many of the members of which were distinguished in their native town at least, but the name is not unusual in Italy, as readers of Dante and Boccaccio are likely to know. It was, indeed, as common as our own Rogers, of which it is the Italian equivalent. De Renzi had made out a rather good case for the tradition that Trotula was the wife of John Platerius I, so called because there were probably three professors of that name. Trotula was, according to this, the mother of the second Platerius, and the grandmother of the third, all of them distinguished members of the faculty at Salerno. Her reputation extended far beyond her native town, and even Italy itself, and, in later centuries, her name was used to dignify any form of treatment for women's diseases that was being exploited. Rutebeuf, one of the Trouvères, the 13th century French poets, had a description of the scene in which one of the old herbalist doctors who used to go round and collect a crowd by means of songs and music, and then talk medicine to them, just as done even yet in many of the smaller towns of this country, is represented as saying to the crowd when he wants to make them realize that he is no ordinary quacksalver, that he is one of the disciples of the great Madame Trot of Salerno. The old-fashioned speech runs somewhat as follows: "Charming people, I am not one of these poor preachers, nor the poor herbalists, who carry little boxes and sachets, and who spread out before them a carpet. I am the disciple of a great lady, who bears the name Madame Trot of Salerno, and I would have you know that she is the wisest woman in all the four quarters of the world." Two books are attributed to Trotula. One bears the title De Passionibus Mulierum, and the other has been called Trotula Minor, or Summula Secundum Trotulum, and is a compendium of what she wrote. This is probably due to some disciple, but seems to have existed almost in her own time. Her most important work bears two subtitles: Trotula's unique book for the curing of diseases of women, before, during, and after labor, and the other subtitle, Trotula's wonderful book of experience, Experimentalis, in the diseases of women, before, during, and after labor, with other details likewise relating to labor. The book begins with a prologue on the nature of man and of woman, and an explanation of how the author, taking pity on the sufferings of women, came to devote herself to the study of their diseases. There are many interesting details in the book, all the more interesting because in many ways they anticipate modern solutions of difficult problems in women's diseases and the care of the mother and child before, during, and after labor. For instance, there are a series of rules on the choice of the nurse, and on the diet and the regime which she should follow if the child is to be properly nourished without disturbance. Probably the most striking passage in her book is that with regard to a torn perineum and its repair. This passage may be found in De Renzi or in Gurlt. It runs as follows: certain patients, from the severity of their labor, run into a rupture of the genitalia. In some even the vulva and anus become one foramen, having the same course. As a consequence, prolapse of the uterus occurs, and it becomes indurated. In order to relieve this condition, we apply to the uterus warm wine in which butter has been boiled, and these fomentations are continued until the uterus becomes soft, and then it is gently replaced. After this, the tear between the anus and vulva we sew in 3 or 4 places with silk thread. The woman should then be placed in bed, with the feet elevated, and must retain that position, even for eating and drinking, and all the necessities of life, for 8 or 9 days. During this time, also, there must be no bathing, and care must be taken to avoid everything that might cause coughing and all indigestible materials." There is a passage also almost more interesting with regard to prophylaxis or rupture of the perineum. She says, "In order to avoid the aforesaid danger, careful provision should be made, and precautions should be taken during labor somewhat as follows. A cloth should be folded in somewhat oblong shape and placed on the anus, so that, during every effort for the expulsion of the child, that should be pressed firmly, in order that there may not be any solution of the continuity of tissue." Her book contains, also, some directions for various cosmetics. How many of these are original, however, is difficult to say. Trotula's name had become a word to conjure with, and many a quack in the aftertime tried to make capital for his remedies in this line by attributing them to Trotula. As a consequence, many of these remedies gradually found their way into the manuscript copies of her book, and subsequent copyists incorporated them into the text until it became practically impossible to determine which were original. There are manuscripts of Trotula's work in Florence, Vienna, and Breslau. Some of these contain chapters not in the others, undoubtedly added by subsequent hands. In one of these, that at Florence, from which the edition of Strasbourg was printed in 1544, and of Venice, 1547, one of the Aldine issues, there is a mention in the last chapter of spectacles. We have no record of these until the end of the 13th century, when this passage was probably added. It was also printed at Basel, 1566, and at Leipzig as late as 1778, which would serve to show how much attention it has attracted even in comparatively recent times. After Trotula, we have a number of women physicians of Salerno whose names have come down to us. The best known of these bear the names of Constanza, Calendula, Abella, Mercuriade, Rebecca Guarana, who belonged to the old Salernitan family of that name, a member of which, in the 12th century, was Romuald, priest, physician, and historian, Louise Trencapilli, and others. The titles of some of their books, as those of Mercuriade, who occupied herself with surgery as well as medicine, and who is said to have written on crises, on pestilent fever, on the care of wounds, and of Abella, who acquired a great reputation with her work on black bile, and on the nature of seminal fluid, have come down to us. Rebecca Guarana wrote on fevers, on the urine, and on the embryo. The school of Salernitan women came to have a definite place in medical literature. While, as teachers, they had charge of the department of women's diseases, their writings would seem to indicate that they studied all branches of medicine. Besides, there are a number of licenses preserved in the archives of Naples in which women are accorded the privilege of practicing medicine. Apparently these licenses were without limitation. In many of these, mention is made of the fact that it seems especially fitting that women should be allowed to practice in women's diseases, since they are by constitution likely to know more and to have more sympathy with feminine ills. The formula employed as the preamble of this license ran as follows: "Since, then, the law permits women to exercise the profession of physicians, and since, besides due regard being had to purity of morals, women are better suited for the treatment of women's diseases, after having received the oath of fidelity, we permit, etc." Salerno continued to enjoy a reputation for training women physicians thoroughly until well on in the 15th century, for we have the record of Constance Calenda, the daughter of Salvator Calenda, who had been dean of the Faculty of Medicine at Salerno about 1415 and afterwards dean of the faculty at Naples. His daughter, under the diligent instruction of her father, seems to have obtained special honors for her medical examination. Not long after this, Salerno itself lost all the prestige that it had. The kings of Naples endeavored to create a great university in their city in the 13th century. They did not succeed to the extent that they hoped, but the neighboring rival institution hurt Salerno very much, and its downfall may be traced from this time. Gradually its reputation waned, and we have practically no medical writer of distinction there at the end of the 14th century, though the old custom of opportunities for women students of medicine was maintained. This custom seems also to have been transferred to Naples, and licenses to practice were issued to women graduates of Naples. This never achieved anything like the reputation in this department that had been attained at Salerno. Salerno influenced Bologna and the North Italian universities profoundly in all branches of medicine and medical education, particularly in surgery, as can be seen in the chapter on Great Surgeons of the Medieval Universities. And the practice of allowing such women as wished to study medicine to enter the university medical schools is exemplified in the case of Mondino's assistant in anatomy, Alessandra Giuliani, though there are also others whose names have come down to us. The University of Salerno had developed round a medical school. It was the first of the universities, and, in connection with its medical school, feminine education obtained a strong foothold. It is not surprising, then, that with the further development of universities in Italy, feminine education came to be the rule. This rule has maintained itself all down the centuries in Italy, so that there has not been a single century since the 12th in which there have not been one or more distinguished women teachers at the Italian universities. University life gradually spread westward, and Paris came into existence as an organized institution of learning after Bologna, and, doubtless, with some of the traditions of Salerno in the minds of its founders. Feminine education, however, did not spread to the West. This is a little bit difficult to understand, considering the reverence that the Teutonic peoples had always had for their womenfolk and the privileges accorded them. A single unfortunate incident, that of Abelard and Heloise, seems to have been sufficient to discourage efforts in the direction of opportunities for feminine education in connection with the Western universities. Perhaps, in the less sophisticated countries of the north and west of Europe, women did not so ardently desire educational opportunities as in Italy, for whenever they have really wanted them, as indeed anything else, they have always obtained them. In spite of the absence of formal opportunities for feminine education in medicine at the Western universities, a certain amount of scientific knowledge of diseases, as well as valuable practical training in the care of the ailing, was not wanting for women outside of Italy. The medical knowledge of the women of northern France and Germany and England, however, though it did not receive the stamp of a formal degree from the university and the distinction of a license to practice, was none the less thorough and extensive. It came in connection with certain offices in their own communities, held by members of religious orders. Genuine information with regard to what the religious were doing during the Middle Ages was so much obscured by the tradition of laziness and immorality created at the time of the so-called Reformation in order to justify the confiscation of their property by those whose one object was to enrich themselves, that we have only come to know the reality of their life and accomplishments in comparatively recent years. We know now that, besides being the home of most of the book knowledge of the earlier Middle Ages, the monasteries were the constant patrons of such practical subjects as architecture, agriculture in all its phases, especially irrigation, draining, and the improvement of land and crops, of art, and even what we know now as physical science. Above all, they preserved for us the old medical books and carried on medical traditions of practice. The greatest surprise has been to find that this was true not only for the monks, but also for the nuns. One of the most important books on medicine that has come to us from the 12th century is that of a Benedictine abbess, since known as Saint Hildegard, whose life was spent in the Rhineland. Her works serve to show very well that in the convents of the 10th, 11th, and 12th centuries there was much more of interest in things intellectual than we have had any idea of until recent years, and that, indeed, one of the important occupations of convent life was the serious study of books of all kinds, some of them even scientific, as well as the writing of monks in all departments. The century before St. Hildegard there is the record of Hroswitha, who wrote a series of dramas in imitation of Terence that were meant to replace, for the monks and nuns of that period, the reading of the rather too human author. Hroswitha, like Hildegard, was a German, and we have the record also of another religious writer, abbess of the Odilian cloister at Hohenberg, who wrote a book called Hortus Delicarum, the Garden of Delights, a book of information on many subjects not unlike our popular encyclopedias of the modern time, the title of which shows that the place of information in life was considered to be the giving of pleasure. While this work deals mainly with biblical and theological and mystical questions, there are many purely scientific passages and many subjects of strictly medical interest treated. The life of the Abbess Hildegard is worthy of consideration because it illustrates the period and makes it very clear that, in spite of the grievous misunderstanding of their life and work, so common in the modern time, these old-time religious had most of the interests of the modern time, and pursued them with even more than modern zeal and success, very often. Her career illustrates very well what the foundation of the Benedictines had done for women. When Saint Benedict founded his order for men, his sister, Scholastica, wanted to do a similar work for women. We know that the Benedictine monks saved the old classics for us, kept burning the light of the intellectual life, and gave a refuge to men who wanted to devote themselves in leisure and peace to the things of the spirit, whether of this world or the other. We have known much less of the Benedictine nuns until now. The study of their books shows that they provided exactly the same opportunities for women and furnished a vocation, a home, an occupation of mind, and a satisfaction of spirit for the women who, in every generation, do not feel themselves called to be wives and mothers, but who want to live their lives for others rather than for themselves and their kin, seeking such development of mind and of spirit as may come with the leisure and peace of celibacy. Hildegard was born of noble parents at Bockelheim, in the county of Sponheim, about the end of the 11th century, probably 1098. In her 8th year she went for her education to the Benedictine cloister of Disibodenberg. When her education was finished she entered the cloister, of which, at the age of about 50, she became abbess. Her writings, reputation for sanctity, and her wise saintly rule attracted so many new members to the community that the convent became overcrowded. Accordingly, with 18 of her nuns, Hildegard withdrew to a new convent at Rupertsberg, which English and American travelers will remember because it is not far from Bingen on the Rhine. Here she came to be a center of attraction for most of the world of her time. She was in active correspondence with nearly every important man of her generation. She was an intimate friend of Bernard of Clairvaux, who was himself, perhaps, the most influential man in Europe in this century. She was in correspondence with 4 popes, and with the emperors Conrad and Frederick I, and with many distinguished archbishops, abbots, and abbesses, and teachers and teaching bodies of various kinds. These correspondences were usually begun by her correspondents, who consulted her, because her advice in difficult problems was considered so valuable. In spite of all this time-taking correspondence, she found leisure to write a series of books, most of them on mystical subjects, but 2 of them on medical subjects. The first is called Liber Simplicis Medicinae, and the second, Liber Compositae Medicinae. These books were written in order to provide information mainly for the nuns, who had charge of the infirmaries of the monasteries of the Benedictines. Almost constantly someone in the large communities, which always contained aged religious, was ailing, and then, besides, there were other calls on the time and the skill of the sister infirmians. There were no hotels at the time, and no hospitals, except in the large cities. There were always guest houses in connection with monasteries and convents, in which travelers were permitted to pass the night, and given what they needed to eat. There are many people who have had experiences of monastic hospitality even in our own time. Sometimes travelers fell ill. Not infrequently the reason for traveling was to find health in some distant and fabulously health-giving resort, or at the hands of some wonder-working physician. Such high hopes are nearly always set at a distance. This of itself must have given not a little additional need for knowledge of medicine to the infirmians of convents and monasteries. There were around many of the monasteries, moreover, large estates. Often they had been cleared and made valuable by the work of preceding generations of monks, and on these estates peasants came to live. Working men and working women from neighboring districts came to help at harvest time, and, after a chance meeting, were married and settled down on a little plot of ground provided them near the monastery. As these communities grew up, they looked to the monasteries and convents for aid of all kinds, and turned to them particularly in times of illness. The need for definite instruction in medicine on the part of a great many of the monks and nuns can be readily understood, and it was this need that Hildegard tried to meet in her books. The first of her books that we have mentioned, the Liber Simplicis Medicinae, attracted attention rather early in the Renaissance, and was deemed worthy of print. It was edited at the beginning of the 16th century by Dr. Schott at Strasbourg, under the title Physica S. Hildegardis. Another manuscript of this part was found in the library of Wolfenbüttel in 1858 by a Dr. Jessen. This gave him an interest in Hildegard's contributions to medicine, and, in 1859, he noted in the library at Copenhagen a manuscript with the title Hildegarde cure et cause. On examination, he was sure that it was the Liber Compositae Medicinae of the saint. The first work consists of 9 books, treating of plants, elements, trees, stones, fishes, birds, quadrupeds, reptiles, and metals, and is printed in Migne's Patrologia, under the title Subtitulatum Diversarum Naturatum Libri Novem. The second, in 5 books, treats of the general diseases of created things, of the human body and its ailments, of the causes, symptoms, and treatment of diseases. It would be very easy to think that these are small volumes and that they contain very little. We are so apt to think of old-fashioned so-called books as scarcely more than chapters, that it may be interesting to give some idea of the contents and extent of the first of these works. The first book on plants has 230 chapters, the second on the elements has 13 chapters, the third on trees has 36 chapters, the fourth on various kinds of minerals, including precious stones, has 226 chapters, the fifth on fishes has 36 chapters, the sixth on birds has 68 chapters, the seventh on quadrupeds has 43 chapters, the eighth on reptiles has 18 chapters, the ninth on metals has 8 chapters. Each chapter begins with a description of the species in question and then defines its value for man and its therapeutic significance. Modern scientists have not hesitated to declare that the descriptions abound in observations worthy of a scientific inquiring spirit. We are, of course, not absolutely sure that all the contents of the books came from Hildegard. Subsequent students often made notes in these manuscript books, and then other copyists copied these into the text. Unfortunately, we have not a number of codices to collate and correct such errors. Most of what Hildegard wrote comes to us in a single copy. Of none are there more than 4 copies, showing how near we came to missing all knowledge of her entirely. Dr. Melanie Lipinska, in her Histoire des Femmes Médecines, a thesis presented for the doctorate in medicine at the University of Paris in 1900, subsequently awarded a special prize by the French Academy, reviews Hildegard's work critically from the medical standpoint. She says that the saint distinguishes a double mode of action of different substances, one chemical, the other physical, or what we would very probably call magnetic. She discusses all the ailments of the various organs, the brain, the eyes, the teeth, the heart, the spleen, the stomach, the liver. She has special chapters on redness and paleness of the face, on asthma, on cough, on fetid breath, on bilious indigestion, on gout. Besides, she has other chapters on nervous affections, on icterus, on fevers, on intestinal worms, on infections due to swamp exhalations, on dysentery, and a number of forms of pulmonary diseases. Nearly all of our methods of diagnosis are to be found, hinted at least, in her book. She discusses the redness of the blood as a sign of health, the characteristics of various excrementous material as signs of disease, the degrees of fever, and the changes in the pulse. Of course, it was changes in the humors of the body that constituted the main causes for disease in her opinion, but it is well to remind ourselves that our frequent discussion of auto-intoxication in recent years is a distinct return to this. Some of Hildegard's anticipations of modern ideas are, indeed, surprising enough. For instance, in talking about the stars and describing their course through the firmament, she makes use of a comparison that is rather startling. She says, quote, Just as the blood moves in the veins, which causes them to vibrate and pulsate, so the stars move in the firmament and send out sparks as it were of light like the vibrations of the veins." This is, of course, not an anticipation of the discovery of the circulation of the blood, but it shows how close were men's ideas to some such thought 5 centuries before Harvey's discovery. For Hildegard the brain was the regulator of all the vital qualities, the center of life. She connects the nerves in their passage from the brain and the spinal cord through the body with manifestations of life. She has a series of chapters with regard to psychology, normal and morbid. She talks about frenzy, insanity, despair, dread, obsession, anger, idiocy, and innocency. She says very strongly in one place that, "when headache and migraine and vertigo attack a patient simultaneously, they render a man foolish and upset his reason. This makes many people think that he is possessed of a demon, but that is not true." These are the exact words of the saint, as quoted in Mademoiselle Lipinska's thesis. It is no wonder that Mademoiselle Lipinska thinks Saint Hildegard the most important medical writer of her time. Roos, the editor of the edition of Hildegard published in Migne's Patrology, says, "Among all the saintly religious who have practiced medicine or written about it in the Middle Ages, the most important is without any doubt Saint Hildegard." With regard to her book, he says, "All those who wish to write the history of the medical and natural sciences must read this work in which this religious woman, evidently well grounded in all that was known at that time in the secrets of nature, discusses and examines carefully all the knowledge of the time." He adds, "It is certain that St. Hildegard knew many things that were unknown to the physicians of her time." When such books were read and widely copied, it shows that there was an interest in practical and scientific medicine among women in Germany much greater than is usually thought to have existed at this time. Such writers, though geniuses, and standing above their contemporaries, usually represent the spirit of their times and make it clear that definite knowledge of things medical was considered of value. The convents and monasteries of this time are often thought of by those who know least about them as little interested in anything except their own ease and certain superstitious practices. As a matter of fact, they cared for their estates, and especially for the peasantry on them. They provided lodging and food for travelers, they took care of the ailing of their neighborhood, and besides, occupied themselves with many phases of the intellectual life. It was a well-known tradition that country people who lived in the neighborhood of convents and monasteries, and especially those who had monks and nuns for their landlords, were much happier and were much better taken care of than the tenantry of other estates. For this a cultivation of medical knowledge was necessary in certain, at least, of the members of the religious orders, and such books as Hildegard's are the evidence that not only the knowledge existed, but that it was collected and written down and widely disseminated. Nicaise, in the introduction to his edition of Guy de Chauliac's Grande Chirurgie, reviews briefly the history of women in medicine, and concludes, "Women continued to practice medicine in Italy for centuries, and the names of some who attracted great renown have been preserved for us. Their works are still quoted from in the 15th century. There was none of them in France who became distinguished, but women could practice medicine in certain towns, at least on condition of passing an examination before regularly appointed masters. An edict of 1311, at the same time that it interdicts unauthorized women from practicing surgery, recognizes their right to practice the art if they have undergone an examination before the regularly appointed master surgeons of the Corporation of Paris. An edict of King John, April, 1352, contains the same expressions as the previous edict. Du Bouley, in his History of the University of Paris, gives another edict by the same king, also published in the year 1352, as a result of the complaints of the faculties at Paris, in which there is also question of women physicians. This responded to the petition. "Having heard the petition of the dean and the masters of the Faculty of Medicine at the University of Paris, who declare that there are very many of both sexes, some of the women with legal title to practice and some of them merely old pretenders to a knowledge of medicine, who come to Paris in order to practice, be it enacted," etc. The edict then proceeds to repeat the terms of previous legislation in this matter. Guy de Chauliac speaks also of women who practice surgery. They formed the fifth and last class of operators in his time. He complains that they are accustomed to too great an extent to give over patients suffering from all kinds of maladies to the will of Heaven, founding their practice on the maxim, "The Lord has given as he has pleased. The Lord will take away when he pleases. May the name of the Lord be blessed." In the 16th century, according to Pasquier, the practice of medicine by women almost entirely disappeared. The number of women physicians becomes more and more rare in the following centuries, just in proportion as we approach our own time. Pasquier says that we find a certain number of them anxious for knowledge, and with a special penchant for the study of the natural sciences and even of medicine, but very few of them take up practice." Just how the lack of interest in medical education for women gradually deepened until there was almost a negative phase of it, only a few women in Italy devoting themselves to medicine, is hard to say. It is one of the mysteries of the vicissitudes of human affairs that ups and downs of interest in things practical as well as intellectual keep constantly occurring. The number of discoveries and inventions in medicine and surgery that we have neglected until they were forgotten, and then had to make again, is so well illustrated in chapters of this book that I need only recall them here in general. It may seem a little harder to understand that so important a manifestation of interest in human affairs as the education and licensure of women physicians should not only cease, but pass entirely out of men's memory, yet such apparently was the case. It would not be hard to illustrate, as I have shown in Cycles of Feminine Education and Influence, in Education, How Old the New, Fordham University Press, 1910, that corresponding ups and downs of interest may be traced in the history of feminine education of every kind. In that chapter I have discussed the possible reasons for these vicissitudes, which have no place here, but I may refer those who are interested in the subject to that treatment of it. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Old Time Makers of Medicine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Marsatich, September 2009, Alexandria, Virginia. Old-Time Makers of Medicine by James Joseph. Chapter 9. Part 1 of 2. Mondino and the Medical School of Bologna. The most important contributions to medical science made by the Medical School of Salerno at the height of its development were in surgery. The textbooks written by men trained in her halls or inspired by her teachers were to influence many succeeding generations of surgeons for centuries. Salerno's greatest legacy to Bologna was the group of distinguished surgical teachers whose textbooks we have reviewed in the chapter, Great Surgeons of the Medical Universities. Bologna herself was to win a place in medical history, however, mainly in connection with anatomy, and it was in this department that she was to provide incentive especially for her sister universities of North Italy, though also for Western Europe generally. The first manual of dissection, that is, the first handy volume giving explicit directions for the dissection of human cadavers, was written at Bologna. This was scattered in thousands of copies in manuscript all over the medical world of the 14th and early 15th centuries. Even after the invention of printing, many editions of it were printed. Down to the 16th century it continued to be the most used textbook of anatomy, as well as manual of dissection, which students of every university had in hand when they made their dissection, or wished to prepare for making it, or desired to review it after the body had been taken away, for with lack of proper preservative preparation, bodies had to be removed in a comparatively short time. Probably no man more influenced the medical teaching of the 14th and 15th centuries than Mundinus, or, as he was called in the Italian fashion, Mondino, who wrote this manual of dissection. Mundinus quem omnis studentium universitas colet ut deum. Mundinus, whom all the world of students cultivated as a god, is the expression by which the German scholar who edited, about 1500, the Leipzig edition of Mundinus' well-known manual, the Anathomia, introduces it to his readers. The expression is well worth noting, because it shows what was still the reputation of Mundinus in the medical educational world nearly 2 centuries after his death. Until the time of Vesalius, whose influence was exerted about the middle of the 16th century, Mondino was looked up to by all teachers as the most important contributor to the science of anatomy in European medicine since the Greeks. He owed his reputation to 2 things: his book, of which we have already spoken, and then the fact that he reintroduced dissection demonstrations as a regular practice in the medical schools. His book is really a manual of making anatomical preparations for demonstration purposes. These demonstrations had to be hurried, owing to the rapid decomposition of material consequent upon the lack of preservatives. The various chapters were prepared with the idea of supplying explicit directions and practical help during the anatomical demonstrations, so that these might be made as speedily as possible. The book does not comprise much that was new at the time, but it is a good compendium of previous knowledge and contains some original observations. It was entirely owing to its form as a handy manual of anatomical knowledge, and, besides, because it was an incentive to the practice of human dissection, that it attained and maintained its popularity. Mondino followed Galen, of course, and so did every other teacher in medicine and its allied sciences, until Vesalius's time. Even Vesalius permitted himself to be influenced overmuch by Galen at points where we wonder that he did not make his observations for himself, since apparently they were so obvious. The more we know of Galen, however, the less surprised we are at his hold over the minds of men. Only those who are ignorant of Galen's immense knowledge, his practical common sense, and the frequent marvelous anticipations of what we think most modern, affect to despise him. His works have never been translated into any modern language except piecemeal. There is no complete translation, and one must be ready to delve into some large Latin, if not Greek, volumes to know what a marvel of medical knowledge he was, and how wise were the men who followed him closely, though, being human, there are times when necessarily he failed them. For those who know even a little at first hand of Galen, it is only what might be expected, then, that Mondino, trying to break away from the anatomy of the pig, which had been before this the basis of all anatomical teaching in the medical schools, Cofo's book, used at Salerno and Bologna before Mondino's, was founded on dissections of the pig, should have clung somewhat too closely to this old Greek teacher and Greek master. The incentive furnished by Mondino's book helped to break the tradition of Galen's unquestioned authority. Besides this, the group of men around Mondino, his master, Taddeo Alderotti, with his disciples and assistants, form the initial chapter in the history of the medical school of Bologna, which gradually assumed the place of Salerno at this time. There is no better way of getting a definite idea of what was being done in medicine, and how it was being done, than by knowing some of the details of the life of this group of medical workers. Mondino di Luzzi, or Luzzi, is usually said to have been born about 1275. His first name is a diminutive for Raimondo. It used to be said of him that, like many of the great men of history, many cities claimed to be his birthplace. 5 were particularly mentioned: Florence, Milan, Bologna, Forli, and Friuli. There is, however, another Mondino, a distinguished physician, who was born and lived at Friuli, and it is because of confusion with him that the claim for Friuli has been set up. Florence and Milan are considered out of the question. Mondino was probably born in or near Bologna. The fact that there should have been this multiple set of claims shows how much was thought of him. Indeed, his was the best known name in the medical schools of Europe for nearly 2 centuries and a half. He seems to have been a particularly brilliant student, for tradition records that he had obtained his degree of Doctor of Medicine when he was scarcely more than 20. This seems quite out of the question for us at the present time, but we have taken to pushing back the time of graduation, and it is not sure whether this, beyond peradventure, so beneficial as is usually thought. That his early graduation did not hamper his intellectual development, the fact that, in 1306, when he was about 31 years of age, he was offered the professional chair in anatomy, which he continued to occupy with such distinction for the next 20 years, would seem to prove. His public dissections of human bodies, probably the first thus regularly made, attracted widespread attention, and students came to him not only from all over Italy, but also from Europe generally. In all this, after all, Mondino was only continuing the tradition of world teaching that Bologna had acquired under her great surgeons in the preceding century. See Great Surgeons of the Medieval Universities. Mondino came from a family that had already distinguished itself in medicine at Bologna. His uncle was a professor of physic at the university. His father, Albizzo de Luzzi, seems to have come from Florence not long after the middle of the 13th century, for the records show that, about 1270, he formed a partnership with one Bartolomeo Raineri, for the establishment of a pharmacy at Bologna. Later this passed entirely under the control of the Mondino family, and came to be known as the Speziera del Mondino. In it were sold, besides Eastern perfumes, spices, condiments, probably all sorts of toilet articles, and even rugs and silks and feminine ornaments. The stricter pharmacy of the earlier times developed into a sort of a department store, something like our own. The Mondini, however, insisted always on the pharmacy feature as a specialty, and the fact was made patent to the general public by a sign with the picture of a doctor on it. The drug shop of the Mondini continued to be maintained as such, according to Dr. Pilcher, until the beginning of the 19th century. One of the fellow students of Mondino at the University of Bologna had been Mondeville. He came from distant France to take a course in surgery with Theodoric, whose high reputation in the olden time, vague with us half a century ago, is now amply justified by what we know of him from such ardent students and admirers as Pagel and Nicaise. Not long after Mondino's death, Guy de Chauliac came from France to reap similar opportunities to these, which had proved so fruitful for Mondeville. The more that we learn about this time, the more do we find to make it clear how deeply interested the generation was in education in every form, artistic, philosophic, but also, though this is often not realized, scientific. The long distances, so much longer in that time than in ours, to which men were willing, and even anxious, to go, in order to obtain opportunities for research, and to get in touch with a special master, the associations with stimulating fellow pupils of other lands, the scientific correspondences, almost necessarily initiated by such circumstances, all indicate an enthusiasm for knowledge such as we have not been accustomed to attribute to this period. On the contrary, we have been rather inclined to think them neglectful of all education, and have, above all, listened acquiescently while men deprecated the lack of interest in things scientific displayed by these generations. Indeed, many writers have gone out of their way to find a reason for the supposed lack of interest in science at this time, and have proclaimed the Church's opposition to scientific education and study as the cause. At this time Italy was the home of the graduate teaching for all Europe. The Italian peninsula continued to be the foster mother of the higher education in letters and art, but also, though this is less generally known, in science, for the next 5 centuries. Germany has come to be the place of pilgrimage for those who want higher opportunities in science than can be afforded in their own country only during the latter half of the 19th century. France occupied it during the first half of the 19th century, except for short intervals, when political troubles disturbed Italy, as about the middle of the 14th century, when the removal of the popes to Avignon brought their influence for education over to France, and a short period at the beginning of the 18th century, when the Netherlands for a time came into educational prominence. Italy has always been the European Mecca for advanced students. Practically all our great discoverers in medicine, until the last century, were either Italians or else had studied in Italy. Mondino, Bertuzio, Salice, Lanfranc, Bavarius, Berengarius, John de Vigo, who first wrote on gunshot wounds, John of Arcoli, first to mention gold filling and other anticipations of modern dentistry, Variolus, Eustachius, Caesalpinus, Columbus, Malpighius, Pigi, Lancisi, Morgagni, Spallanzani, Galvani, Volta were all Italians. Mondeville, Guy de Chauliac, Linacre, Vesalius, Harvey, Steno, and many others who might be named all studied in Italy, and secured their best opportunities to do their great work there. It would be amusing, if it were not amazing, to have serious writers of history in the light of this plain story of graduate teaching of science in Italy for over 5 centuries, write about the opposition of the Church to science during the medieval and Renaissance periods. It is particularly surprising to have them talk of Church opposition to the medical sciences. The universities of the world all had their charters from the popes at this time, and were all ruled by ecclesiastics, and most of the students and practically all of the professors down to the end of the 16th century belonged to the clerical order. The universities of Italy were all more directly under the control of ecclesiastical authority than anywhere else, and nearly all of them were dominated by papal influence. Bologna, while doing much of the best graduate work in science, especially in medicine, was, in the Papal States, absolutely under the rule of the popes. The university was, practically, a department of the papal government. The medical school at the University of Rome itself was for several centuries, at the end of the Middle Ages, the teaching place where were assembled the pick of the great medical investigators, who, having reached distinction by their discoveries elsewhere, were summoned to Rome in order to add prestige to the papal university. All of them became special friends of the popes, dedicated their books to them, and evidently looked to them as beneficent patrons and hearty encouragers of original scientific research. While this is so strikingly true of medical science as to make contrary declarations in the matter utterly ridiculous, and to suggest at once that there must be some motive for seeing things so differently to the reality, the same story can be told of graduate science in other departments. It was to Italy that men came for special higher studies in mathematics and astronomy, in botany, in mineralogy, and in applied chemistry, so far as it related to the arts of painting, illuminating, stained glass making, and the like. No student of science felt that he had quite exhausted the opportunities for study that were possible for him until he had been down in Italy for some time. To meet the great professors in Italy was looked on as sure to be a source of special incentive in any department of science. This is coming to be generally recognized just in proposition as our own interest in the arts and crafts and in the history of science leads us to go carefully into the details of these subjects at first hand. The editors of the Cambridge Modern History, in their preface, declared 10 years ago that we can no longer accept with confidence the declaration of any secondary writer on history. This is particularly true of the medieval period. We must go back to the writers of those times. If it seems surprising that the University of Bologna should have come into such great prominence as an institute for higher education at this time, it would be well to recall some of the great work that is being done in this part of Italy in other departments at this time. Cimabue laid the foundation of modern art towards the end of the 13th century, and during Mondino's life Giotto, his pupil, raised an artistic structure that is the admiration of all generations of artists since. Dante's years are almost exactly contemporary with those of Giotto and of Mondino. If men were doing such wondrous work in literature and in art, why should not the same generation produce a man who will accomplish for the practical science of medicine what his friends and contemporaries had done in other great intellectual departments? In recent years we have come to think much more of environment as influence in human development and accomplishment than was the custom some time ago. The broader general environment in Italy, with genius at work in other departments, was certainly enough to arouse in younger minds all their powers of original work. The narrower environment at Bologna itself was quite as stimulating, for a great clinical teacher, Taddeo Alderotti, had come, in 1260, from Florence to Bologna, to take up there the practice and teaching of medicine. It was under him that Mondino was to be trained for his life work. To understand the place of Mondino and of the medical school of Bologna in his time, and the reputation that came to them as world teachers of medicine, we must know, first, this great teacher of Mondino and the atmosphere of progressive medicine that enveloped the university in the latter half of the 13th century. In the chapter on Great Surgeons of the Medieval Universities, we call particular attention to the series of distinguished men, the first four of whom were educated at Salerno and who came to Bologna to teach surgery. They were doing the best surgery in the world, much better than was done in many centuries after their time, indeed, probably better than at any period down to our own day. Besides, they seem to have been magnetic teachers who attracted and inspired pupils. We have the surgical contributions of a series of men written at Bologna that serve to show what fine work was accomplished. At this time, however, the field of medicine was not neglected, though we have but a single great historical name in it that has lived. This was Taddeo Alderotti, a man who lifted the medical profession as high as the estimation of his fellow citizens at Florence as the great painters and literary men of his time did their departments, and who then moved to Bologna, because of the opportunity to teach afforded him by the university. It is sometimes a little difficult for casual students of the time to understand the marvelous reputation acquired by this medieval physician. It should not be, however, when we recall the enthusiastic reception and procession of welcome accorded to Cimabue's Madonna, and the almost universal acclaim of the greatness of Dante's work, even in his own time. In something of that same spirit, Bologna came to appreciate Taddeo, as he is familiarly known, looked upon him as a benefactor of the community, and voted to relieve him of the burden of paying taxes. He came to be considered as a public institution, whose presence was a blessing to his fellow citizens, and whose goodness to them should be recognized in this public way. One is not surprised to hear Villani, the well-known contemporary historian, speak of him as the greatest physician in Christendom. The feelings of the citizens of Bologna, it may well be confessed, were not entirely unselfish, or due solely to the desire to encourage a great scientific genius. Few men of his generation had done more for the city in a material way, quite apart from whatever benefits he conferred upon the health of its citizens, than Dr. Taddeo. It was he who organized medical teaching in the city on such a plane that it attracted students from all over the world. Bologna had had a great law school before this, founded by Irnerius, to which students had come from all over the world. With the advent of Taddeo from Florence, and his success as a medical practitioner, there began to flock to his lectures many students who spread his fame far and wide. The city council, could scarcely do less than grant the same privileges to the medical students and teachers of Taddeo's school as they had previously accorded to the faculty of law and its students. The city council recognized quite as clearly as any board of aldermen in the modern time how much, even of material benefit, a great university was to the building up of a city, though their motives were probably much higher than that, and their enlightened policy had its reward in the rapid growth of Bologna until, very probably at the end of the 13th century, it had more students than any university of the modern time. The number was not less than 15,000, and may have been 20,000. To this great university success Taddeo and his medical school contributed not a little. The especially attractive feature of his teaching seems to have been its eminent practicalness. He himself had made an immense success of the practice of medicine, and accumulated a great fortune, so much that Dante, in his Paradiso, when he wishes to find a figure that would represent exactly the opposite to what St. Dominic, the founder of the Dominicans, did for the love of wisdom and humanity, he takes that of Taddeo, who had accomplished so much for personal reputation and wealth. This might easily lead to the impression that Taddeo's teaching was unscientific, or merely empiric, or that he himself was a narrow-minded maker of money, intent only on his immediate influence and hampered by exclusive devotion to practical medicine. Nothing could be farther from the truth than any such impression. Taddeo was not only the head of a great medical school, a great teacher whom his students almost worshipped, a physician to whom patients flocked because of his marvelous success, a fine citizen of a great city, whom his fellow citizens honored, but he was a broad-minded scholar, a philosopher, and even an author in branches apart from medicine. In that older time it was the custom to combine the study of philosophy and medicine. For centuries after that period in Italy, it was the custom for men to take both degrees, the doctorate in philosophy and in medicine at the same time. Indeed, most of those whose work has made them famous, down to and including Galvani, did so. Taddeo wrote commentaries on the works of Hippocrates and Galen, but he also translated the Ethics of Aristotle and did much to make the learning of the Arabs easily available for his students. He was a broad, liberal scholarship. Dr. Louis Pilcher, in his article on the Mondino myth, does not hesitate to say that, "to the spirit which, from his professional chair, Taddeo infused into the teaching and study of medicine undoubtedly is due to the high position for which many generations thereafter the school of Bologna continued to maintain as center of medical teaching." Of course, erudition had its revenge, and carried Taddeo too far. The difficult thing in human nature is to stay in the mean and avoid exaggeration. His methods of illustrating medical truths from many literary and philosophical sources often caused the kernel of observation to be hidden beneath a blanket of speculation, or, at least, to be concealed to a great extent. Even the Germans, who have insisted most on this unfortunate tendency of Taddeo, have been compelled to confess that there is much that is valuable in what he accomplished, and that even his modes of expression were not without a certain vivacity which attracted attention and doubtless added materially to his success as a teacher. Pagel, in Puschmann's Handbuch, says, "It cannot be denied," this is just after he has quoted a passage of Taddeo with regard to dreams, "that Taddeo's expressions have a certain liveliness all their own, that gives us some idea why he was looked upon as so good a teacher who, as we know now, also gave instruction by the bedside of patients." Pagel adds, "Taddeo's greatest merit and his highest significance in medical education consist in the fact that a great many zahlreiche physicians followed directly in his footsteps and were counted as his pupils. They were all men, as we know them, who as writers and practitioners of medicine succeeded in going far beyond the level of mediocrity in what they accomplished." This was the teacher who most influenced young Mondino when he came to the University of Bologna, for it seems not unlikely that as a medical student he was actually the pupil of Taddeo, then in a vigorous old age. If not, he was at least brought under the direct influence of the teaching tradition created during more than 30 years by that wonderful old man. Knowing what we do of Taddeo, it is not surprising that his pupil should have accomplished work that was to influence succeeding generations more than any other of that wonderful 13th century. Dr. Pilcher in the article on the Mondino myth, so often placed under contribution in this sketch, says that, "It needs no great stretch of the imagination to picture somewhat of the effect that contact with such a man as Taddeo di Alderato might have in molding the character of his young neighbor and pupil, the chemist's son, who a few years later, by his devotion to the study of human anatomy, was to re-establish the practical pursuit of study on the human cadaver as the common privilege of the skilled physician, and was to engrave his own name deeply on the records of medicine." Under this worthy compatriot and contemporary of the great Florentines, Mondino was inspired to be the teacher that did so much for Bologna. Until recent years, it has usually been the custom to give too much significance to the work of the men whose names stand out most prominently in the early history of departments of the intellectual life. Mondino's reputation has shared in this exaggerative tendency to some extent, hence the necessity for realizing what was accomplished before his time, and the fact that he only stands as the culmination of a progressive period. Carlyle spoke of Dante as the man in whom 10 silent centuries found a voice." The centuries, however, were only silent because the moderns did not know how to listen to their message. We know now that every country in Europe had a great contributor to literature in the century before Dante. The Cid, the Arthur legends, the Nibelungen, the troubadours, naturally led up to Dante. He was only the culmination of a great period of literature. We know now that men had worked in art before Cimabue and Giotto, and had done impressive work that made for the progress of art. These names, however, have come to represent in many minds the sort of solitary phenomena that Dante had seemed sometimes even to scholars. End of Part 1 of 2. Chapter 9 of Old Time Makers of Medicine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Marcetich, September 2009, Alexandria, Virginia. Old Time Makers of Medicine by James Joseph. Chapter 9, Part 2 of 2. Because Mondino did such good work in medical teaching, it is sometimes declared, even in rather serious histories, that he was the first to accomplish anything in his department, and that before his time there is a blank. Some historians, for instance, have insisted that Mondino was the first to do human dissections, and that he did at most but two or three. Only those who are unacquainted with the magnificent development of surgery that took place during the preceding century, the evidence for which is so abundantly given in modern historians of medicine, and especially in Gurlt's great work on the history of surgery, from which we have quoted enough to give a good idea of the extent to which the movement went, are likely to accept any such declaration. There could not have been all that successful surgery without much dissection not only of animals, but also of human bodies. The teaching of dissection was not regularly organized until Mondino's time, but it seems very clear that even he must have dissected many more bodies than the number usually attributed to him. Professor Louis Stephen Pilcher of Brooklyn, who made a special study of Mondino traditions in Bologna itself, and collected some of the early editions of his books, feels so acutely the absurdity of the ordinarily accepted tradition in this matter that he has written a paper on the subject bearing the suggestive title, The Mondino Myth. He says, quote, "We are accustomed to think of the practice of dissection as having been recreated by Mondino, and at once fully developed, springing into acceptance. The year 1315 is the generally accepted date for the first public anatomical demonstration upon a human body made by Mondino, and yet it is true that among the laws promulgated by Frederick II, more than 75 years before, A.D. 1231, was included a decree that a human body should be dissected at Salernum at least once in 5 years in the presence of the assembled physicians and surgeons of the kingdom, and that in the regulations established for admission to the practice of medicine and surgery in the kingdom, it was decreed that no surgeon should be admitted to practice unless he should bring testimonials from the masters teaching in the medical faculty that he was learned in the anatomy of human bodies and had become perfect in that part of medicine without which neither incisions could safely be made nor fractures cured. Salernum was notable in its legislation of the dissection of human bodies before the first public works of Mondino, for, according to a document of the Maggiore Consiglio of Venice of 1308, it appears that there was a college of medicine at Venice which was even then authorized to dissect a body every year. Common experience tells us that the embodiment of such regulations into formal law would occur only after a considerable preceding period of discussion, and in this particular field of clandestine practice. It is too much to ask us to believe that in all this period, from the date of the promulgation of Frederick's decree of 1231 to the first public demonstration by Mondino at Bologna in 1315, the decree had been a dead letter and no human body had been anatomized. It is true there is not, as far as I am aware, any record of any such work, and commentators and historians of a later date have, without exception, accepted the view that none was done, and thereby heightened the halo assigned to Mondino as the one who ushered in a new era. Such a view seems to me to be incredible. Be that as it may, it is undeniable that at the beginning of the 14th century the idea of dissecting the human body was not a novel one. The importance of a knowledge of the intimate structure of the body had already been appreciated by diverse ruling bodies, and specific regulations prescribing its practice had been enacted. It is more reasonable to believe that in the era immediately preceding that of Mondino human bodies were being opened and after a fashion anatomized, After that we know of the work of Mondino suggests that it was not a new enterprise in which he was a pioneer, but rather that he brought to an old practice a new enthusiasm and better methods, which, caught on the rising wave of interest in medical teaching at Bologna, and preserved by his own energy as a writer in the first original systematic treatise written since the time of Galen, created for him in subsequent uncritical times the reputation of being the restorer of the practice of anatomizing the human body, the first one to demonstrate and teach such knowledge since the times of the Ptolemaic anatomists, Aristrasus and Herophilus. The changes have been rung by medical historians upon a casual reference in Mondino's chapter on the uterus to the bodies of 2 women and 1 sow which he had dissected, as if these were the first and the only cadavers dissected by him. The context involves no such construction. He is enforcing a statement that the size of the uterus may vary, and to illustrate it remarks that, quote, "A woman whom I anatomized in the month of January last year, viz. 1315, Anno Christi, had a larger uterus than one whom I anatomized the month of March of the same year." End quote. And further, he says that, quote, "The uterus of a sow which I dissected in 1316, the year in which he was writing, was 100 times greater than any I have seen in the human female, for she was pregnant and contained 13 pigs." End quote. These happen to be the only reference to specific bodies that he makes in his treatise, but it is a far cry to wring out of these references the conclusion that these are the only dissections he made. It is quite true that if we incline to enshroud his work in a cloud of mystery and to figure it as an unprecedented awe-inspiring feature to break down the prejudices of the ages, it is easy to think of him as having timidly profaned the human body by his anatomizing zeal in but 1 or 2 instances. His own language, however, throughout his book is that of a man who is familiar with the differing conditions of the organs found in many different bodies, a man who is habitually dissecting. End quote. Quotations from the work of Mundinus showing his familiarity with dissections. The leaf and line references are to the Dryander edition, Marburg, 1541. Quote, "I do not consider separately the anatomy of component parts, because their anatomy does not appear clearly in the fresh subject, but rather in those macerated in water." End quote. Leaf 2, lines 8 through 13. Quote, "These differences are more noticeable in the cooked or perfectly dried body, and so you need not be concerned about them, and perhaps I will make an anatomy upon such a one at another time, and will write that I shall observe with my own senses, as I have proposed from the beginning." End quote. Leaf 60, lines 14 through 17. Quote, "What the members are to which these nerves come cannot well be seen in such a dissection as this, but it should be liquefied with rain water, and this is not contemplated in the present body." End quote. Leaf 60, lines 31 through 33. Quote, "After the veins you will note many muscles and many large and strong cords, the complete anatomy of which you will not endeavor to find in such a body but in a body dried in the sun for 3 years, as I have demonstrated at another time. I also declared completely their number, and wrote the anatomy of the muscles of the arms, hands, and feet in a lecture which I gave over the first, second, third, and fourth subjects." End quote. Leaf 61, lines 1 through 7. Very probably the best evidence that we have of the comparative frequency, at least of dissection at this time, is to be found in the records of a trial for body snatching that occurred in Bologna. The details would remind one very much of what we know of the difficulties with regard to dissection in America a couple of generations ago, when no bodies were provided by law for dissection purposes. In the course of some studies for the history of the New York State Medical Society, New York, 1906, I found that nearly every one of the first half dozen presidents of the New York Academy of Medicine, which is not much more than 60 years old, had had body snatching experiences when they were younger. Dr. Samuel Francis, the medico-historical writer, tells of a personal expedition across the ferry in the winter time, bringing a body from a Long Island graveyard, in order to avoid the constables on the Long Island side and the police on the New York side, because there had been a number of cases of body snatching recently and the authorities were on the lookout. The corpse was placed sitting beside the physician who drove the wagon, with a cloak wrapped around it, as if it were a living person specially protected against the cold. Similar experiences were not unusual. The lack of bodies for dissection is sometimes attributed to religious scruples, but they have very little to do with it, as at all times men have refused to allow the bodies of their friends to be treated as anatomical material. This is the natural feeling of abhorrence and not at all religious. It is only when there are many unclaimed bodies of strangers and the poor, as happens in large cities, that there can be an abundance of anatomical material. The details of this body snatching case are strangely familiar to those who know the history of similar cases before the middle of the 19th century. The case occurred in 1319 in Bologna, just 4 years after Mondino's public dissections. 4 students were involved in the charge of body snatching, all of them from outside the city of Bologna itself, 3 from Milan, and 1 from Piacenza. In modern experience, too, as a rule, students from outside the town where the medical college was situated were always a little readier than natives to violate graveyards. These 4 students were accused of having gone at night to the cemetery of St. Barnabas, outside the gate of San Felice. Suburban graveyards were usually the scene of such exploits, and to have dug up the body of a certain criminal named Pasino, who had been hanged a few days before. They carried the body to the school in the parish of San Salvatore, where Alberto Zancari was teaching. The resurrection had been accomplished without witnesses, but there were several witnesses who testified that they recognized the body of Pasino in the school and students occupied with its dissection. If evidence for the zeal of the medical students of that time for dissection were needed, surely we have it in the testimony at this trial. At a time when body snatching has become a criminal offense, usually there have been many repeated occurrences of it before the parties are brought to trial, so that it seems not unlikely that a good many dissections of illegally secured bodies were being done at Bologna at this time. We know of a regulation of the university in force at this time which required the teachers of the university to do an anatomy or dissection for students if they secured a body for that purpose. The students seem to have used all sorts of influence, political, monetary, diplomatic, and ecclesiastical, in order to secure the bodies of criminals. Sometimes, when they failed in their purpose, they waited until after burial, and then took the body without leave. When we recall the awfully deterrent condition in which bodies must have been that were thus provided for dissecting purposes, it is easy to understand that the enthusiasm of the students for dissection must have been at a very high pitch. Certainly it was far higher than at the present day, when, in spite of the fact that our dissecting rooms have very few of the old-time dangers and unpleasantnesses. Dissection is only practiced with assiduity if special care is exercised in requiring attendance and superintending the work of the department. In my book on "The Popes and Science," I have gathered the traditions relating to Mondino's assistants in the chair of anatomy at Bologna. They furnish abundant evidence of the fact that dissections, far from being uncommon, must have been not at all infrequent at the North Italian universities at this time. Curiously enough, one of these assistants was a young woman who, as was not infrequently the custom at this time in the Italian universities, was matriculated as a student at Bologna. She took up first philosophy, and afterwards anatomy, under Mondino. While it is not generally realized, co-education was quite common at the Italian universities of the 13th and 14th centuries, and at no time since the foundation of the universities has a century passed in Italy without distinguished women occupying professors' chairs at some of the Italian universities. This young woman, Alessandra Giuliani, of Persiceto, a country district not far from Bologna, took up the study of anatomy with ardor and, strange as it may appear, became especially enthusiastic about dissection. She became so skillful that she was made the prosecutor of anatomy, that is, one who prepares bodies for demonstration by the professors. According to the Cronaca Persicetana, quoted by Medici in his History of the Anatomical School at Bologna, quote, "She became most valuable to Mondino, because she would cleanse most skillfully the smallest vein, the arteries, all ramifications of the vessels, without lacerating or dividing them, and to prepare them for demonstration she would fill them with various colored liquids, which, after having been driven into the vessels, would harden without destroying the vessels. Again, she would paint these same vessels to their minute branches so perfectly and color them so naturally that, added to the wonderful explanations and teachings of the master, they brought him great fame and credit." The whole passage shows a wonderful anticipation of our most modern methods, injection, painting, and hardening, of making anatomical preparations for class and demonstration purposes. Some of the details of the story have been doubted, but her memorial tablet, erected at the time of her death in the church of San Pietro e Marcellino of the hospital of Santa Maria de Mareto, gives all the important facts, and tells the story of the grief of her fiancé, who was himself Mondino's other assistant. This was Otto Agenius, who had made for himself a name as an assistant to the chair of anatomy in Bologna, and of whom there were great hopes entertained, because he had already shown signs of genius as an investigator in anatomy. These hopes were destined to grievous disappointment, however, for Otto died suddenly, before he had reached his 30th year. The fact that both these assistants of Mondino died young and suddenly would seem to point to the fact that probably dissection wounds in those early days proved even more fatal than they occasionally did a century or more ago, when the proper precautions against them were not so well understood. The death of Mondino's two prosectors in early years would seem to hint at some such unfortunate occurrence. As regards the evidence of what the young man had accomplished before his untimely death, probably the following quotation, which Medici has taken from one of the old chroniclers, will give the best idea. "What advantage indeed might not Bologna have had from Otto Agenius Lustrellanus, whom Mondino had used as an assiduous prosector, if he had not been taken away by a swift and lamentable death before he had completed the 6th lustrum of his life." How well the tradition created by Mondino continued at the university will be best understood from what we know of Guy de Chauliac's visit to the medical school here about the middle of the century. The great French surgeon tells us that he came to Bologna to study anatomy under the direction of Mondino's successor, Bertruccius. When he wrote his preface to his great surgery he recalled his teaching of anatomy at Bologna and said, "It is necessary and useful to every physician to know, first of all, anatomy. For this purpose the study of books is indeed useful, but it is not sufficient to explain those things which can only be appreciated by the senses, and which need to be seen in the dead body itself." He advises his students to consult Mundinus' treatise, but to demonstrate its details for themselves on the dead body. He relates that he himself had often, multitoties, done this, especially under the direction of Bertruccius at Bologna. Curiously enough, as pointed out by Professor Pilcher, Mondino had used this same word, multitotiens (the variant spelling makes no difference in the meaning), in speaking about his own work. In describing the hypogastric lesion he mentions that he had demonstrated certain veins in it many times, multitotiens. Mondino was just past 50 when he finished his little book and permitted copies of it to be made. Though the book occurs so early in the history of modern bookmaking, the author offers his excuses to the public for writing it, and quotes the authority of Galen, to whom he turns in other difficult situations for justification. As prefaces go, Mondino's is so like that of many an author of more recent date that his words have a bibliographic as well as a personal interest. He said, "A work upon any science or art, as saith Galen, is issued for 3 reasons. First, that one may satisfy his friends. Second, that he may exercise his best mental powers. Third, that he may be saved from the oblivion incident to old age. Therefore, moved by these 3 causes, I have proposed to my pupils to compose a certain work on medicine." And because a knowledge of the parts to be subjected to medicine, which is the human body, and the names of its various divisions, is a part of medical science, as saith Averroes in his first chapter, in the section on the definition of medicine, for this reason among others, I have set out to lay before you the knowledge of the parts of the human body which is derived from anatomy, not attempting to use a lofty style, but rather that which is suitable to a manual of procedure." Some of the early editions of Mondinus' book are said, according to old writers, to have contained illustrations. None of these copies have come down to us, but the assertion is made so definitely that it seems likely to have been the case. The editions that we have contain wood engravings of the method of making a dissection as frontispiece, so that it would not be difficult to think of further such illustrations having been employed in the book itself. As we note in the chapter on Great Surgeons of the Medieval Universities, Mondeville, according to Guy de Chauliac, has pictures of anatomical preparations which he used for teaching purposes. It is easy to understand that the value of such aids would be recognized at a time when the difficulty of preserving bodies made it necessary to do dissections hurriedly so as to get the rapidly decomposing material out of the way. Beyond his book and certain circumstances connected with it, we know very little about Mondino. What we know, however, enables us to conclude that, Like many another great teacher, he must have had the special faculty of inspiring his students with an ardent enthusiasm for the work that they were taking under him. Hence the body snatching and other stories. Mondino continued to be held in high estimation by the Bolognese for centuries after his death. Dr. Pilcher calls the attention to the fact that his sepulchral tablet, which is the portico of the church of San Vitari in Bologna, and a replica of which he was allowed to have made in order to bring it to America, is the only one of the sepulchral tablets in the great churches of Florence, San Domenico, San Martino, the cathedral and the cloister of San Giacomo degli Ermitani, which has not been removed from its original location and placed in the halls of the Civic Museum. Their removal he considers "a kind of desecration which does violence to one's sense of sanctity and propriety." Fortunately, thus far, the Mondino tablet has escaped the spoiler. Very probably Dr. Pilcher's replica of the tablet, which he was required to deposit in the Civic Museum at the time when the copy was made to be brought to America, may save the tablet to be seen in its original position for many generations. Mondino's career is of special interest because it foreshadows the life and accomplishment of many another maker of medicine of the aftertime. He did a great new thing in medicine in organizing regular public dissections and then making a manual that would facilitate the work. He waited patiently for years before completing his book in order that it might be the fruit of long experience and so be more helpful to others. He was so modest as to require urging to secure the publication. He had the reward of his patience in the popularity of his little work for centuries after his time. The glimpse that we get of his relations to his young assistants, Aeginus and Alessandra, seems to show us a teacher of distinct personal magnetism. Undoubtedly the reputation of his book did much for not only the medical school of the University of Bologna, but also for the medical schools of other North Italian universities, and helped to bring them the crowds of students that flocked there during the 14th and 15th centuries. Taddeo and Mondino turned the attention of the medical students of their generations Bologna-wards. Before that time they had mainly gone to Salerno. After their time, most of the ardent students of medicine felt that they must study for a time at least at Bologna. Other important medical schools of Italian universities at Padua, at Vicenza, at Piacenza, arose and prospered. During the time when the political troubles of Italy reached a climax, about the middle of the 14th century, while the popes were at Avignon, there was a remission in the attendance at all the Italian universities, but with the Pope's return to Rome and the coming of even comparative peace to Italy, Bologna once more became the term of medical pilgrimages for students from all over the world. In the meantime, Mondino's book went forth to be the most used textbook of its kind until Vesalius's great work came to replace it. To have ruled in the world of anatomy for 2 centuries as the best known of teachers is of itself a distinction that shows us at once the teaching power and the scientific ability of this professor of anatomy of Bologna in the early 14th century. End of Part 2 of 2. End of Chapter 9.